Oh my goodness. First of all, my volume was at 100%. Sanity check. There, I said the line, Bart. Anyway, that was ridiculous. As I explained a gajillion times before, I've been having an issue where when you get on to the YouTube studio, and say you're going to go live with your scheduled thing, it will show the camera behind it, and it was showing nothing but a black screen behind it. And then I had a thing where the audio wasn't working. But the long story short, I flipped back before between a bunch of edge-based browsers and couldn't seem to get anything to work right with the video preview behind the thing. And then I was having issues where the audio wasn't working, but that might have been unrelated. But anyway, long story short, we reinstalled Windows, and the camera appears to look shittier, like it's out of focus or like it's in a lower resolution. Um, that's just too bad. Um, but we had planned on just going live at 6:30 and walking away. But there were multiple issues. What kind of issues? Uh, Issues if you install a second web browser, it can mess up the first web browser, like that. And you can't use Firefox because it doesn't have audio with the screen sharing. I'm having trouble navigating because I don't have any of my bookmarks. I already created a shortcut for content. So we had a 5-minute live stream where something got something going for a second. Okay, when we got up today, the chromium thing that's called Superbium, um, it decided after it was working fine before to not show the video preview. And the thing is when it shows the black screen behind the YouTube Studio Go Live thing, it still broadcasts the video. You just can't see it. It's just a black screen for you. So that's bad. But it's bad that it's not showing the video preview properly. Um, but bugs or birds. But yes, so so a major issue that's cropping up other than the black screen when going to go live on YouTube Studio is I had this issue where it kept saying the webcam was in use by another application when it wasn't in use by any application. And this time before the reinstall, it was literally the system tray was going conniption fit. It was like constantly like something was clicking there, which prompted me to reinstall Windows because I would try to get to the live stream. It would say that the camera's in use by another application, and I could open up the camera and it was messing. Okay, support assist, turn off notifications, next step, uninstall. Yeah, so I don't know what the heck to do with my preview is legible. My video my video preview is legible. You can barely read my signs because they're all blurry, and I didn't do anything to my camera. My camera just decided to degrade itself magically. Somebody reached in and touched it or something. So yeah, I've been having issues with Microsoft Edge, with Brave browser, with similar browsers not showing the video preview when you go live in YouTube Studio. You can't use Waterfox or Firefox because they don't support audio and screen sharing. And it, now the camera degradation, the camera quality degradation is completely new. Um, it's just disgusting. It's disgusting the lengths that have been gone to try to hinder me just clicking that live button. It's despicable. But anyway, so we got a 5-minute stream in a long time ago today where it The first thing I do is try to go live. The first thing I do is try to go live, and if I get that far, then I try to do a sanity check. But I got a 6-minute stream. Load the frickin' thing. What is this? Oh yeah, I'm over DSL, so I have to change the quality to 144p. Otherwise I can't seek. If it's at 144p, then when you go back to auto, sometimes it defaults to auto low quality instead of auto high quality. I play it when I click on a part on a video, I mean play it there. Anyway, so this one has no audio. And I don't know what the deal is that it's I don't know what the fuck. I'm just trying to seek through a fucking video, YouTube, Google, Android, you stupid fucking cunt. Why the hell is the little thing to say, well, I'm at this part of the video, well, I'm at that part of the video? Why is it that I keep accidentally clicking on something that loads somebody else's fucking video? Can you please tell me that, Mister? I'm at 6 minutes in and I'm already cursing because Google is such an incompetent twat. That they can't just let me seek through a YouTube video on YouTube without accidentally clicking a button that goes to some other random video that I don't want to watch. Alphabet and Google only know how to load ads. They're sophisticated cavemen. They should probably get another job, or maybe they should just go out in the woods and be musty. They're useless wastes of space. I don't know about workspaces. I would like to hide workspaces. Why was workspaces opt-in on the Vivaldi web browser? View, workspaces. Where's the button to uncheck the checkbox to show workspaces? Where's the little pop-up to say, hey, are you interested in using workspaces? Okay, workspaces, enable workspaces. I'm gonna uncheck that checkbox, and then I'm just gonna X out, and now it's just gone. I mean, I found the bookmarks bar. Yeah, miracles do happen. Clearly, I need to know what these links are before I accidentally click on the wrong thing, before I go any further. Whatever, so this is gone. Yeah, it's called right-click edit. Oh, no, you're not going to highlight it for me? I've got to manually highlight the bookmark. And then what does this one go to? The same thing, except for the live tab. So it's the surface that I'm attempting to use my mouse on is something that you use for cupboards. I'm manually highlighting the first entry in the bookmark when I go to right click it and edit it because it was just too much trouble for Vivaldi to do for me. And then I was saving the bookmarks that they came with. Let me delete speed dial, but I was saving the bookmarks that Vivaldi came with. Macy's, Booking.com, Kayak, AliExpress, Amazon, eBay, Yelp, Overstock, Target, Instacart, Rakuten, Hulu. Good for them. They got spoke about. They got spoke about, you guys. The bookmarks bar is so far to the edge of the screen that I kind of want something to push them over now, but we'll work on that later. It's just despicable. It's just despicable. Okay, so now theoretically, I could actually get anything done today at all. It's already 9 o'clock, and I had to reinstall Windows. I haven't set anything up yet, except for the bare essentials. So I just I set it up as I go, and then I have to reinstall Fortnite again. Might as well get that going. It's going to take 2 days over DSL. And I have to reinstall Windows every 2 days because Microsoft and Google got together and found out new and interesting ways to degrade my camera quality or make my audio cut out or make it so that the video is a black screen or make it so that the camera says it's being used by another application when it's not being used by any application. having bugs with one browser that don't exist in another browser, and then they do exist in that browser and they don't exist in the other web browser. Slow. Did I click on it or did I not click on it? I don't know. I've waited a reasonable amount of time. I'm going to click on the download button again because I'm not sure if I clicked on it. There's something in the upper right-hand corner that's showing megabytes being transferred. Now I've gone to another page where I have to click the download button again to download the Epic Games Launcher, and I'm waiting, and I'm waiting, and I'm waiting. Now it's asking me if I want to save something. It's telling me that it's big. Like I gotta download 185 megabytes to install the installer, and then the installer is going to install the 90 gigabyte game over a period of several years over my asymmetrical DSL line coming through the phone cord, live and direct. But then once I have that process started, then maybe I can think about something else. You ever, I mean, you got to set the table before you can eat dinner, right? We're trying to multitask. I consider what we're doing multitasking. I reinstalled Windows while ranting to a Google document because I couldn't rant to the screen. That from a distance, if you squint, you sort of can't tell that the quality is degraded. But if you look at previous streams, like a more perfect union looks okay, but tax greed, tax need is very blurry, to the point where I just have a laptop with a webcam that is no longer no fault of my own, just from using it, I suppose. I didn't realize that planned obsolescence, like there are certain products that can last forever. For instance, if taken care of properly. It was a good reminder. It is not orange anymore. Once we get the game started downloading, then we can just worry about the fact that it will degrade this stream and maybe not the next one. And then maybe if bugs don't reemerge in Vivaldi web browser, like what am I supposed to do? Never reboot my computer, never install any other software. Maybe I should create a system restore point every 5 seconds. And then I can go back and forth between those 2 points and be like, well, this is when it was working, and this is when it started to break down. This is when it stopped working. Like first it was displaying the video preview, and then it sort of grayed out, and then it turned black, and you can see the transition. Like, yeah, if we have enough system restore points, then we can see what the neckbeard cavemen are doing to us. But if we're busy working our 9 to 5, 40-hour-a-week job, we're not even really going to be able to put together all the pieces of how they trick us. We're going to be too busy getting by, looking for that lowest high price, trying to acquire a warm, dry bed in a safe place to contemplate that is contemplate NP that is private, a warm, dry bed, a full belly, and a safe place to contemplate NP that is private. That is what we seek. It's what we need. Don't need anything else. Everything else is optional. Everything else is bonus time. It's just the neckbeard caveman convinced all you that your bonus time was their bonus time. So now you spend your entire life trying to build their pyramids metaphorically, thinking that it's the American dream. All right, so the Epic Games Launcher, of course, we're going to install it directly on the hard drive. And why did we want to create this PC? Yeah, so Egon has 163 gigabytes free space right now. Okay, so I mean, if I install Fortnite, then there should be 63 gigabytes left. So at this point, I guess I can start installing everything on the portable hard drive since it's connected, just in case. But for some reason, you ever get that problem? Your phone or your device keeps updating and all of a sudden your hard drive doesn't have any space because it's like, oh, apps get bigger over time. Well, then why don't you make the hard drives bigger? Why you gotta have a 4.7 gigabyte DVD image of Android on your 8 gigabyte hard drive and advertise it as an 8 gigabyte hard drive? Why you get a 32 gigabyte flash drive and it only has 28 gigabytes? Why are they allowed? Tell me lies, tell me sweet little lies. Why are they allowed to continuously tell you sweet little lies and then they get to use your tax dollars to make laws about, oh, well, if this form takes too long to fill out on average, they actually had bean counters that figured out how long it takes to fill out specific forms, their specific forms. They used your tax dollars to build statistics on how long it takes to fill out government forms, but they barred people from building statistics on projectile launcher studies. Epic Games Launcher, accidentally clicked the launcher again. Yes, I want to quit the launcher installations. It's already interrupted. It's already installing. It's updating. I just accidentally clicked on something. Why was it even up? Why did the download thing expand into my YouTube Studio tab? I'm just on the YouTube Studio tab, okay? Human error. Human error. Human error. Humidor. What is it? Downloading something? Anyway, it's just wonderful that when you consider the fact that the first week I had a webcam and then it just broke. So many new problems keep cropping up that it's really difficult to fathom the idea that they're not introduced intentionally or with direction. It's getting harder and harder to make that case. But at some point, maybe tomorrow, we can play Fortnite on stream again. But I've got to re-download 90 gigabytes over DSL, and that takes a long time, especially if you throttle the bandwidth because you don't want people yelling because they're trying to read a book and the text isn't loading quick enough, like a Google document. Loading a Google document takes as much bandwidth as a YouTube video. If you do it right. If you do it right, it does. Come on, Epic Games Launcher. We want to get this process started so that we can think about whatever the hell we were supposed to be doing. It's just bullshit. It's just bullshit that every day I wake up to the same problem or a new problem with the YouTube studio and with going live. And I'm putting a great amount of effort into my live streams. And it would just be nice if every day I could spend 99.9% of my time focusing on the show and not having to set aside 30% of my day to go live an hour early or attempt to go live an hour early to work out the bugs every single day, some of which are just really boring now at this point. I've literally reinstalled Windows to try to get my my webcam to work properly, and it's like, yeah, it's a focus problem. It's a focus. It's stupid. It can't. They literally found a way to make my webcam nearsighted. Would it be nearsighted? Because it can see really good close up. It could see really good close up. Look at that. And what I'm asserting to you is that it could still see good at a distance when it wanted to, and now it doesn't want to. So sees fine. It's a focus issue. So, and I already went in to reset camera settings, and obviously troubleshoot just lets you share your feelings with a text entry field or read a bunch of text. Like, wow, when I clicked troubleshoot, that was just basically, it was just a disorganized paragraph after paragraph of chunks of text that didn't make my eyes dart to any portion of that area. The troubleshoot camera area. The thing that didn't come to the foreground when I clicked on it. What's that other thing that keeps doing that? The picture in picture. Let's go into picture. Oh, it went into the foreground. Why? Why does it have a 1706 of 1 on it? Why does it have a 1706 of 1 on it? 1937, 27. What does that do? What does that do? What's the mute button do? What is this shit? Back to tab. It's got a bunch of weird settings that doesn't make any sense. Whose picture in picture is this? I go into picture in picture. It's got something that says 0:20:53, and then it has 1:00:00. Like, what are they saying? That I only have an hour to stream? What's the mute button do? A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, T. Why does the picture in picture on Vivaldi have a bunch of settings? What do they do? Is it present in other browsers? I don't know. I would compare settings with other browsers, but I literally had everything working fine in one browser, and I uninstalled another browser just in case something went wrong, and then that made the first web browser fuck up. Okay, Brave was working fine, and then something I did fucked it up. Vivaldi was working fine, and then something I did fucked it up. And then I went back to Brave, and it was working again, and then it wasn't. That's why we ended up with Supermium. Supermium. Oh, now the Epic Games launcher is reaching the point. I don't know. It's going to take a lot of effort to put all the pieces together, but I don't have time for that shit. It's just too fast. Like, I had to listen to music at regular speed yesterday. Like, it was painful. Like, imagine having to listen to Who'll Stop the Rain on repeat all day, every day. That's what every song I hear at a regular speed sounds like. Oh no. Oh, we're not gonna make this mistake again. We're going to remember that our Epic account is not associated with the email address we use for everything else. Right? We're going to remember. For some reason, we didn't use the email address that we use for everything. We said, hey, let's use this other one. Oh, and it didn't prompt for a code. I used to complain over and over again that it didn't matter how many times you said remember device, the Epic Games Launcher would always prompt you for a code in an email. Every fucking time. It was so stupid. Oh, what I do hate about the Epic Games Launcher is they just popped up 2 notifications, and they're going to stay there forever. Because the Epic Games Launcher is stupid, and Epic Games is stupid, and I am so looking forward to discussing all the bugs when we get back on the game field. Install. We could try to install Fortnite on the portable hard drive. That sounds like a really bad idea. A really, really bad idea. Okay, if I had like 300 gigabytes, PayPay has 455 gigabytes free space. I can't do it. I've seen how a web browser runs slower. Oh, and by the way, the Epic Games Launcher notifications are still there, you guys, okay? So it's claiming if I install it, it's going to download 97 gigabytes and it's going to require 105 gigabytes, which will leave me 50 gigabytes or whatever for installing other things, and I can install them on the portable hard drive. It's going to fit. Okay, so if I go to options, higher resolution textures, I'm going to uncheck that checkbox. Okay, I'm gonna manually X out of the 2 Epic Games notifications now that just won't go away because Epic Games is a cunt. Okay, so I unchecked the high resolution textures. That's minus 18 gigabytes, and then I'm checking the pre-download streamed assets. That's plus 6 gigabytes. Okay, now I'm going to uncheck the DirectX 12 shaders. That's minus 3 gigabytes. Okay. Additional languages. So now that I click apply, it still says the same thing. It says download size 97 gigabyte, required storage 105 gigabytes. So I'm going to options again. It clearly, with my chosen settings, it says download size 64 gigabyte, required storage 68 gigabyte. Okay, so if that was true, then those settings should update over here. But it still says it's going to download 97 gigabytes and required storage 105 gigabytes. So I'm just going to click cancel. Oh, let's click install again. It still says 97 gigabytes, 105 gigabytes. I'm going to go into options. It still has my settings saved. It still says it's only going to download 62 gigabytes, required storage 68. But it doesn't update over here. So obviously Epic Games is a cunt. Obviously Epic Games is incompetent, and they're not updating their settings to reflect their settings that I just chose to not download all that extra shit. So when I go install, it's going to tell me that it has to download the whole 97, and it's going to require the 105, even though when I go into options, it clearly says 64.24 gigabyte download, 68.14 gigabyte required storage space. So I'm going to click install despite the fact that they're going to download everything, even though I told them not to, and then they're going to clutter up my hard drive because they're incompetent. Well, we can get rid of that buzzsaw. Have a great day. Things stuck to my screen. All right, now that I click the install button, it comes up with a blocky Windows 95 style thing that says connections, suggestions, and requests that isn't even really fully on the screen. So I'm going to click and drag it into the screen. Last time I tried to connect my Facebook, it said that Facebook was already connected, which reminds me of one time I used a phone number to play Call of Duty Warzone. And then I made another email account, and it said that that phone number was already associated with one, but I removed it, but it wouldn't let me associate it with a new one. So it's like, oh, that's where you need burner phones. Anyway, my Facebook, it says it's already associated with an account, and then it says that I'm connected, but it won't let me access my friends. It's already downloaded 90 gigabytes. Are we still streaming? Wow. This is without the what do you call it, the bandwidth, whatchamacallit, and it's trying to use all the bandwidth. I would be interested to see if it would kick it off the stream. But it certainly shouldn't. This shouldn't work. We shouldn't be able to do a sanity check, right? It's downloaded a game. So sanity check. Oh, it's still 144 perks. I didn't exit out. Thank you. So yeah, it's like it's downloading the game. It's gonna take a day. And then I'll have to throttle the bandwidth in the evening so that other individuals can use it properly. But wow, it's going along. We're just gonna leave it alone so that maybe we can try to stream over DSL, stream over DSL some other date. Ugh. It's nonsense. Nonsense. Yeah, I might as well just live out of a shoebox at this point digitally. Have to set up my bookmarks again every single time. I got okay, now it's showing that things have been viewed that haven't been viewed. You ever watch 2 seconds of a live stream? You ever watch 2 seconds of a live stream and then you click out and then later on you go back and it says that you finished it? I've several times I've clicked in, watch a couple of minutes of a live stream, and then I've X'd out the tab, and then I'll come back later and it says that I watched the whole thing. So you could accidentally miss out on important spirituality simply because YouTube is a cunt, because Alphabet Google is a cunt, and they decide to lie to you and tell you that the little red line indicates that you've already seen something when you actually didn't see it. You just watched the first 2 minutes of a live thing and then clicked out. And they were like, hey, I noticed that you watched a couple of seconds of that, so I just marked it as done. That's being a cunt, Google. That's being a cunt, Alphabet. Yo, I clicked on the live tab. Load. Yeah, precisely. Yeah, so I have to know. I have to keep close track. No, when I right click a tab and open it, and when I right click a link and open it in a new tab, I don't want you to switch to immediately. No, I don't want you to switch to it immediately. No, I don't want you to autoplay anything ever. I don't want it to be on by default and you have to specifically ask to no, never, never. And you know why, when Microsoft and Alphabet are cunts, it causes the lower developers to be cunts too. I should be able to just search for autoplay or just search for bookmarks bar and find it. I blocked autoplay. I blocked autoplay. But they don't count it as autoplay if you right click a tab, right click open a new tab and then you click on the tab. They're like, well, it wasn't autoplaying, you clicked on it. No, I don't want it to play until I hit the play button, you fucking dumbass. Stupid cunts. Anyway, we got a 10140 and this 471 that it says that I've already seen that I haven't seen. Oh wow, it didn't automatically play when it automatically switched to it. And then I think I already got the one for that one. I guess we'll find out after we watch them. I think that's 3 videos. And then when I looked at it before I had to reinstall, I got one that was 10 hours ago, one that says it was 2 days ago. What the fuck? I don't understand. Why would I have one that's from 2 days ago? Ugh. Yes, I want to know that this tab is using 551 megabytes of RAM. What? I don't understand. How could one tab be using 551 megabytes of RAM? Why? Why is every single tab using 200 to 500 gigabytes, megabytes of why? That's stupid. That's fucking stupid. I need all this shit. Current RAM. How much RAM are you using to tell me how much RAM is in the fucking thing? July 3rd, July 2nd, 10 hours ago. So I have it backwards. This is July 2nd. So I have to watch July 2nd, then July 3rd, then. Okay. And done. What then? Hey, if you can't be a Christ figure, just be a Chris figure. Till you get around to it, At least you got at least you get to the crux of the matter. Wasted my whole morning for Microsoft and Google's issues. Because they didn't want me to talk about spirituality. They didn't want me to catch up. They didn't want me to know what the transits are up to. You know it's a new moon tonight, right? But you got to keep remembering that that thing, if you got it bad, it's because, well, I mean, if you got it bad, somebody else might have it worse. But I mean, if somebody's a dick to you, you might want to be a dick to them. But you gotta not be a dick to them, because if they're a dick to you, you could just do nothing, or you could be nice to them, and then they're still gonna be a dick to somebody else. And just let that some other person be the straw that breaks the camel's back. That doesn't mean you don't have an open throat chakra. That doesn't mean you don't say. It doesn't mean you lay down and die. It doesn't mean you don't say nothing. You don't have to make a big deal. You can drop the subject. You can let it go, so to speak, and make a mental note of it. Let some other guy be the straw that breaks the camel's back. If on Harold and Kumar, when they're going to park in that parking space and the other guys jump into the parking space before them, and they say, "This is America, learn how to drive." Um, they were driving recklessly, so they keep it up. Things might not go all fun and dandy like it did that time when they're busy. I'm trying to park in front of other people. So just pay it forward, basically. All right. Now to punish the neckbeard caveman for violating my trust in my operating system, and it's just audacious. They want a low quality stream. They want a low quality stream. Now, theoretically, I could use the decrepit, disgusting piece of shit YouTube Studio module that runs inside of certain web browsers very poorly and breaks down quite often to share things. Keep in mind when you press the share screen button, um, if you don't have a also share tab audio little button on the lower part, then you're using the wrong browser that doesn't have the settings that give you all the features of YouTube Studio. If you don't have the module that has 3 tabs that you can choose from, entire screen, window, or your browser tab, then you're using the wrong web browser to use the YouTube Studio module, which should be a standalone application, but Alphabet is a big company and they're very busy. So now keep in mind when you share a web browser tab, you can share the audio or not share the audio. When you share a window, such as Fortnite, you can't share audio. They say to share audio, share a tab or screen again. So when you share the entire screen, you're not sharing the tab audio, you're sharing system audio. So that means anything that your system makes that you can hear, your viewers can hear. There should be an option in the middle to just have the sound from Fortnite. But the only way to share the sound from Fortnite is to share your entire system audio, which is can become problematic. Um, so the inflexibility of the YouTube Studio modules that run inside web browsers is obtuse, and Alphabet should be ashamed of themselves for being such little cucks and not making useful products because all they want to do is load ads so they can get more dollar bills, y'all, while pretending to believe in free speech. But I can't create YouTube shorts of Monday's live stream or whatever the live stream is with the metal face guy. Because it contained a classical song that if I read it out loud to you, you'd be like, "What the fuck is that?" Like it's like saying Beethoven would get mad or something. But because some guy in Belarus has a boner for Beethoven, I can't create YouTube shorts of my Real Time with Bill Maher live stream where I talked about Real Time with Bill Maher because of copyright trolls, and mainly because the Tin Man and the blue shirts are going to support each other. The district attorney is going to stand by the liars. The state is going to support the state. Um, that's the way it goes. Preparing for the new moon. That must be this one. Wow. The ugly yellow bar that comes up on Vivaldi is obnoxious and distracting. It comes up on every tab to let you know that you're sharing a tab. If it wasn't yellow, then Vivaldi would be less of a cunt, but it is yellow, so it's very distracting and obnoxious, and Vivaldi is a cunt. Vivaldi on the balls. All right, so we're penciled in. Now I'm going to keep it loud so I can hear it, so I'll stop complaining about not hearing what the guests are saying. But that just means that sorry, it's going to be too loud for my viewers. But at least I can hear the guests what the guests say and stop saying that that his audio is wrong or that their audio is wrong, and then we can just, because YouTube Studio doesn't have proper audio leveling, and YouTube Studio should be a usable product offering without causing the necessitating third-party apps like OBS Studio. Can I X this out? I can't even see the little YouTube icon in the top. The Vivaldi sharing this tab thing is in the way. It's in the way of literally clicking on links in the website. So that's a big bug in Vivaldi. I can't see the YouTube home button. I can't see the button for my profile. It's blocked by the sharing this tab button in Vivaldi. So they're improperly implementing the at YouTube Studio, whatever the fuck. That's why Burger King's got grass growing out of its roof and McDonald's has a new pavement, because of cronyism, sanctioned scarcity, planned obsolescence, dog eat dog, cutthroat mentality, grass greener bullshit. It's sad. It's sad that this sharing this tab to Vivaldi, it's bright yellow, that's obnoxious enough, but they forgot to make sure that it didn't cover up part of the web page. For instance, the search bar for YouTube. YouTube should sue Vivaldi off the planet for just blocking the YouTube search thing. I might have searched for a video on YouTube in the last 10 seconds and I couldn't do it because this Vivaldi thing is in the way. And when I when I go to other tabs, it's missing. If I go to youtube.com, the Vivaldi sharing a tab thing is gone so far, because the page is still loading, because my bandwidth is so saturated because I'm downloading Fortnite right now. But once the page is done loading, the yellow bar is going to be there. But for a moment, I have access to the search bar while the page loads. It's there now. So I literally, the sharing this tab thing is blocking all YouTube search bars. So YouTube should sue Vivaldi out of existence for inconvenience me for 1 second. And I didn't even need to search for a video on YouTube, and I didn't even need those shortcuts right there. But that's just lazy, shoddy coding, and I think that they should be shut down because of it. So book them, Dano. Why don't you do something useful for a second, Neckbeard Caveman, and slap Vivaldi on the wrist for blocking the YouTube search thing with their screen sharing, sharing a tab thing. Do something that at least looks useful, you disgusting neckbeard caveman that have nothing better to do than worship usury, tyranny, greed, and evil with a toxic masculinity cloud. Oh, well, because they're thinking about me. I'm going to put this on 1080, and then we're going to put it back to auto, because if you put it on the lowest, if you put it on the lowest one and then on another web page, and then you go to another web page, it autos to 144p. It saves some settings. For instance, if I'm sharing this tab and I refresh the page, it's going to remember my playback speed, but it won't remember the captions, because Alphabet has they've got better things to do. Little bitty house and a little bitty brain. All the Googles and the Alphabet's insane. And by the way, it's 9:28 and we did go live today, and everything is great. Everything is awesome, and we are excited to have thoughts and feelings that we couldn't have had yesterday, because we've got new blood in the Resident Evil train. We're mutated. Trying to sanity check. It appeared to work. What the fuck on a stick? 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 The tab decided to remove itself from the window and become its own window. I didn't. The amazing things that can happen when you click and drag accidentally. It's just unfathomable. They ain't reinvent the mouse yet. Anyway, my magic wand's reversible, just like the neckbeard caveman's evil spells.
Oh shit! Die. I'll go right down real quick. I want to prepare for that last thing too. We're going on some more retardation, mental illness. Howard Terrence, Mascar, like in front of the grill at a car face. Oh, tight sickle system. My skull get ready to bleed because my brain's too tight, little face. We'll get into that. Shut down. Now let's check this out. We got the sun right now, motherfucking Cancer, so we're ready to experience the goddamn new moon, and it's gonna be a new moon in Cancer. So for the most part, we're gonna have some new type of reaction and response to our emotions, our feelings, how we react and respond to things, our mood. You know what I'm saying? The things that deal with domestic issues or not. So you might be caught into a whole circumstance where you might put your foot in your mouth, you might have bark mouth. You know what I'm saying? You might have tree bark mouth. You know, so you said some shit that rubbed somebody the wrong way. You want something to relax on, like a good pillowcase. You know, again, good song.
We already watched this one. We already watched this one. I mean, that explains a lot. 10 hours ago. I already have it down as haven't begun and haven't ended. 10139722024. I started it on 7/3. Royal Red. All right. All right. We got that one done real quick, eh? Oh, let's see. Maybe we already did this one too. Let's see. 4709. Huh. So was that the one that I said that I'd already seen it when I hadn't seen it, but I actually hadn't seen it, but I actually had seen it? Who knows? Ooh, Star Talk. My response to Terrence Howard. It's his response. They did a diss track, and they're gonna diss the diss track. I'm gonna diss each other, like preaching an echo chamber. All right, so video details. Step 1. Oh, they got something on the syllabus. Oh no, it's gonna take a little while to save that. It's gonna take a little while to save that. Oh, isn't there a link to the syllabus at the top of the page? That would be convenient. Okay. We're finally going to paste without formatting. Wow, I could right click and paste. That was so cool. It's a new feature, you guys. You can right click and paste in Google Docs. That is so neat. I just had to install this Google Docs online extension, and right away I could start right clicking and pasting in my own Google document. It's this new thing that Alphabet invented. Fucking dumbasses. It's like, first you give the baby a lollipop, then you take it away. If you don't create planned obsolescence in the first place, then people won't be fucking dipshits to each other because you were dipshits to them in the first place, neckbeard caveman. All right, so now that we're quite certain that we haven't seen this one, we're going to paste what we're watching in the chat so that you can be aware that that's what we're watching. So we did it. We pasted it in the chat. And now we have to start all over again. Show transcript. Cue the Jeopardy music. Anyway, I'm not even sharing the tab yet, so that's not as dramatic. Vivaldi tab. I want New Moon and Scarab. I think that's the one I want to share. Also share. Is that the one? Oh, well, the transcript's already loaded. Now, let's not forget that you can't see the yellow bar that says sharing this tab with Vivaldi. And when you see the screen, wherever the fuck it is, when you see the screen, you just see, well, let's see, the live, you actually see the stuff and that I can't see. So it's good for you. Alright, so this is on auto, and it still says 144p, so I'm going to put it on 720p, and then I'm going to put it back to auto, and it can do whatever it needs to do to let the game download. So this is on July 3rd. That was 2 days ago. That was Wednesday. That would be blue. He's got blue on. Okay. Slow motion for you. Slow motion for you. So, oh, I like it like that. Slow motion for you. Six, sex, sucks, sulks, socks, sunks. That yellow bar is so obnoxious. I would change browsers just because of Vivaldi's yellow bar when screen sharing. They really shot themselves in the foot there. I would reinstall Windows 11 just so I could use another web browser that is as fuck as my cat is Vivaldi just for that yellow bar. It looks like it's from Windows XP. What a gross oversight. It makes me wish I could just tweet at Vivaldi and they could be like, okay, we'll fix it tomorrow. See, that's why Burger King's out of business and McDonald's has the new favorite. Because of dog-eat-dog cutthroat. Otherwise, I could tell Vivaldi and they could fix that. I say, don't make it yellow and don't make it protrude over the actual website for me, even though my viewers can't see the yellow bar. And they could be like, fix it right away, and then we'll download the build to you ahead of time so that you can verify that it works great on your system. That also concerns me. How many of these bugs are just my system? Burger King is out of business, and McDonald's has a new paved parking lot every single year because of dog eat dog, cutthroat, sanction, scarcity, planned obsolescence, competition, evil, neckbeard, greedy, tyrannical usurers, toxic masculinity club. But in a perfect world, I'd be able to tell Vivaldi, but there might be too many telling Vivaldi things they don't need to hear. That's why we created the synagogue fences, okay? Because just because I have good intentions when I tell Vivaldi, if you don't get rid of that yellow bar, I'm going to use another web browser, they got a vested interest to listen to me. But if Fortnite had a little thing in the settings where you could send them a letter, they might get rid of that because they might get too many letters. Doesn't have to be that loud. So now can we do an identity check? That's live. That's the video I'm watching, and this is the you gotta have 3 tabs just to do anything with YouTube Studio. It's so incompetent. Like maybe they should have their own OBS studio, so to speak. Maybe YouTube Studio should have a standalone app instead of relying on web browsers and third-party software. Stupid pieces of shit. Alphabet, ad loading, ad servers.
We're breaking goddamn Cancer energy real quick. The new moon in Cancer, so everybody can know what kind of new emotions, new feelings that they're gonna be in, new reactions and responses that they're gonna have to their circumstances and their situations. Everybody gonna be in their feelings. Not feel like going on a date.
Okay, for fuck's sake, can anything load? It's almost as if I'm trying to download a game that's using all my bandwidth right now. And then if it can't even load the Epic Games Launcher because it's downloading games. So I have to sit here for 5 minutes. I should have just enabled bandwidth throttle to begin with, guys. This is so stupid. Hey, how could it be so stupid? Like all your memory. Oh. Okay, well, it's too busy loading the clip show for the games in the Epic Games Launcher to let me. You ever get that the thing for the X button or the square button or the minimize button? It like even though your mouse pointer goes away from that area. Like, hello, Epic Games Launcher. What is the point here? Do anything with the Epic Games Launcher because it won't. Where is there something playing? Why was there something playing? Oh, it was finally loading the sanity check. All right, so now that the Epic Games Launcher stopped stroking out, and I can get into the settings and go into the throttle downloads, and then I can set that to just set it to 999. Use half my bandwidth. Did it work? I don't know. It's downloaded 3 out of 6. So you guys, it might actually only download the 62 gigabytes and we might be okay. Maybe the reinstall, before the last reinstall, I made a mistake and didn't check the right checkboxes when I installed Fortnite, and that caused all the problems with the hard drive thing. Oy vey, with the yellow bar.
July weekend.
Which is why I was like, why can't I just install 6 different Edge-based web browsers? And that way, if that bugs me, I can go to another one. But no, when I had a perfectly good web browser that was doing YouTube Studio fine, I precautionarily added a couple of web browsers, and that fucked up the initial one that was working fine. So it's like, you wonder why people like, don't touch my phone, don't touch my computer. Like, because they understand that if you look at it wrong, something goes wrong, or maybe it's just me. But I get the experience that I'm aware of all these bugs and they bug me, and everyone else just tunes them out and only uses the apps that don't give them bugs, or just I don't know what people do when they encounter bugs that are emotionally disturbing. How much mental illness is from indoctrination, and how much mental illness is just from dealing with shoddy, shitty technology that Microsoft and Alphabet generated specifically to load advertisements and to get metadata, but not specifically. It's fitness for a particular purpose. Why don't you start with fitness for a particular purpose, Alphabet, and make YouTube Studio be fit for a particular purpose?
Yeah, I'm in my mood, and I like direct my stuff towards productive things. Energy and stuff like that. Boom, going towards it, go see that new movie. So it's that one movie that just came out. It's something I forgot what it's called. I see some African lady on there getting chased by some Cloverfield monsters or something like. Look like it's right up my alley. Like it's right up my sleeve. Sarah Rose, right going on with something. Hey, the hell with all that right now. I ain't a narc. God told me to get out my ego because I'm an Aries. So we're gonna talk about astrology for all the zodiac signs. No,
like, why is the fucking click my response to Terrence Howard is the next video. If I click this button, why would that be anywhere near something where I'm trying to adjust where I am on the video? Why would that be there if it isn't just YouTube wanting the Fat Fingers Foundation to get a click that they didn't deserve? They make their interfaces that way on purpose. So that you click the next video and then you hit the back button and then you get disoriented. Muscle confusion. It's designed that way. And if you think I'm lying, then you think that vitamin D isn't activated by sunlight. Why don't you think about the fucking grocery stores every time they rearrange the grocery stores every couple of years? Because of the P90X muscle confusion thing, or do you think they do that because they just realized, you guys, they just realized that if they put the bread on the fourth shelf instead of the third shelf, or if they put the bread area over here instead of over there, then it will make the bread last longer. They just did a study, and they say that kids shouldn't be in their car seats with snowsuits, so just let them walk across the parking lot in 0-degree weather with no snowsuit on, because you don't feel like first taking them out of the car seat, then putting them in the seat in the back seat with the door shut and the heat on, and then putting their snowsuit on and all that stuff. When they could just design the car seats properly in the first fucking place, stupid assholes. But no, they make the car seats improperly, and then they pass the inconvenience on to you because they're selfish as of shit.
We all said, but we won't get there. But like I said, we got these energies with the new moon, we got Cancer, Mercury, all this other extracurricular stuff that's going on in the sky is shining. Goddamn it, Pisces and Saturn. So everybody, reality is going to be able to be seen in a more healthier perspective. Like you might have delusions or something like that. Mercury and Leo, my bad. Mercury and Leo, Venus and Cancer and shit like that. Now, like I said,
well, at least my screen sharing will be clear, right? My video might not be clear, but at least my screen sharing will be clear.
Like gonna be narc to a certain degree. So your mama might be a narc. You know what I'm saying? Even if you got kids, they may be playing narky energies a little bit and stuff like that. Your grandmother a narc right now. Your grandfather a narc. Everybody a narc. Your husband that's in jail right now. He a narc. So you know what I'm saying? Don't not accept the collect call in any type of capacity and stuff like that. Because when you got out of jail, you will be dead. So you keep that in mind right now. You might talk a little sweet and stuff like that while you on the phone until you get out. You got a whole little plan. Michael Meyer, O.J. Simpson circumstance he got going on. As soon as he get out, you know what I'm saying? So you better keep cool right now. Any move you make with the goddamn Mercury and Leo right now, it is all narcissistic energy. And it's sextile Jupiter. And Jupiter and Aldebaran. So, we about to be trying to give birth to some new spiritual system, some new morality, some new way of expanding, some new way of escaping. You know what I'm saying? So a lot of people could play out escapism at this time. Make sure you're in those escaping energies. Make sure you're in some energies of expanding. So what's the difference? All the planets got the equilibrium energy. You could take two routes, and one appear to be more positive than the other, but they all maintain, like Saturn. Saturn is just maintaining a position or a status. That could be seen as negative because you're doing the same thing over and over again. So it could be stubbornness. But if you're doing the same thing over and over again and something appear to be working, it could be consistency. So what we do is how we do it. And the results or the outcome is what actually give the confirmation or not. So when it comes to Jupiter, you can expand or you can escape when it comes to your experiences. It's all about experiences. So when you go through something and you feel like you have to do a negative.
Okay, so I just Googled moon phases right now on Bing. The results, I didn't see what I was looking for. Okay, so I just Googled moon phases right now, the phrase, on Bing, and I didn't get the results I was looking for. So I'm going to go to google.com and then, whoops, I forgot one.com, and there wasn't a navigation error fixer that would presume that I meant google.com. Doesn't let me. It's not letting me. Come on, go. Oh, it's download again. Okay, so now that I'm on google.com, I'm going to paste the moon phases right now. And then Google is a fucking cunt because I'm on google.com. I right-clicked and then I pasted, and now there's no search button. No button to hit enter. So I either have to get out my keyboard and press the enter button on my keyboard, or I just have to fuck off. Okay, so Google/Alphabet can suck off. I mean, where is the button to click search for this? There's a little magnifying glass before moon phase. Can clear it out. Why can't I go paste voice typing phases right now? Oh no, it needs permission. Allow. It says no internet connection now when I try to use their voice typing. That's incompetence. Clean up space for more storage. Identify large unwanted files on Drive, Gmail, Google Photos using Google One Storage Manager. Piece of shit. Okay. Okay, so I try to use voice typing, and it says that no internet connection. Because apparently, Google's such a piece of shit that while you're using YouTube Studio to stream live, you can't use the microphone to search for Google on Google because they don't have synergy for their own shit. They don't have paste and search, so it just says moon phases right now in the search entry, and I have no way of getting that information through to me without hitting the enter button on my keyboard because Google can't just put a little arrow saying go. So I'm going to go ahead and press enter now because Google and Alphabet is a cuck. And now let's see here. Wow. It was like the 8th result. Load gadget load. The moon's at 0.4%. It will be a new moon at 6:57 p.m. And now I've got my timeanddate.com thing to tell me when the moon is. No thanks to Bing, because it wasn't in the Bing search results. Because it wasn't in the Bing search results. Because they're biased against timeanddate.com, which you'd think they'd be for it. It's timeanddate.com. That's how you know they're covenant boys, because timeanddate.com is like so covenant adjacent, and they're like, no, we want to go to with NIST dot whatever. Now what's this other astrology right now? Okay, so I said astrology right now in the address bar. It's Bing searching it. The first search result was Cafe Astrology. The first search result. So that Bing hates timeanddate.com and loves astrology.com. So I mean, this is how they just use the order of search results, or whether or not they appear on the first page at all, to manipulate how you think and feel every day, let alone having scroll bars and highlighting texts in a YouTube video description. What is this? Microsoft Excel 97. The sun is in Scarab at 14 degrees. The moon is in Scarab at 9 degrees. When the fuck did that happen? The sun and the moon are both in Scarab. This is only going to be going for like another day. We got to get going. We got to figure out what we missed.
Get a lot of negative qualities to get out of it. That's escapism. When you're planting the seeds and you're expanding and stuff like that, I mean, you're doing a bunch of positive stuff to expand whatever meaning or whatever you're trying to do with yourself to a certain degree. So it's about developing moral systems or some type of like, that's kind of how I get down when it comes to Jupiter. Jupiter wants you to create some meaning, some reasoning behind something. Meaning or reasoning, whatever you get ready to participate with, when it starts to feel like a cage or start to feel like a smothering, and you having to learn information or jump into escape energy to get out. So that's how Jupiter play. Now Jupiter being a Gemini isn't a debilitation. It's a debilitation. So for the most part, that's is when it's a debilitation, it's hard for y'all to have the right meanings and reasons to things and stuff like that. So you might fall short to needing more information, being a little bit more gossipy than you need to, being more need to communicate more, need to overanalyze and think more. And sometimes like those could be the very same things that destroy your circumstance or situation. That could be the very same thing that takes yourself out of a circumstance. So it's about having healthy ways of thinking and acting on these things other than just overthinking for the sake of it. And then for the most part, Jupiter and Gemini can put us in that type of position. We just be sitting back trying to overanalyze and experience for no apparent goddamn reason and shit like that. It's some shit that's very simple for that anybody could have went through and they ain't think twice about it and life moves on. You know what I'm saying? But you sit there trying to put all type of moral meanings behind it, and then Gemini is like mind chatter, and Jupiter don't like to be there. So we start to think too much about religion, think too much, well, not think, but overanalyze too much about it. You know what I'm saying? You might start second questioning your own moral systems at the time, start second questioning your own religion. And I don't promote religion or whatever the case may be, but whatever y'all utilize to goddamn it, build up y'all funky ass moral systems and shit like that. Then that's how you do it, Jupiter. And sometimes Jupiter act retarded in some of y'all charts, and sometimes Jupiter act like they got some goddamn sense in some of y'all charts. You know what I'm saying? But other than that, that's the whole aspect of Jupiter. So for the most part, also, when we start talking about these trine energies that you get ready to experience, so you need to pay attention to your Pisces house or where Pisces would have been, whether you got overlapping houses or not, and your Cancer house, because those are going to be the qualities that you can utilize for positive attributes if you're planting good seeds when it's a new moon. You know what I'm saying? Some of y'all might be planting bad seeds, aka get a new mood about something, but it's a new negative mood, it's a new negative emotion. You need to always find the frequency vibration of something you like about something, and if whatever you're participating in, it makes the maximum altitude of it, like you're whatever. Like there's always a lower.
What the frick? I was already on a tab. I should have been able to just hit the back button several times. I shouldn't actually have to click on the screen in order to hit the back button several times.
Like about funky ass moral systems and shit like that. Then that's how you do it, Jupiter. And sometimes Jupiter act retarded in some of y'all charts, and sometimes Jupiter act like you got some goddamn sense in some of y'all charts. You know what I'm saying? But other than that, that's the whole aspect of Jupiter. So for the most part, also, when we start talking about these trine energies that you get ready to experience, so you need to pay attention to your Pisces house or where Pisces would have been, whether you got overlapping houses or not. and your Cancer house, because those are going to be the qualities that you can utilize for positive attributes if you're planting good seeds when it's a new moon. You know what I'm saying? Some of y'all might be planting bad seeds, aka get a new mood about something, but it's a new negative mood. It's a new negative emotion. You need to always find the frequency vibration of something you like about something. And if whatever you're participating in, it makes the maximum altitude of it. Like whatever, like there's always a lower octave and a higher octave way of participating with whatever we're doing in the world. So it's like the witchcraft. You want to use the green, that means you want something to grow, right? So what do something need to grow? It need dirt, it need that goddamn soil and shit like that. So that's giving a birth to a particle and thoughts to it so it can reach an expiration date so you can see the outcome. Now make sure those are good things at first, because y'all would create that good thing. Oh, this is my dream. And then jump into a situation and start developing. As soon as you jump in a situation, your first thoughts and feelings about it is negative. So your mind is already going to be filtered through finding all the negatives in it, and it may even lead you into just not doing it at all in some way. But when you look at a situation and you're looking at all the positives of it, it could be another person looking at you through the lens of it's all negative. But if you're able to find the positive in it, then you're able to maximize that situation. And even if it is a globally worse situation than someone else, you'll be able to get out of that similar circumstance faster than someone else. So it's about thinking about you want something to grow. So that's whatever idea you're ready to come up with. And when you start adding ideas to it and look at the outcome that you create in the soil, the brown energy, then you want to be happy about that thought and feeling. That's adding yellow, the sunlight. And then when you add yellow to that dirt and green, it creates a horizon and orange and shit like that. With the little red and the yellow mixing together, it creates a horizon. So you see the potential of your circumstantial situation. You end up finding the right people, places, and things that match whatever's going to take you from point A to point B within that circumstantial situation. Now, when you do it the other way, you want something to grow. So that's the grass, that's the green color. So you're thinking about something you want to start. Then you add ideas on it to see how it be possible. That's different particles that get ready to become soil. Put them all together, it becomes a feminine energy as soil. When you start to put a perception together, that's a collection of thoughts and feelings, and then look at the outcome and be like, I like that for my idea, my business that I put in the green chakra. Boom. Now you got the dirt for the green, for the grass. Now that's a mixture of esoteric seed and soil seeds. Now for the most part, now a lot of y'all may start adding moon energies to it, start reacting and responding too much to it, like the feminine. And male and females supposed to use their masculine and feminine. So in this internal world, this is the internal gender, masculinity and femininity, as far as externalizing an outcome and knowing you can change it, or feminizing an outcome, observing it from a distance and trying to modify your potential actions before participating with it. Now, when you get too much into that energy with some idea that you're trying to grow, you end up, instead of using the sunlight energy yellow, you start to use silver and dark time energy and stuff like that. So you get ready to put what you're trying to grow into darkness, because now, instead of being happy about it, you're second questioning, you're reacting, responding to it, you're thinking too much of how other people may see or appear to be and things of that nature, and making yourself belittled in that quality. And you're supposed to have a healthy equal balance with masculinity and femininity. Masculinity is knowing that you can jump into something and change it because you're different. Femininity is knowing that you can retract and receive and observe the situation of all the ins and outs and other people participating or how the circumstance playing out, and then see what's best suit if you was to choose to participate. Then when you bring those two things together, the masculine allow you to change it because you're the special, you diamond at the strip club.
Do you know what rhymes with choose? Do you know what rhymes with shoes? Do you know what rhymes with ooze? Do you know what rhymes with goose? Do you know what rhymes with Suze? Do you know what sort of rhymes with muse?
Players club and shit, and then on the feminine quality and shit like that, you came up with manipulating a good quality for God of knowing all the ins and outs and having good comprehension and awareness of knowing what it looks like for something to be negative in that position, knowing what something looks like to be positive in that position, and then using your masculinity to carve out your special image that it don't bump shoulders of negative and positive, and then you're unique enough, and then it leaves it for other people to think what's positive and negative about it. But you end up being a face that transmuted the energy of whatever concept you was participating with, and you transported the piping system, and now you're the face of it. So you end up receiving all the fruits and benefits from whatever that thing is, whether it's basketball, you know what I'm saying, walking the runway, whatever the case may be. So that's the only way you're gonna find a better idea to go about it. You can't jump into a scenario and then the first couple of thoughts is the moon energy and you're reacting and responding to it bad when you're going for that sport or job or whatever like that. You're going to start finding ideas that's intelligent to you that match the bad though from the objective point of view. If you can separate your bias, your subjectivity, then jump into the situation the right way. Even if it looks bad physically, you're going to look for the good or look something that best represents you, so you don't find yourself stumbling around or jumping into proving contests or, you know what I'm saying, the words falling on deaf ears and shit like that. You're able to find actually what's presented when you're happy or you're accepting something that you want to do. That's adding yellow energy to the brown and the green, and now it's going to be able to grow. And even if it's in a physical circumstance, via people, places, and things, that old job, it's just going to play out in the physical world as something you outgrown. You know what I'm saying? And you'll be
gotta leaf mouse those sliver linens. You have to view every moment as a shift so that you don't feel like you have to say, well, I'm a circumstance or I'm being controlled by this situation. You have to always understand that you put yourself in that situation. You put yourself under that SUV. So don't spend any time being like, fuck that SUV and fuck the person that put the SUV on top of me. Figure out why you put the SUV on top of yourself. And even if that doesn't make any sense, just make it make sense. Just be like, maybe I deserved it 1%, or maybe I wasn't looking before I crossed the street. Just play devil's advocate for a second and then see how you respond to your own playing devil's advocate. But the important thing is that you get to a state of objectivity where you're not emotionally charged and polarizing and politicizing. Being under the SUV is somehow somebody harming you, done to you that isn't warranted. whatever happens, you have to figure out why it happened. Whatever you do, you're going to do, you got to figure out why you did it. And if you don't like what you did and you figure out why you did it, then you can change the way you do it next time. But if you keep blaming external circumstances, then you're always going to assume the SUV did it and not you. And then you're always going to try to find the right SUV. And that's where you get lost.
Get ready to manifest, materialize another circumstance or situation for yourself. So that's how that play out too, and things of that nature. Now, when we come into these qualities and spring seeds, winter seeds, and stuff like that we add as other colors and stuff like that, like purple and stuff like that, all the colors, shit like that, and then mixing them together and seeing how they come to be and shit, and then knowing what kind of quality they play out. So where you see purple at the most on earth, and like ripe fruit, veins, pussy, things, so that lets you know the quality you can take from the physical nature it played out and the character before the physical organ played out or the physical nature played out. And when you play out the character of it, you're able to know the ins and outs of that characteristic and be in that world to the point you can control it. And then everybody who needs assistance when they're in that type of level of not dealing with that chakra and everything manifested from it, you can be a person who transmutes that type of system. You know what I'm saying? And so it'll lead you into everything that purple deal with, even with the color purple ain't necessarily being expressed in, but the nature, the quality, the character of it, you'll be able to see it. So you'll probably end up even becoming a surgeon and shit like that. Ooh, pardon me. You look at the sky is blue and stuff like that, but the sky is light, it's in the sky, so that's like high or whatever the case, like sky blue or whatever the case. So that means anytime you're using the character of not being heavy or not being depressed or being in thought or lost in thought or lost in imagination, when you're adding many thoughts and stuff, you're not just gun holding on one thought, so that end up being a specific rooted dark color like green and sparking a new one to its death brown. You're just standing vague thought. You're not trying to come to a decision, but you just like to be in this chakra that's so vague, but you like the thoughts and feelings in it. As a spirit, you think it's thoughts and feelings of that feel good, whatever the case may be, to stimuli that you create as a spirit. And it might be a thought form that doesn't take for you to make a decision in reality. It's a thought form you can jump into that represent in a third dimension when you at your time of peace. You know what I'm saying? And the alchemy that you do with your body to make it up in the mind again is how everybody can do it. A person may got a certain movie, show, favorite songs, favorite collection of things they like to do to take them to that place spiritually, so they can get back in that mind, that spaceship mentally. And some of these mental forms ain't got nothing to do with reality. It's a space of spirit like a being and separate from reality and going to the fourth or sixth dimension so they can be there in time of peace. Not saying those thoughts and feelings got to be described as something that we need to make as a curricular and got them to 1, 2, and 3rd dimension. And you need to understand that too. So this is how you just find your sense of peace. And when you find your sense of peace, you end up finding artifacts in that spiritual area that you can bring to 1, 2, 3rd dimension and do it like something that you can start materializing and manifesting from. So, I mean, it's like that, but don't go into it with the self-serving energy. That's what makes it not like that. You're going in a reverse world with this world in reverse. So you're bringing the backwards to the forward version, and you're going to miss the street. You're going to miss the direction of how you're supposed to do it. Oh, this must be a troll. Let me look at it. Always my ears talking about Jesus and shit. You know what I'm saying, God damn. Listen, think about it like this. You're just spilling some Jewish person's thought. I don't care about a Jewish person's thought. So you asking the question, does Jesus have an army on the moon, is ridiculous. So that shit is ridiculous. You need to understand that. That shit is ridiculous. You know what I'm saying? First of all, Jesus is a Jewish thought. So before you even want to figure out what Jesus means, just stop there. It's a Jewish thought. Now, what you're asking is, does a Jewish thought have armies on the moon? Now you can answer your own question. No. You know what I'm saying? Can you put a thought on the moon and it start raising an army up there in the military stuff? And if you can't do it, obviously whoever wrote that book can't do it. So obviously it's either you're going to claim that they lied to you in the Bible, or you need to listen to me. You got the wrong interpretation. It didn't mean that. It didn't mean Jesus was a person and all that shit. I'm saying so real shit. They gotta keep gaming this motherfucking shit for y'all coming here and I'm talking about astrology and shit. Y'all start talking about what was created off of astrology. Like religion and goddamn shit. And I'm falling low enough talking about astrology as a demon. You know what I'm saying? So I goddamn, I'm trying to have some grace and shit. And y'all come here and talk about a more lore version of it and shit. Even though this is YouTube, I think it's YouTube now. You know what I'm saying? Y'all talk about Jesus, my boyfriend. Actually, Jesus is crazy. Oh man, Jesus, Lord have mercy on my soul. But I don't even know if the trolls, because sometimes I start thinking, man, might be more trolls, but no, we stick on to the line. Like I said, whatever house you got cancer in, that's going to be an area of life where you're going to be extra self-aware. And the moon is home for cancer and stuff. So you may feel comfortable with this new change. Now, if you planted a bunch of bad seeds, the new change you're going to be comfortable with may be negative in general. So you have to be careful, like, you know what I'm saying? During this time, especially if you're a celebrity or something like that, or you got a lot of obligations behind you, you're gonna be in a lot of extreme moods to not want to do these things you already signed off on the contract to do. Like, you're gonna start looking at it like, wow, I don't even think it's worth it, or something like, you don't start coming up with shit like that. And if you go too far, you may do something to fuck up your business to a certain degree. So you got to be careful on that too. And we can do this in our day-to-day life too. Make sure we're not expressing or externalizing too much moods during the new moon, because people may have a change of heart and change of ways how they reacted to it previously that will make you comfortable to express something in the first place. And then goddamn, you can lose $1 million right now. Your monkey ass, shaved bird ass, man or female, you lose $1 million right now and shit like that. So you gotta be careful about being in expressing a mood too fast. You understand? For example, you could be on a road and someone like doing some low-key road rash type stuff like that. Before you get in the mood, you need to know that whatever that person did to you, they probably get ready to do to someone else anyway. So it really wasn't about you. And if you don't,
that was just the point that we were echoing, that we wouldn't be echoing if it wasn't Trudeau. But yeah, if you pay it forward, if you let somebody's road rage get you in an irritated mood and get you in that fight or flight response, sometimes it might be unavoidable, but the sooner you get out of it, and remember that, hey, if he's going to road rage you, she's going to road rage somebody else later on, and that person might not be as forgiving, or maybe that person won't be paying attention, and the person will road rage even harder because they didn't get any response. Sometimes you giving a response, like flipping somebody off or honking your horn, could be the end of it. For them and for you, they think they got what they wanted because you honked the horn or you said, hey, what the fuck? But you don't have to stay mad later. It's so hard to understand because it's so easy to stay mad later. It's so easy, but you there's people like people, and then there's people like other people. If you're people like people, then you know what it's like when you're still upset later on. And if you're people like other people, then you know that there's these other people that can literally just get a phone call and become Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. Are they emotions on and off like a switch? Um, well, I guess we can all turn our emotions on and off like a switch, but because of what we care about, um, sometimes we choose not to, and we act like we can't. Like if I went to the grocery store and came up to a random stranger and said, I'm having trouble believing in God. I don't think I can believe in God anymore. A stranger might try to reassure me that God exists, even if for a moment, because it matters so much to them. Mental multitasking with low bandwidth is dangeroso. The heck? Wasn't that far off. I don't understand what's going on here. Am I? I'm live. I was. I had it paused for a significant amount of time. So we can all turn our emotions on and off like a switch to the extent that we can, okay? But sometimes people can just stick in your car whether you want them to or not. And sometimes it just really bugs you if the bed isn't made a certain way and you can't help but fix it. Or fixing somebody's collar if it's not arranged. Or sometimes something just bugs us and we feel compelled. But we have to choose all those things. We have to consciously choose to adopt and adapt all these things that make us have to fix a stranger's collar or have to stop and correct a stranger for not doing the ministry of silly walks the right way. So likewise, when someone can get under your skin, um, it's because you care about what they think. And when you stop caring about whether or not somebody thinks that you're a piece of shit because you don't believe in God, then you don't feel compelled to say that you believe in God. You don't feel compelled to act like you believe in God. You don't feel compelled to believe in God itself. And mind you, God is a character. He was just a really good thinker that created a great society like Rome, and they worshipped his mentalities and they wanted to recreate his prosperity and stuff. And his name was Todd or God or whatever the fuck his name was. Um, and then everyone just tried to say, well, because his method, because the God method works so good, let's just lie to the serfs and the urchins and say that the God method is actually this being that no one can ever see. But as long as we follow the God method, and the serfs and the urchins think that the God method is actually a deity entity combo, a superhuman, super chromium thing. They won't question the government implementing the God system, but it's a Callahan name, you see, because even if the original God created peace and prosperity, the Bible God only creates death and destruction and disarray and hate and discontent on purpose by design. It's very unfortunate. They took the Callahan name that may have been good, God, and they used it for their own selfish purposes, and they did it under the guises of saying that God is good. But the important distinction to note is that at one point God may have been good, but what's first shall be last, and truth shall become a lie. We don't wear bell bottoms anymore. We passed women's suffrage. There was a point when it made sense for women to not vote. It made sense to everybody. There was a time when the Bible said that you shouldn't preach out of your emotion, and they misinterpreted it to think that it said that people with big tits and vaginas shouldn't be priests. And then they made laws that said that people with big tits and vaginas couldn't be priests. And then there was a part in the Bible where they said that black people were hiding stuff and white people were righteous, and they used that um, to allow light skinned people to treat dark skinned people with dark skin pigment like they were livestock. And be cruel to them under the guises of, well, this book said it. This book said it. This book said it. Okay, so God is just a character that's supposed to represent a very great society that a great man or a great group of men developed based on a bunch of great mentalities. Okay, so initially on paper, a Bible or a Septuagint or a great assemblages of literatures that helps teach people life lessons and learn how to stay out of trouble. It's a great thing, but what they did was they updated all the stories so that you would get into the trouble that they want you to get into so that they could correct you the way that they want to and be like, see, this is why you need to accept Jesus Christ as your Lord and Savior to get across the abyss. Which brings me to my wonderful, I went to a parade yesterday. Did you guys watch the parade video? It was balls to the wall flags. It was nothing but patriotism. What's this chat disconnected? When was chat disconnected? Why was chat disconnected? Are we live? Are we live? We're live. Why was chat disconnected? We throttled the bandwidth. What was I even saying? Go live, go back. Further. Right. I went to a fucking parade. The parade was all politics. The parade was all politics. The 4th of July parade was all politics. The 4th of July parade was all politics. The 4th of July parade was all 100%, 365 degrees patriotism. I went to a parade yesterday. Do you hear me? I went to a parade yesterday. I went to a 4th of July parade yesterday, and I took a video of it. And it was balls to the walls, flags. It was fire trucks, police cars. It was balls to the walls, flags. The 4th of July, Independence Day for the United States of America, the day that we gained our independence from King George, the day that we got to have self-determination. I received a pamphlet from people passing stuff out at the parade. Mind you, there was a man standing with a red T-shirt with black writing opposite the road of me when I filmed the parade. You might want to read it. I think it might have said something like "In God We Trust" or whatever. But anyway, somebody passed this out at the parade, and somebody passed this out at the parade, and somebody passed this out at the parade. Okay, so let's start with the easy one. This one, we're going to start. This one just says freedom, and it has a Statue of Liberty. And on the back, it says, do you want to be free? Jesus offers freedom from sin and death. Jesus answered them, whosoever committeth sin is the servant of sin. Okay, so on its face, whosoever committeth sin is the servant of sin is kind of like saying once a bank robber, always a bank robber. But also sin means when you miss the point or 150-degree angle. So I mean, if you're a little off, then you're serving being a little off. That's like saying if you do something wrong, then obviously you want to do it wrong. So it's almost like saying you're wrong for being wrong. Okay, whosoever committeth a sin is the servant of sin. That's like saying that if you stub your toe, you just really like stubbing toes, or if you forget to go to a doctor's appointment, you just really like inconveniencing doctors. Okay, if the Son therefore shall make you free, ye shall be free indeed. Okay, so this Bible verse, which is John 8:34-36, is saying that if the Son therefore shall make you free, ye shall be free indeed. And the word Son, analogous or whatever, it can refer to the sun in the sky. It can refer to the sun as in the child of your father thought. It can refer to a child. It can refer to the sun. It can refer to light. Light is information, so it could mean light will set you free. It could mean that if this if the sun therefore shall make you free, you shall be free indeed. Using the sun to set you free is bad. The Bible says, hate the mother and father. You should hate your mother and hate your father and only love your true father in heaven, which is talking about you should only believe in your emerald tablet, in your trust your gut. Okay, so if the Son therefore shall make you free, ye shall be free indeed. So when the Son is making you free, what they're saying is that you're disregarding your father thought and you're adopting this Son of God. Okay, and we clarified that God is just this great guy that created a great society that was very peaceful and prosperous, and it went so well that they wanted to worship this guy and the way that he did things and the society that he built. Everybody forgot that God isn't just some nice guy that kind of like a Santa Claus. I mean, when you think about Santa Claus, the myth about Santa Claus was that maybe Santa Claus was just some rich guy that was nice to people. At least that I heard. Um, Other than the real myth of Santa Claus about the North Pole thing, obviously that's fake. If the Son therefore shall make you free, you shall be free indeed. It's basically saying, disregard your father thought. We've got something that's way better. It's like if you just follow this manual, we see Jesus who was made a little lower than the angels for the suffering of death. Okay, so they're saying Jesus was made a little lower than the angels for the suffering of death. I mean, that's it's a proximation. The word proximation. A little lower than the angels for suffering of death. So that's just an astrological point. A little lower. It's at a certain point. That through death he might destroy him that had the power of death. That through death. I mean, obviously, when the sun goes into another sign, it's considered death. That through death he might destroy him that had the power of death. So they're saying that when you go from one sign to another, that he might destroy him that had the power of death. That the death of death is a phrase that's used. I read the book, The Death of Death. You should read the book, The Death of Death. He might destroy him that had the power of death, that is, the devil, and deliver them who sought fear of death were all their lifetime subject to bondage. Okay, that's a mouthful. Again, this is a pamphlet passed out at a parade. They do this every year. The part that is and this is free speech. No soliciting at your local Hannaford or Shaw's grocery stores, but they can put anything they want in your fucking mailbox. So that through death he might destroy him that had the power of death, that is the devil, and deliver them who through fear of death were all their lifetime subject to bondage. Okay, so apparently there were people that through fear of death were all their lifetime subject to bondage. Okay, through fear of death. People do fear death all over Earth. They're afraid to die, so they do things to stay alive. They do things to stay safe from tigers and safe from shoelaces being untied. You are in bondage to your desire to eat, fucking sleep, or your desire to feel safe, or your desire to not be in wet underwear. Okay, so um, deliver them who through fear of death were all their lifetime subject to bondage. And that's from Hebrews 2, 9, 14, 15. So that's referring to the Hebrews being afraid of death and spending their whole life in bondage. Okay, the bondage is the fear of death. And then, of course, the fake lie is, oh, look at the stupid Hebrews being afraid of death. We're Christians. We don't have to be worried about death. Let's get on to the next part. And a new life free from fear and worry. I am come that they might have life and that they might have it more abundantly. So somehow people are supposed to be tricked into thinking believing in Jesus means you don't have to be afraid of death simply because when you die, you're going to go to heaven. And that's supposed to be better than the previous argument, which was we don't know what happens after we die. Nobody knows what happens after we die for certain. God hath not given us the spirit of fear, but of power and of love and of a sound mind. Let's not forget that the word was created with the vibe. So when they say of a sound mind, it's referring to the fact that the mind is a metaphysical organ that you had to shout at, like a voice in Zelda 1, to get it to be. Your spirit is no thing. So a sound mind might be an allegory to the fact that your mind is in fact sound. Um, Come unto me, all ye that labor and are heavy laden, and I will give you rest. That's another way of saying if you accept the Son instead of your own Father, if you accept this secondhand Callahan name, things will go good for you. And then the red letter says, "Believe in the Lord Jesus Christ, and thou shalt be saved." Acts 16:31. This is from the Blessed Hope Baptist Church at bhbcmaine.com. But it's a publication associated with seeklife.net and mwtv.org. The producer of this is mwtb.org in Pennsylvania, gospel series. So this is the back and front of one of the pamphlets I received at a parade. The other side is the fun part. There used to be this cartoon called The Abyss, okay? And it basically shows two cliffs, and then they put a cross in between the two cliffs so that you realize that the only way you can get from man to God is through Jesus, okay? So they updated The Abyss because I made fun of it. Okay, so I'm just going to put this up here real quick. And then specifically, this is the new updated version where apparently we started out, it was us and God, and then somehow sin got between us and God, and the only way for us to be able to get together with God again is if we have this special cross thingy here. Make it really big. Make it really big. Blow smoke up our asses. This is the way. This is the way. That's what the Mandalorian said. So, the human heart craves freedom. Sounds good to me. Sign me up. Americans know what it means to fight for it, die for it, march for it, campaign for it, and live in the enjoyment of it. Yeah. Yeah, wouldn't it be nice to just sit around and eat a donut and drink some lemonade and be like, hey, this peace and prosperity is nice, but I really wish we had some war and some famine and some hate and discontent. Yeah, we wouldn't be fighting for it, dying for it, marching for it, campaigning for it, if it wasn't worth it, right? Freedom. No. We want a warm, dry bed, a full belly, and a safe place to contemplate and pee that is private. And to be left to our own devices, which should be allowing us to utilize our gift and talent to impart our gift, our personal gift to all persons on earth with opposable thumbs in whatever way we see fit, so long as it is productive and kind to others. All right, so the human heart craves freedom. Americans know what it means to fight for it, die for it, march for it, campaign for it, and live in the enjoyment of it. Parade flyer. Okay. Goes on to say, but are we really free? Can you say for certain that you are completely free from the bondage of sin, death, fear, worry, and doubt? And then they talk about their favorite mascot, the guy that made the Roman Empire that was really successful, that they were so superstitious about that they thought if they carried on his message and his name, that maybe they could recreate that promised land that once existed. They thought they could just take the Callahan name and slap it on some rusty old parts from China, and it would be the same as a Made in America spirituality, so to speak. But are we really free? Can you say for certain that you are completely free from the bondage of sin, death, fear, worry, and doubt? God wants you to be free. The message of the Bible is that true freedom comes only through Jesus Christ. Okay, well, is that the New Testament or the only only the whole Bible, the Old Testament, the Torah. Okay, this says the Bible, the message of the Bible is that true freedom comes only through Jesus Christ. I mean, that's like saying that you have to go to the blacksmith in your city because he knows for a fact that the guy at the town, one town over, that he's totally going to fuck it up and the welds aren't going to work. One, God created us. That's what this paper is asserting, that God created us. The Bible teaches that God made us so that we could know him and live with him. Wally, you just sit there until I'm ready to play with you. In the day that God created man, man is a Masonic term, human is a Masonic term. You call the sun because you don't know what else to call it because you were told to call it the sun. In the day that God created man, in other words, somebody kept track of this famous guy that was very successful and created a peaceful and prosperous society, and then died, and everybody kept on his memory. You know, like that guy that plays football really good, Tom Brady. They Tom Brady'd this guy named Todd, and then and when they say in the day that God created man, they're referring to the fact that they used the philosophy and mentalities of this person or group of people that they were associated with the word God to create the Bible, which was like a manual, Emmanuel of how to implement this God method. Okay, in the day that God created man, in the likeness of God made he him. That's Genesis 5:1. In the day that God created man, in the likeness of God made he him. Genesis 5:1. Don't do that to me. I mean, ever since I was a little kid, it's my favorite fucking book. Genesis 5:1. All right, I'm going to read Genesis 5 to you from the Bible. Cover your hair and your eyes. This is called Oh Me. If I had to lose a mile, if I had to touch feelings, I would lose my soul the way I do. I don't have to think, I only have to do it. The results are always perfect, but that's old news. Would you like to hear my voice? Sprinkle with emotion, miniature birth. That's right. Birth, life, and death happen constantly. Every moment is a shift. When you breathe, it's a form of pain and death. When you exercise, you release spirits out into the earth. And if you don't tell them what to do, they'll tell themselves what to do. It's like Jason Bourne. If you don't give them a mission, then the spirits that you release when you exercise and when you get mad or sad or glad, they'll assign their own missions if you don't give them a purpose. The spirits that come in and out of this form can do whatever they want because they're really smart. All right, so this stupid pamphlet quoted Genesis 5:1 as, in the day that God created man, in the likeness of God made he him. Or are they referring to the line after that where they said, God hath said, I will dwell in them and walk in them, and I will be their God, and they shall be my people. Oh no, that's Corinthians. Okay, so this second one, God hath said, I will dwell in them and walk in them, and I will be their God, and they shall be my people. It's so transparent. Okay, you know that God is a method, it's the God method. Okay, so they're personifying it like the God method is an actual person that can walk around or talk from clouds. Okay, and then they're making the God method, which is a metaphor for the entire Bible about philosophy of how life should be led. They're personifying it as this thing that they call God, and then they're saying that a body of philosophies and methodologies for how entire society should live their lives, develops vocal cords and says, God hath said, I will dwell in them and walk in them, and I will be their God, and they shall be my people. Okay, so if that translates that as the Bible is asserting that this character that that represents the God method dwells within people, that could be twofold. They're trying to say that people should accept the Bible and God because it's already in them. You've already got the Grail, so you might as well just accept it. Or it's in reference to the fact that if you teach people about the Bible, they will know about the Bible and about the God method. Therefore, it will dwell within them, like knowing to call the sun because you don't know what else to call it, and will walk in them. Yeah, I mean, that's dwell in them, walk in them. If you know how to do addition, then when you do addition, you're going to call it addition. But if you learn to call addition subtraction, then someone's going to correct you and you're going to say, no, in my country where we come from, we call addition subtraction. Um, God hath said, I will dwell in them and walk in them, and I will be their God. Really? That's kind of redundant. God said, I will be their God. Like, that it gets confusing. I mean, you can be a god, or you can be the god, or you can be words that like God, like deity, or creator, or leader. Ugh. But anyway, when he says, I will be their God, when God hath said, I will dwell in them, I will walk in them, and I will be their God. And that's weird. That's like the manager saying, today I'm gonna be your manager. Like, duh, that's your fucking position, you redundant son of a bitch. Okay, I will be their God and they shall be my people. That's like basically saying that once you internalize the Bible, it becomes your God, and they shall be my people. As in, once you accept Jesus Christ and accept the Bible, you become a subsidiary of the God method. You become a unwitting government employee that doesn't get the benefits of a government employee, such as having your word as your bond. Um, on March 18th, 2024, or July 20 or June 27th, 2024. Two, sin separated us. Then we sinned and were separated from God. So apparently there was this at some point, we, the great we that they like to talk about. I mean, was it in 1974? Was it in 400 BC? At some point, a couple of us, or four of us, or maybe all persons on earth with opposable thumbs, apparently we all sinned all at once. Then we sinned and were separated from God. Oh man. Um, we fell to earth with a lostness that can be transmuted into into expanding the universe. So obviously we all came to physicality with a problem to solve that we may or may not have also inadvertently fell to. Like like if you became an alcoholic and then you made AA, your purpose in life might have been to create AA, but you fell because you fell in the trap of alcohol, and then you found your way out of it and created AA. So they're trying to say um, that we should all feel bad about ourselves and then get the Bible. But the truth of the matter is that we all became physical because we kind of got attracted to a lostness or a desire or a demiurge, and then while we're here we can figure out how to mitigate people's ability to pretend to be controlled by something that they themselves control. So when they say then we sinned and were separated from God, I mean, we all separate from all possibility to some extent when we become physical. They're just trying to make it it's like the Family Guy. He's potty trained. Well, here you go. Everybody poops. Oh, but he's Catholic. Oh, well, you're a naughty boy, and that's concentrated evil coming out of you. I mean, they're basically trying to say, um, some of what makes us physical includes our desires that we need to learn to not be not in control of. Um, so they're just trying to personify this thing and say that we figured out that everybody's born broken, and the only way that you can get fixed is through this God method that apparently can talk and becomes personified, but it's really a God method. It's a method. Like, I mean, in ancient Rome, if they figured out how they made the aqueduct, they could call it the Rome aqueduct method. The Bible and God is just a method of ruling the world. Then we sinned and were separated from God. Sin is anything we do that goes against what God wants. That's a great way to define sin. They made a book, The God Method, that was the way one guy or one group of people did things 2,000 years ago that worked well at the time. And then they made the Ten Commandments that basically said, bow down before you do everything, don't cross God. And then this says sin is anything we do that goes against what God wants. Isn't that convenient? Isn't that convenient? I mean, it's not whether or not it morally feels bad to you or whether it's harmful to another person. It's just arbitrarily government employees side with government employees, regardless of whether or not serfs or urchins' testimonies are valid. They simply become invalid because they're not government employees on June 27, 2024 at the Rockland District Courthouse. So say at the district attorney is always going to side with the professional police officer over my testimony. He's going to disregard the fact that I said that Andrew Dyer or Andrew Byer lied on his affidavit with his mother's name on it that said that I said a homophobic slur inside of the Walmart store. He said he's just going to trust the professionals. The onus was on me to go to court. So sin is anything we do that goes against what God wants, like taking a photograph in a Walmart to hold employees accountable for not putting up a sign when they should have put up a sign, or standing peacefully and waiting at a public bus stop while being assaulted by a police officer for observing your right to remain silent. So sin is anything we do that goes against what God wants. And God is a personified character of the God method, which is being imposed upon all citizens in the heartland by proxy, while they claim to have freedom of religion and criticize other countries for being theocracies and for engaging in barbaric practices of religious proportions that take place every day in the heartland. Otherwise, we'd have gun control. Your inequities, wrongdoings, have separated between you and your God, and your sins have hid his face from you. Isaiah 59:2. Are we forgetting that we didn't get back to Genesis 5:1? Let's just finish this one here. And all have sinned and come short of the glory of God. Romans 3:23. So everybody's born with original sin, and the only way you can fix it is through Jesus. But let's get back to Genesis 5:1 from the God created us section of this stupid cartoon that they're using to scare children into reading the 10 Commandments in kindergarten and learning about thou shalt not commit adultery, thou shalt not covet the neighbor's wife in Louisiana, where that Bible is the law of the land in classrooms and universities. So anyway, these psychotic individuals at mwtb.org and bhbcmaine.com said that Genesis 5:1 is, and I quote, in the day that God created man, comma, in the likeness of God made he him. Now I shall read Genesis 5:1. Well, I'm going to read Genesis 5. Wait a minute. Oh, did they mean chapter 5? I didn't get that far. I only read chapter 1. I was all excited it was on the first page. I don't know how to read the Bible. Okay, I found chapter 5. Maybe they were right. I was like, I don't remember that from the first page. Okay, chapter 5, verse 1. This is the book of the generations of Adam. In the day that God created man, in the likeness of God made he him. Okay, so when God created man, okay, in the day that God created man, in the likeness of God made he him, is another way of saying that if I was the mayor of my fucking city, I would want to make everybody do things the way that I want them to do things. Okay, and back in the day when God, a person or group of people that created a great society of peace and prosperity, was successful. In that day, God did create man in the in the likeness of God made he him. Is just another way of saying that everybody followed suit. He was like, you should hammer and saw this way. And people were like, yeah, that makes sense. I will do it that way. So on paper, they're trying to say that this one guy made all these other people lift their left arm at the same time or do things his way. And he was basically like their God or their boss or their leader that they couldn't say no to. Chapter 5, verse 1. This is the book of the generations of Adam. In the day that God created man, in the likeness of God made he him, is another way of saying that back in the day we did things, when white people's power goes off, they panic. It's just they were just saying when in Rome. They were just saying that and they're using semantics to say that in the day that God created man, in the likeness of God made he him. A person or a group of people led a community, and those community members did things the way that they were told because it made sense to them. The same way that nobody's going to repeal women's suffrage. Okay, you're not practicing somebody else's religion if you truly believe it yourself. It's your own spirituality. They just trick people into going through the motions of somebody else's religion and attributing it with their own spirituality. But this line is very contentious to that point because it's saying, in the day that God created man, in the likeness of God made he him. And it's talking about the fact that he created a great society, he or they, whoever the God method people were, success, peace, prosperity. People listened and did what they were told because it worked well, and maybe some people didn't. But this is just semantics saying, in the likeness of God made he him. It's not literally saying that God got out the smelter and poured us into a fucking mold. People are insane. People are fucking insane. Stupid. All have sinned and come short of the glory of God. Romans 3:23. So, you just have to accept the fact that you're the one that put that black mark between you and Todd. Okay. So this, if you could interpret this another way, how you could interpret it is, religion used to be popular, then it became unpopular, and this is an attempt to make it relevant again. Okay. Religion used to be popular, then it became unpopular, and now they're trying to make it relevant again. That's all that's really happening. And they're just using semantics to do it. And a new mascot, because this Jesus character can reinvigorate the God method, and give people new purpose. That's why they needed a New Testament, because the Bible was the Old Testament, and people were like, I'm tired of listening to God, so they created government. And government really likes Jesus. Jesus died for us. God loves us so much that Jesus, his only son, to die for us. Okay, so God only has one son. And remember, the Bible says you should hate the mother and father and only love the Father in heaven, which is a reference to the fact that you shouldn't give a shit about what your peers think, as long as you listen to your heart. And sometimes that might get you killed or beaten or restrained. But at least then maybe you'll have a change of heart. Okay. So there's sometimes when you could maybe listen to other people's input, but you don't give it full force weight. Okay. You have to listen to your heart to know whether or not you're totally going to fuck up. God loved us so much that he sent Jesus, his only son, to die for us. It's just another reference to the fact that they're saying that God is this God mentality. The God method is the only way to go. And people were like kind of standoffish about continuing the God method. So God had to send out a new Callahan name, his only son. Had to a sequel. It's just a sequel. He sent his only son to die for us. It's in a sequel to get people to get into Abrahamic religions again. Through Jesus, when we can be brought back to God. I mean, it's so transparent. They're literally saying, I see that you don't like Twizzlers. You used to get a package a week, but we noticed that you haven't bought them in a while. Maybe you got sick of them. Well, now we've got blue raspberry Twizzlers. You thinking about getting back on board with the blue raspberry Twizzlers? We got some lemon cherry Twizzlers. Come on, pretty please. So this Jesus thing is just a way to sex up the God. That's all it was. It was just a way to sex up the God, so that people would continue to be controlled by religion, which didn't work, which is why they created government. So, I mean, God and government are very integrated despite any assurances otherwise. He loved us and sent his son to be the propitiation for our sins. And propitiation is defined as payment by these individuals. It's 1 John 4:10. So that's got to be semantics. Okay, if they're going to say it means payment, let's just look at propitiation. He loved us and sent his son to be the propitiation for our sins. Okay, so first, a sin is when you miss the point. Okay, so let's just assume that they're fucking with us and they really want us to keep sinning. And what does propitiation mean? Precipitation, propagation, ation. You could go on a vacation, a staycation. You could transportation, Propation. It's a prop to keep you going. It's a payment for our sin. It's just a way to get you to keep on the God train. That's all. Christ also hath once suffered for sins. Oh man, somebody else had to die for the just for the unjust, that he might bring us to God. Oh. Anyway, this is one piece of trash that was passed out at the parade. Now we're on to the second one. Time for a Change. Time for a Change is brought to you by MWTB.org and BHBCMAINE.com, the Blessed Hope Baptist Church. MWTB.org. Let me just. All three of them are MT. No, okay, I misspoke. Two of them are this, and the third one is we're saving that one for last for a reason. So, Time for a Change. This one's the Republican one. This one's the Republican one. And this one's the Democrat one, obviously. Time for a Change. Fueled by unfulfilled promises, unrealized hopes, and increasing difficulties, quote, it's time for a change, unquote, has become a common theme with both politicians and the general public. So this is just another ruse to get you riled up and say, hey, while you're riled up, why don't you protest against the things we want you to protest for? We've got a rally, come join us, and then you can protest against the things that we just indoctrinated you to be against. There have been changes in the past. This is very touching speech. Let's give it respect. There have been changes in the past. Within the recent past, changes have occurred with surprising suddenness. Governments, once thought to be stable, have been toppled. Financial institutions have failed. Once successful businesses have collapsed. Even more significantly, the moral fabric of society has been shattered by turning away from God and the principles of his word, the Bible. So again, the God method is a way to run a society. The Bible is simply the most updated Emmanuel for how to be a man, which is a archetype for how people could behave if they follow the God method. And people are personifying it like God's an actual being. The do what feels good mentality, casting off restraint and rejecting authority, has broken up families and ruined lives. Okay, so that's confabulation there. Okay, do what feels good mentality is being associated with people that want to have too much sex and drugs and rock and roll and do things in excess. Okay, do what feels good. Do what feels good mentality is anti-LGBTQIA plus on its face. The phrase, the sentence, the do what feels good mentality is specifically targeted at the LGBTQIA plus community. Do what feels good is associated with Christians being against gays, etc. The do what feels good mentality, casting off restraint and rejecting authority. Okay, casting off restraint. Like if you got the ips, or if you were hammering and you accidentally hammered your hand instead of the nail, you might take 5 minutes to be like, oh, I don't even know if I want to hammer anymore. What if that happens again? But then you're like, oh, okay, I'm ready to be a big brave dog and go down that slide again. Okay, so do what feels good mentality is anti-LGBTQIA plus. Casting off restraint is something that can be good or bad, and rejecting authority can be good or bad depending upon whether or not the authority is a moral authority and whether or not those morals are amoral, immoral, or just plain bonkers, like believing that a person with opposable thumbs weighing 180 pounds can walk on top of water, or that a person can give birth to a baby having not had an egg fertilized in their womb, or that the earth is flat, or that the earth is round, or that the sun's a flaming fireball in the vacuum of space, or that the moon's a physical object. Without empirical evidence, none of those things can be proven. Uh, the Holy Trinity and rapture are not found in the Bible. Marriage is not a concept that was originally in the Bible. These are concepts that were conjecturized afterwards. Conjecturized. Okay, so do what feels good mentality is a bigoted statement. Casting off restraint is kind of like when you don't let other people, when Mary Jane says, well, I wasn't going to call, but then I said, I don't care what my friends think. That's casting off restraint. Okay, but you can do that bad. You can convince yourself to do something bad because it makes you feel good, or you can convince yourself not to do something good because it makes you feel bad, but maybe somebody else made you make yourself feel bad, or maybe you allowed them to. So rejecting authority is bad if the authority can help you stay safe and be happy. But rejecting authority that just arbitrarily tells you to follow their shit, um, that's a good idea. You shouldn't let people boss you around. We should all be trying to cooperate. And some of that might involve ceding to other people's wisdom, but it doesn't mean we have to cede to other people's authority arbitrarily. It doesn't mean that if we refuse to give our name to a couple of blue shirts that want to create paperwork out of thin air, that a guy with a badge and a gun showing up means we have to roll over and give our full Christian name when asked by a police officer, which is a religious test. The do what feels good mentality, casting off restraint, and rejecting authority. So those are three separate things, has broken up families and ruined lives. So those three things are tied directly to breaking up families and ruining lives. So I mean, they just basically have a basket of disparate concepts that they put them all together to overwhelm the senses to make themselves sound good. This is nothing but lawlessness. Okay, so again, and do what feels good, as opposed to doing what feels bad. You're going to hit your thumb with a hammer on purpose. Casting off restraint. How is that ever a bad thing? Casting off restraint. Why would anybody want to be restrained? Um, Rejecting authority. I'm not going to do what you tell me to do. It depends. It depends on whether they're telling you, don't play in traffic, don't jump off a bridge. Okay. This is nothing but lawlessness, the essence of sin. So they got these three different things. Rejecting authority is basically like, let me self-determination. Do what feels good. Let me enjoy myself and have fulfillment. And casting off restraint. Not putting myself in other people's boxes. Those all sound like great things if they're done properly. It's not the same as lawlessness, but they're saying that if you do what feels good, cast off restraint and reject illegitimate authorities, that it's the same thing as lawlessness. And listen to the terminologies they use, because if those things are lawlessness, enjoying yourself, not letting other people tell you what to do, then you would need to adopt or adapt laws to get that under control. But they're saying this lawlessness, or just free will and people living peacefully and doing what they want as long as it doesn't infringe upon other people's rights to do the same. They're saying that this lawlessness is the essence of sin, which has brought the dissolution, disease, death, and destruction we see around us. So they expect us to believe that simply not listening to a police officer, or simply having 2 bags of chips when you should have had 1, or simply saying, what, I don't care what my friends think, and calling Thurgood Jenkins, they're saying that this leads directly to disease, death, destruction, and it's, that the hurricanes happen to punish gay people, or to punish people that voted a certain way, or Martha put the flag upside down because Trump was supposed to win. There will be more changes. When Jesus Christ, which is a character, Jesus Christ is a character, God is a character, they're characters in a book. Just as God is the personification of the God method, a way to run a society, Jesus is the New Testament. Jesus is like, there's Just Say New, and then there's the one before that. Born to Kavich. Born to Kavich is the first book, and the second book is Just Say New. Okay, so the first book was the Old Testament, and the second book was the New Testament. So when Jesus Christ prophesied that he would return to earth, The return of Christ is the return of Nice, as in the return of the Council of Nicaea, as in they want it coming back around again. They want to let societies fall into what appears to be lawlessness, so that they can rally together and round everybody up and bring people back to what they say is not lawlessness. But they're just trying to get people to rally around God by using Jesus. When Jesus Christ prophesies that he would return to earth, they're talking about whenever the fuck they can get people to get on board with this, which we never did, which is why they created government. Or, we always had some form of government, but what they did was they became professionals. As what's his name again? It was the Hall guy. Mr. Hall refers to the neckbeard caveman as the professionals. Okay, so we always had loose forms of government, but they just became professional at it because the Bible part didn't work. It didn't pan out. People became weary of religions, so they had to strengthen the government apparatus, and they turned the government into a bona fide religion. That's why before, governments didn't have USC, didn't have statutes, didn't have 10,000-page pieces of legislation that affect thousands of other laws simultaneously. The Bible is just a tic tac compared to the United States Code. The United States Code could cover the earth 70 times if you printed them all on pieces of paper this big. And I say that not knowing the dimensions of the earth. They change all the time. Jesus Christ prophesies that he would return to earth. Okay, so I mean, that's like God saying that he's going to get back on the horse and take the reins again. Like, of course, people are going to say, well, I think the Patriots are going to win the Super Bowl this year. And then next year, they're going to be like, I think the Patriots are going to win the Super Bowl this year. One of these years, the Patriots are going to win the Super Bowl. So when Jesus Christ prophesies his return, it's just another way of saying that these people are trying to make fetch happen again. Okay, they're trying to make fetch happen in the first place because people were really just bored and wanted a warm, dry bed, a full belly, and a safe place to contemplate and pee that is private. And no one ever believed in any of this nonsense anyway. They were just doing it to get by. So as soon as the neckbeard caveman realized that they've been had because they never had anybody tricked in the first place and were just playing along to get basically there's the bare necessities. When Jesus Christ prophesied that he would return to earth, he was asked what the signs of his second coming would be. He replied, "Ye shall hear of wars and rumors of wars, famines and pestilences, and earthquakes in divers places. All these are the beginning of sorrows." Matthew 24, 6-8. Okay, so fuck all that shit. Earthquakes in divers places. That's very specific. But they didn't know what they were going to be able to do with technology when they wrote the Bible, so they said a bunch of stuff that could be misinterpreted. So let's see. They don't have any trouble making wars or making cold wars. Famine, they got sanctioned scarcity down packed. And like you can't eat cigarette butts, you can't eat money, otherwise we wouldn't be in this boat. Pestilences. Okay, Google, what is a pestilence?
Here's the definition of pestilence. Archaic. A fatal epidemic disease, especially bubonic plague.
I've received one influenza vaccination in the last 20 years, and I haven't gotten influenza. When Jesus Christ prophesied that he would return to earth, he was asked what the signs of his second coming would be. He replied, "You shall hear of wars and rumors of wars, famines and pestilences, and earthquakes in divers places. All these are the beginning of sorrows." Pestilences. I think there was a bubonic plague mentioned by Google. I don't know if that was the one from 100 years ago, but where do we get these terms anyway? No, it spreads like wildfire. In Timothy, in 2 Timothy 3, we read about the time of apostasy. Jesus had apostles. Apostasy, apostasy. Apostle has LE, and apostasy doesn't have LE. So an apostle is kind of like an apostasy, but for what they want, or for the ELLE. Um, In 2 Timothy 3, we read about the time of apostasy, or falling away from the falling away from me. Let's go listen to Corn. Falling away from me. Seriously. I typed in the word falling, space, A. There it is. All right. We're going in the matrix. Where's my not autoplay? Don't you dare. Don't you dare. Don't you dare. It's doing. Luckily, there was it's the video, so it had skip. If autoplay happens, then I don't have time to change the speed. This is falling away. Well, it's too slow, too slow. Why would he name it "Falling Away from Me"? She's crying. There's a box. What are the chances that this music video was made by Masons? Why are they looking up? The band members keep looking up. Somebody directed this video. The girl's in the room with the box on the floor. He keeps looking up. It's a subtle part of the video. But the band members, one of them keeps looking up. He grasps the light bulb. Okay, now we've got graven images. I'm watching graven images. I have a different interpretation. Falling away from me. It's spinning round and round. It's lost and can't be found. It's spinning round and round. Slow it down. Life's falling away from me. It's falling away from me. So the Korn lead singer wants to appear in the room with the person with the box, and then they're playing music in there, And then the person that was graven imaging the person is coming up to the door and is upset because of the noise, and then they're gonna get a surprise when the door opens. I I never watched the video. You know how I need to know the movie quote. Come on, we all know the words. It's gotta be an Adam Sandler movie. We all know the words. Okay, so the girl is gonna go out the window before the aggressor comes in, and then let me guess, instead of having the band members to confront, he's just gonna open the door and there's gonna be nobody in the room. So the message seems to be um the least of us being harmed, being able to escape those situations. And the father opens the door and it's empty, and the window is open, and the children are scurrying away in the night. Um, the tiny monsters. So we wouldn't have watched that if it wasn't for this line here that says, um, in 2 Timothy 3, we read about the time of apostasy. Are we still livid? We're livid? Are we livid? Speak to me. Yeah. No. 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 Stop speaking. All right. In 2 Timothy 3, we read about the time of apostasy or falling away. Okay, Google, what does apostasy mean?
Here's the definition of apostasy: the abandonment or renunciation of a religious or political belief.
You hear that shit? Apostasy means when you've got a body of ideas that suck ass and you decide to separate from that body of ideas. So the God method became less popular and people tried to separate from it. So they created the Jesus DLC content and tried to shame people into going back to the God method by saying that if they didn't, that they were sinners. If they didn't, then they were separatists. If they didn't, they were Protestants. If they didn't, that they were apostates, that they were troublers. In 2 Timothy 3, we read about the time of apostasy or falling away. This is the result of people deliberately rejecting the truth about who Jesus is. Like in Germany, you can't mention a competitor's product in your advertisements. Okay. So if you listen to a Geico commercial and some lady says, of all the canned peaches I've tried, I think the ones in heavy syrup are the best. They're just great. I mean, you don't have to take her word for it, okay? But these people are saying that words in a book that refer to the God method and the Jesus dumb DLC that they assert that it's truth, okay, and they assert that truth is something that is set in stone, and if you hold this in the air and then you drop it, it's gonna fall. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Are you okay? So sorry. Are you okay? Thank you for your service. If you drop a rock on your foot, it's gonna hit your foot, okay? Um, and they're trying to claim that this apostasy or falling away or not being able to make fetch happen because bell bottoms go out of style with this whole God method. They're trying to shame people into going back to it by saying that the pestilence, earthquakes, and famines and wars are a direct result of people deliberately rejecting the truth about who Jesus is and what he accomplished on the cross of Calvary, which refers to fictitious events that did not take place. Um, so they're trying to say everything that goes bad in the world is because you're not believing in the book that I told you to believe in a nutshell. This is the result of people deliberately rejecting the truth about who Jesus is and what he accomplished on the cross of Calvary. Evil men and seducers shall wax, this is a quote, evil men and seducers shall wax worse and worse, deceiving and being deceived. Now, notice they use the word wax. Evil men and seducers shall wax worse and worse, deceiving and being deceived. So when the moon is waxing, that means acting. And when the moon's waning, that means maintaining. When the moon is waxing, you need to forge forward. And then when the moon's waning, you need to tidy things up. But evil men and seducers shall wax worse and worse is just a poetic way of saying that if you don't correct people when they don't take their shoes off when they come inside your home, your white rug will be brown in no time, and it will be your fault for not using your throat chakra. Okay. So the religious people at Blessed Hope Baptist Church and Moments with the Book MWTV.com want us to believe that pestilence, famines, earthquakes, wars are caused by people deliberately rejecting the truth about who Jesus is and what he accomplished on the cross of the Calvary, and nobody knows what that means or gives a fuck. And I don't like the insinuation that some stranger is telling me that I'm responsible for hurricanes because I didn't read their book. That's stupid. Quote, evil men and seducers shall wax worse and worse. Deceiving and being deceived is just a grandiose way of saying things are going to keep going bad if you don't repent. And repent is another way of saying go back to the God method. 2 Timothy 3:13. This time has already begun, and the rapidly increasing rejection of God will soon bring a swift change. Now, the people that wrote this pamphlet are pointing the finger, saying that the people that are rejecting of this time has already begun, and the rapidly increasing rejection of God will soon bring a swift change. Okay, so this pamphlet acknowledges that there is a rapidly increasing rejection of God or the God method, or simply arbitrarily doing what the government says based on a 2,000-year-old book that they say they're not using as the handbook, which isn't even the actual book. If you get to the crux of things, blot and cloak are little playthings, and Zanmar is in control. This time has already begun, and the rapidly increasing rejection of God, aka rejection of the God method, the status quo, will soon bring a swift change. Okay, so they're saying if you guys don't believe in God, God's going to correct you. But what this statement really says is that a bunch of people are fed up with people trying to use in God we trust and one nation under God as a way to tell us what to do and then claim that there's religious freedom and spiritual freedom. And the swift change is not it's not going to be a voice from a rain cloud. It's going to be actual people swiftly kicking the nuts of anybody that tells them that they're going to put the 10 commandments in kindergartners and make 4 and 5-year-olds read thou shalt not commit adultery, thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's wife, and be like, what's that, mommy? Well, that's why we're not with daddy anymore. Instead of God's grace being offered to all people so they may be saved, his judgment will fall upon this godless world of unbelievers, leading to eternal destruction. What is this? Okay, so this swift change that they're saying is going to happen because of this increasing rejection of God, they're characterizing it that it's going to be instead of God's grace being offered to all people so they may be saved. That's what could have happened, but you guys didn't play your cards right. You guys didn't play your cards right. So his judgment will fall upon this godless world of unbelievers, leading to eternal destruction. So basically, that line is characterizing most people on earth as godless, which is another way of saying that they've chosen to move on from using the God method as a way to run society. Okay, and these people are really butthurt about this old Callahan name, retro bell bottoms, that they can't make fetch happen anymore. So they're just trying to shame people into accepting horse-drawn carriages when we've got self-driving cars. That's basically what they're doing. His judgment will fall upon this godless world of unbelievers, leading to eternal destruction. They're trying to say that there's a lot of people that just suck ass. They're trying to say that anybody that doesn't believe in God and Jesus are basically part of a basket of deplorables, and that's despicable. There must be a personal change. To escape God's judgment upon sin, you need to be changed. The Lord Jesus desires to change you from death to life. Okay, that's a loaded statement there, because obviously the spirit is no thing, the mind is a metaphysical form, and the body is made of death. We are housed inside of death. Okay, so the Lord Jesus desired to change you from death to life is like, it's giving people false hope, and using esotericism in a very manipulative way with regard to many things. I need to pause. Let's not forget that we need to solve the problem once and for all. If we end scarcity, then no one will take the morning after pill because they're afraid of their career or their education. They will only take the morning after pill because they don't feel like changing diapers. They won't take the morning after pill because they can't afford the diapers. They will take the morning after pill because they fucking hate kids and they don't want to have one and they don't want to listen to a crying baby. Okay. I want real excuses for taking the morning after pill. I don't want a single person to ever say, well, I did what was right for my family. I did what was right for my community. I did what was right for my education. I did what was right for my career. No, if you take the morning after pill, if you're going to pour yourself a nice glass of milk and then dump it down the sink drain in the kitchen, then you better have a damn good reason. And it better be, I don't feel like diapers. I don't feel like buying diapers. I don't feel like changing diapers. I want to fuck around. I don't want to get married. Blah blah blah. Whatever. Fucking make whatever excuse you want. Don't tell me that you're going to take a perfectly good glass of milk and dump it down the drain because of your education. You can't take a year off from high school before you go to college because of your career. You can't get another job. There's so many different things. What's the worst that could happen? You could learn that you're good at playing guitar when you didn't know you could play guitar. Anyway, end sanction scarcity, join neutral nation, Adawandaron, Chananton, keeper of deer, people who tend to deer because sheep aren't worth the trouble. Are we supposed to go? Too much bread. Sanction scarcity. If I had less sanction scarcity, I would never take bread off the bread line. I would always go to the store and get gluten-free bread, and I would get nothing but potatoes and fruit off the bread line. The only reason I've been eating so much bread is because of sanction scarcity. But I'm hedging my bet. I'm being careful. I'm not blaming other people for my circumstances. If you end up underneath that SUV, you put yourself there. So don't spend any time getting mad at the SUV or the person driving the SUV, and figure out how you put yourself there. Don't waste any time. Every moment is a shift in the right or wrong direction. Stay safe, but stay dangerous. Oh, I go to St. Bernard's Soup Kitchen, then I come back, and then we continue. Eventually, we'll get back to the fucking video after we're done with these fucking pamphlets that were handed to us at a fucking parade for the 4th of July Independence Day celebration in Thomaston, Maine. Thomaston, Maine, where liberty comes to die. Wally cat, Wally cat, Wally cat, mew 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 mew. So far, nobody watches my live streams, but if somebody ever does, they better start from the beginning, or things aren't going to make a lot of sense. You're supposed to watch it at 2x speed, except when I'm going with the videos. Yeah, definitely need to wash this bag. It's starting to smell like dirty laundry. Starting to. First world problems. I've been messing around with colored pencils for 2 years, and not once has anybody been like, hey, I got this electric pencil sharpener for you. Think of all the nice, calm silence of me just twisting my wrist and twisting my wrist instead of this. When I finally get electric pencil sharpener, I'm going to miss the days. I will miss the days. All right. I'm already late. I've got my keys. I've got my, I didn't go out today because I had a mountain of dishes to do, and I did them. But I will say greetings to Snowball. I don't have time to take a photograph, but we will get Snowball photos and videos again soon. And I still have retro shorts that I need to make out of my World 3, Super Mario Brothers 3 video. I'm pretty sure, let me think here. Did I ever make shorts out of the Overworld video? Because I still have to do the video where I do Ganon. Is it Legend of Zelda Ganon? Okay, so I've got 2 tabs open. Okay, I will have 2 tabs open. I've got the camera open and I've got the talker open. If you don't understand, there's a syllabus in the link in the description for the live stream or the non-live stream, and I speak to the syllabus when I'm not in front of the screen. I'll be back with not bread. Don't take bread. Right. Most of the good stuff is bread. It's either or the desserts are bread. It's all bread. There isn't anything good that isn't bread. And by good, I mean they took things that were solid and they turned them into powder and then they made them stick back together and pretend that they're solid. Processed food is just so tempting. So. Okay, Google, turn off all the lights. Fucking make me reset my fucking factory, reset my computer, and still not get a better camera.
Got it. Turning off 9 lights. Sorry, it looks like porch isn't a.
Oh, Google.
Yeah.
three orange peppers. Remember, a bell pepper is a bell pepper is a bell pepper. If it's green, they picked it before it got ripe. If it's yellow, they picked it before it got ripe. If it's orange, they picked it before it got ripe. If it's red, they waited until it was ripe and they picked it. That's why the red peppers have more vitamin A. So they're basically saying, we're going to grow a whole lot of peppers, but we know if we wait until they all turn red, we could have sold a few whether they're green, because peppers are peppers to some people. So you need to be the kind of person that says, I'm not one of those people that thinks peppers are peppers, and I'm willing to wait for the one that has more vitamin A. The neckbeard caveman can show you by using the green pepper method. There are some people that would like the red pepper, but they think the green pepper is better than no pepper at all. Well, if it doesn't have the same vitamin A content as a red pepper, then I think a green pepper is a waste of a pepper altogether. That would be like giving everybody a glass and only filling it half full all the time. Then you might as well make the glass be that height. It would be like having a car and only filling the tank halfway all of the time. People that eat green peppers are being subjected to sanctioned scarcity and are trying to make the best of it, trying to look for the lowest high price. In a system of sanctioned scarcity, planned obsolescence, and hate. When you go to your local thrift store or Goodwill or Salvation Army and you get to the exercise section, look for the equipment that has the brightly colored elastics with the handles that you can go like this. And then buy them for $2 a piece. Take the brightly colored elastics off and then take the handle and take it with you when you go to the grocery store. And then when you're walking home and you've got a nice full bag, take the handle, loop it around like this, and then go like that. This will make it feel so much better. You can carry 2 heavy bags with very little fatigue, even if you have muscles like mine. This is foam and plastic. It's designed as exercise equipment, so it's naturally designed to carry a lot of pounds per pressure weight, so to speak. And if you don't use my invention, then the weight will cause you to have to push back, and it will strain on your hand in ways that could cause discomfort over time, or persistent discomfort over time, or even what some people refer to as injuries. End sanctioned scarcity. End sanctioned scarcity. Anyways, if you use YouTube Studio to stream, then you should be aware about the bug where you can mute the microphone and go into screen sharing, and then when you come out of screen sharing, it unmutes the microphone, and it tells you it's still muted. So obviously you know what the YouTube Studio interface looks like if you're a streamer. So just gonna demonstrate quickly. A B C G H I J N O P T U V C 1 2 5. If the mute button worked, it would have muted me out for part of that time. So obviously the mute button works, but if I go ahead and share, I don't know if it works with the tab. This would be a good test. New morning. Okay, so if I'm sharing the thing now, and then I go on the handy check, then I can hear me. Yeah, I can hear me. Okay, so I'm in sharing somewhere. I'm in the screen sharing and the sound is working. And now it and then come out of the screen sharing. Is it gonna stay muted? Okay, so I'm gonna do my ABCs. I'm gonna mute it while I'm doing the ABCs and come um and we'll see what happens. A B C H I J K L M N O P Q R S T U W X Y Z. Anyways, it still says I'm muted, but I just checked and I'm not muted. Hold on. Let's see here. Am I muted? Am I muted? Okay, but I mean, I can take a screenshot or you can test for yourself, but it still has a slash to the mic, and the mic indicator with the green dot says grayed out. But if I undo it, then that area becomes bright. But the microphone was working the whole time. It just simply unmutes the microphone when you come out of screen sharing, and it's a bug that Alphabet is keeping in place so that people's marriages will be ruined. People will break up with people. Trade secrets will be spilled. It's a dangerous security hole, and the punishment is using YouTube Studio. If you use YouTube Studio, you deserve your privacy and security to be violated because it's an Alphabet product and they hate you. Anyway, we're just demonstrating that, but I wonder how far we're on downloading Fortnite. Maybe tomorrow, the next day. The launchers having issues. I don't know about this Apple. There's some soft spots. I think I'm gonna have to cut it. I'm gonna have to cut into it. For goodness sake, well, it's at 17%. That sounds promising, but it's only at 11 gigabytes out of 62 gigabytes. How do you get 17% out of 11.8 gigabytes out of 62 gigabytes? I don't know. It's very precise. It doesn't feel that way. All right, so now that we're back from demonstrating the bug, I'm just gonna have to cut this apple up, and then we can continue to do. Maybe we need to finish this one. Where were we on? I think that's why I left it there because I think I wasn't taking it seriously. His judgment will fall upon the godless world of unbelievers, leading to eternal destruction. So they were saying that like everything's gone to shit, and he's gonna instead of grace being offered to all people so they may be saved, his judgment will fall upon the godless world. I mean, his judgment. I mean, like you, if you run in traffic, you might get hit by a car. They're saying that there's this third party, this fictitious entity. His judgment will fall upon the gods, and they're talking about the God method. So basically, what they're saying, the God method has evolved and become the government, the God method, God method, God method, God method, God government, God method, God method, government, government, God method, God. You got it now? Okay. So what they're saying, this time has already begun. The rapidly increasing rejection of the God method will soon bring a swift change. Instead of God method's grace being offered to all people so they may be saved, God method's judgment will fall upon the God methodless world of un-God method believers, leading to, so when you translate it, instead of God's grace being offered to all people so they may be saved, his judgment will fall upon this godless world of unbelievers, leading to eternal destruction. It sounds like a petty person in a divorce or a breakup or a departure, where you say, I'm not going to do business with you anymore, and he's like, well, I'm going to make sure that everybody that I do business with won't do business with you. It's this pettiness, and it's exactly what it is. This time has already begun. The rapidly increasing rejection of the God method will soon bring a swift change. Instead of the God method's grace being offered to all people so they may be saved, that thing's judgment will fall upon the godless world of unbelievers, leading to. So they're basically saying, well, if you guys had kept the faith, then we continue to keep you believing in the magic. But because so many people have lost faith in God and in the God method, they're basically saying they're going to take their ball and go home to where but metaphorically, they're saying that some sort of fictitious non-human entity is going to cause hurricanes to punish gay people, or people that get tattoos, or people that smoke clove cigarettes. Okay, so to the part that I was glazing over, there must be a personal change to escape the God method's judgment upon sin. You need to be changed. The lower order, Jesus, desires to change you from death to lie, lie, life, life. What's it upside down? EFIL, EFIL. Live backwards is life backwards. Eiffel, the Eiffel Tower. Is there something there? From death to Eiffel, from darkness to light. Of course, and light is information. So darkness is when you don't know what the stones beside the door are and why there's a different amount of them each day, because you don't know how to count. But when you learn how to count, you're like, hey, how come there's 4 there that day, and how come there's 7 there on another day? This is starting to add up to a pattern. But even then, people can change the numbers, and they can make day 1 be 3 and make day 2 be 7 instead of counting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. If you figure out why the stones are beside this door, that it's on day 1 it's 1 stone, and on day 2 it's 2 stones, and on day 3 it's 3 stones, the other person can change things up and make day 3 be 7 stones, and that's called encryption. That's what's going on here. So the God method is just one of many methods to run a society. To escape the God method's judgment upon you, or in other words, in order to not be negatively enacted towards by the government, you need to be changed, or stay the same if you're already a patriot. The lower order, Jesus, love, the 12 house, Venus, it's three signs, Libra, and 2 other ones. I don't know how many times I've tried to get that straight in my head, and I might even have it written down somewhere. I might even make artwork on it. All right. All right. The Lord Jesus desires to change you from death to life. Okay, so what they're saying is that the DLC from the God method wants to change you from death to life. Is another way of saying, we get it. You don't like the Old Testament, but maybe try the New Testament. so you can get from darkness to light. In other words, instead of using your own information, use their information, but they're characterizing your information as the competitor's product and saying it sucks ass, and saying that it'll cause hurricanes and it makes you a sinner, and that it'll cause eternal destruction or whatever. The Lord Jesus desires to change you from death to life, from darkness to light, from sin to salvation. So, I mean, obviously, a sin, 150-degree angle, missing the point. Because I mean, if it's 180-degree angle, you could be like, turn around. Every now and then I get a little bit nervous, and then you don't make a frown. But if you just go like this, what the fuck was he doing? But if you just literally just like, oh, he must have been reading something, or he needed to chew his cud and he didn't want to be facing the camera. But if you just go like, why is he listing lazily to the left? That's what sinning is, missing the point. It's when you're at a wanderon, your speech is awry or a little different. So we be sinning all the time, as in we be missing other people's points because we have our own points to make. The Lord Jesus desires, the lower order, Jesus desires to change you from death to life, from darkness to light, from sin to salvation. Sal, like bill of sale, like a sail, like a wind in your sails. Vey, oy vey. Hey Google, what does oy vey mean?
Here's the definition of oy vey, especially in or with reference to Jewish use, indicating dismay or grief.
So oy vey can mean dismay or grief. That's not nice. That's not nice. I mean, which is it? Dismay? Like, oh man, this box of cereal is stale. Or grief. I found Mr. Pickles. He's in the cereal box. He ate his last meal. Oy vey means grief? Okay, it's vey. Oy vey. So which one means grief? The oy or the vey? A. A. Point of reference for the first time. Sharp angle. Oi. A space. And then a fork in the road. I can only speculate. Salvation. Floating. What was a point of reference? Floating, a point of reference. Sharp angle. Shun. We know about the shun from something else, like locomotion, commotion, a sun shones. It implies travel, does it? Contraction. I don't know. Adoption. Maybe it implies togetherness. Contrition. Absolution. I think maybe it involves things coming together. Okay, so you the wind between my wings, because the sharp angle or the point of reference for the first time makes us come together. You're the wind beneath my wings, because a sharp angle and a point of reference for the first time makes things come together. There you go. There's a definition for the word salvation. It's probably a lot more accurate than the actual word, and I just made it up off the top of my fucking head based on verbiage and nonsense. Or maybe it was based on something logical. It's whatever's in my mind. What's in your mind? The lower order Jesus desires to change you from death to life, from darkness to light, from sin to being the wind beneath your wings, from judgment to glory. Oh, that's right. If you follow the God method to the letter, you won't have any judgment. You will only have glory. And judgments happen where there's judges, and glories happen where there's glory holes. So Yeah, you won't be judged as long as you follow the rules. But if you don't follow the rules, you'll be judged, and you'll have glory. I mean, you'll be, there'll be no glass ceiling as long as glory. What's glory? You glow. If you're bringing light to the to the religion, glory, glory. If you're bringing light to the religion, okay, that's what you know. To enable this change, um, he died on the cross for you. Okay, so the lower order Jesus died on the cross. Anyway, there he suffered for sins, the just for the unjust, that he might bring us to the God method. 1 Peter 3:18. He died on the cross for you. To enable this change, he died on the cross for you. Right, and then the thing about Jesus dying on the cross, on the 21st is the shortest day of the year. So they told the serfs and the urchins, well, I mean, we've been keeping track, and the sun keeps getting lower and lower on the horizon, and you know what happens if you go over to Europe? They drive on the other. Oh, we're not going to tell you they drive on the other side of the road over in Europe. They were like, hey, it just keeps getting lower and lower. What happens if it just keeps getting lower and lower and it just never comes back up? Oh no, they got everybody all scared. They're like, hey, go put up some Christmas trees and maybe it'll fix it. And then 3 days later, on the 25th, because the shortest day of the year, and the days started getting longer, and then the horizon, they started coming up on the horizon. So 3 days later, with all the Christmas trees and the lights and stuff, put the lights on the Christmas trees and the reflective thing, it's going to attract the sun to come back up. They're like, it worked, let's do this every year, let's put up Christmas trees and lights every year, because somehow what we did made the sun come back up, and if we don't do it every year, it's going to keep going down, and then it's going to be nighttime all the time. So the whole Jesus died and then rose after 3 days is in reference to the fact that from the 21st to the 25th, from the naked eye, it doesn't really look that much different. So, I mean, if you weren't paying that close attention the 3 days before, or the 3 days before that, or the 3 days after that, I mean, to the naked eye, to the untrained naked eye, it might just look like it's just dim, dim, dim for 3 days. Um, but then on the 25th, you can be like, yeah, I guess it is a little lighter. And then some reference point, some little twig from 50 feet away, and you'd be like, yeah, when I compared the photographs, that's brighter on this day than it was on that day, proving thereby that the coin dispersed this amount of water and it weighs this much or whatever. So that's Jesus dying and then rising after 3 days. But it was really getting lighter and lighter each day. It just wasn't apparent to the naked eye, only to carefully crafted instruments. So they were able to convince people about this idea, and then everybody just forgot what it was for, and then they put up the Christmas trees anyway. The Lord Jesus desires to change you from death to life, from darkness to light, from sin to salvation, from judgment to glory. To enable this change, he died on the cross for you, because it's December 21st. It's like what we just went through was what we went through 14 days ago, only 6 months from now. It's the solstice. It's the winter solstice. I think I was definitely bit by a bug. I'll just look on camera. Of course, if you look at my hands on camera, you can in the right lighting, you can see the Tin Man's mark. It's more prominent on one hand than the other. I can't see the mark's right there, but it's not showing right now. Yeah, so the cross is just referring to the crossroads, the transits on the 21st. He died on that cross, But Jesus is an allegory to our solar plexus, and Jesus means 12th house literally, and also Jesus, the religion refers to two different 2-hour periods of time. The three Venus periods. There's three 2-hour periods, three astrological signs. So it would be times of day and times of year that are it is precious to them. There's these 3 2-hour periods a day, and there would be, I guess that would be 3 blocks of 2 astrological signs that are precious. Somehow, whatever, Venus, and it's a multitude of things they're working on. Who are they? Come out of the shadows. They, to enable this change, he died on the cross for you. There he suffered for sins, the just for the unjust, that he might bring us to the God method. Suffered for sins, the just for the unjust. Yeah, like when you get punished for something your littler sibling did, or when you stick around instead of taking off from the scene and you ended up in a worse situation than you would have if you had just left the scene. When you do the right thing and things go bad anyway. Um, the work is finished and sin's penalty has been paid. Um, God proved he was satisfied with the work of Jesus by raising him from the dead. So, I don't know. I mean, what, 1 year they convinced everybody the sun was going to go away, and when it came back, and then they personified it. I don't know. The Lord Jesus lives and now declares the way by which you may be changed. Right. So Jesus, as in the Lord Jesus, the lower order, the New Testament. Jesus is a word. It's similar to another word. There used to be something called the Jesus Company. If you look into the Jesus Company, you'll probably find the word that the Jesus Company was associated with. So the Jesus Company lives and now declares by the way that you may be changed, as in you're not you may appear before the lectern. Um, you are invited to. You don't actually need to. And my computer is saying GeForce Game Ready Driver available, so I'm just going to X that out. It's not necessarily the what is it? The NVIDIA GeForce. What is this? A tray icon, NVIDIA control panel. So I mean, if it was necessary to install that, then Windows would install that with an update. If I have to manually do it, let's not get into the paperweight in the other room. HP Pavilion with a manual BIOS update equals paperweight. And if I got a new motherboard, I'd have to call them up anyway because of that. So it's basically a very expensive paperweight that has a very nice GPU in it. Very nice. The work is finished and sin's penalty has been paid. The God method proved he was satisfied with the work of the Jesus Company by raising him from the dead. So, in other words, that's another way of saying that this Abrahamic religion started with the Septuagint, or maybe it started in a lot of places, but at some point there was a third party that came in after the Masons and they found some success, but then they were subjugated. But then they found another way to find success, and the God method, or the Masons, were allowing this new racket to subsist. So it's right here. It says God, aka the God method, aka the Masons, proved he was satisfied with the work of the Jesus Company by raising him from the dead, aka a rose by any other name would smell as sweet. There have been peoples with different names that may consider themselves to be those same as peoples that are by different names. So raising the Jesus Company from the dead, as in like people had already said that that's a tried and untrue method, and we won't do it. So they found a way to sell the same snake oil in a different color bottle, and people bought the ruse again. So that's what it means. God proved he was satisfied with the work of Jesus by raising him from the dead. And then it says, the Lord Jesus lives and now declares by the way which you may be changed. So the lower order Jesus company continues to operate now and declares the way by which you may be changed, is another way of saying that they get to tell you what the new product or service is and what the new method is. They're the new professionals, and you need to take note. What must you do to be changed? First of all, the Lord Jesus declares, except ye repent, ye shall all likewise perish. So that's another way of saying, if you don't do what the God method, if you don't listen to the God method, you're going to perish, is another way of saying, are you threatening me? Are you threatening me? It's like either you're with us or you're a person that sits out on your porch and sips your coffee with your towel wrapped around your head next to your Toyota Corolla. Except ye repent, ye shall all likewise perish. Luke 13:3-5. To repent means to change your mind. Interesting that these people at the mwtb.org, the mwtb.org, they say to repent means to change your mind. Change your mind. As to the wrong course you are following without God. Okay, so to repent, there we go, the re again, as in religion, and then Pentecost. Hey Google, what does Pentecost mean?
According to Wikipedia, Pentecost is a holiday which takes place on the 49th day after Easter Day. It commemorates the descent of the Holy Spirit upon the apostles of Jesus while they were in Jerusalem celebrating the Feast of Weeks, as described in the Acts of the Apostles.
When is the Pentecost this year?
Pentecost was on Sunday, May 19th.
So Pentecost was on May 19th. Pentecost is like 49 days after Easter. So, and yeah, the Christmas tree with the blue star in the upper left, Easter. Maine wants to have an Easter flag be their state flag. How original. So Pentecost is just 49 days after something. Hey Google, what does Pentecost mean?
According to Wikipedia, Pentecost is a Christian holiday which takes place on the 49th day after
49th day
It
after
commemorates the descent of the Holy Spirit upon the apostles of Jesus while they were in Jerusalem celebrating the Feast of Weeks, as described in the Acts of the Apostles.
I just got tipped off by a bird. A bird, technically. I mean, it's talked to me loosely, communicated, an apparent phenomenon. Whoa, that was a second. Like a little birdie. One just. To repent means to change your mind as to the wrong course you are following without the God method. Repent. Re-Pentecost. Re-Pentecost. You know, to get right with the God method. So it's just propaganda. It's just language. They're just giving you a yellow brick road. They're the Mickey Mouse train that spits out the tracks as you're driving. They're giving you a path to salvation, as in they're giving you all the yellow brick roads that they possibly can to get you to accept the God method, the God method, God method, God method, God method, God method, God method mental things. I feel like I need to do a sanity check for a very important reason. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. It's just phenomenal. It's just phenomenal. Yeah, back to seeing myself. To repent means to change your mind as the wrong course you are following without God. Repent, Repentecost. 49, 49, 4 denied, 4 denied, 4 denied. 49 days after Easter is Pentecost. It means you accept his verdict. Vernal equinox. Okay, Google, what is the vernal equinox?
Here's the definition of vernal equinox. The equinox in spring, on about March 20th in the northern hemisphere and September 22nd in the southern hemisphere.
All right, so vernal means spring. So, right. Don't change your wrong course. Accept his verdict. Dict. Okay, dict means diction. Don't be a dick. No wonder people say don't be a dick. Like, why you gonna be so fucking smart, Donnie? What's the point of living if you're a smurf? Verdict. Spring definition. Vernal. Vernal equinox. The way he thinks that the duck and the lady on Monty Python should weigh. It means you accept the God method's verdict that you have sinned and come short of the God method's glory. What does glory mean? When you're glowing for their religion, and you can do nothing to save yourself. Accepted that we were powerless over our demiurges and that our life had become keep coming back. You must repent. Secondly, he says, you must be born again. Life, birth, and death happen all the time, constantly. May the spirits that passed out of my body because I took those deep breaths enjoy the scent of this apple and find all sorts of wonderful things outside of my home to excite themselves with and be a bug on my screen. Where's the bug on my screen? Years from now, I'll be able to instantly blacken my room in a similar method simply by concentrating my mental capacity, exercising vigorously, and directing insects to literally cover my screen to the point where I would be theoretically be able to it's a partnership. Energy bulb, the pencil. I got a partnership with the pencil. You can theoretically say cells in my body that just got ruptured, spirits that just got freed from those cells, go into bugs and then cover my screen and then make the whole room be black because it's covered in bugs. We need a lot of bugs, or a lot of faith, because there's not a lot of bugs hanging around. Theoretically, when you exercise, you release spirits. This apple has spirits in it. If I dropped it on the floor, if I threw it against a wall, cells inside the apple would be ruptured, and they'd be like, "Hey, why'd you do that?" It's like the spot that I'm going to cut out. I need to get a compost. Okay, so you must be born again. Borning. I'm bored. Bore. You bore a hole. Born. Born. Ordained. You're boring a hole and then ordaining it. So you're making a space and you're making it a matter to you. That's what born again means. Okay, you're taking, well, again means starting point for the first point, and then a G, and then another starting point for the first point, and then an IN. So you got two starting points. Wow, I don't like the word again anymore. Okay, you've got two starting points for the first time, surrounding a G, and then the word in. Okay, so the word again sounds like something I don't even want to say out loud anymore based on what I know. That's pretty scary. And it's right next to this word born, which means you bore a hole and you make it ornate. You create a space and you make it mean something to you. About this word again, visually, it's got the word gain in it, the word aga, the word in. It says something if you read it backwards. Again. Almost has the word egg in it, or egging, or edging. And people have different dialects. I mean, when I say again, people might think it's really off. People might say again, and then there's people who might enunciate it in ways that I don't dare to do because I would feel silly. I don't even know how to, I don't know. New birth is spiritual birth from above. Oh, are they going to tell the truth? New birth is spiritual birth from above. I mean, like I'm saying, if I exercise and I intend for the spirits that are free from my body when I exercise to have a purpose, then I might be able to make one bug stick to that screen. But if I clap my hands, literally, I mean, that was based on science. Clap your hands for Tinkerbell, because you're when you exercise or when you hurt yourself in any way, or even when you slap cells together, there's some little minuscule cells that if you play with a cat, what do you think burning calories means? What do you think burning calories means? When you burning calories, it's another way of saying that you're releasing spirits from cells and bodies. And there isn't automatically a spirit in a fetus the moment it becomes a fetus. So there isn't necessarily a spirit in all the cells in your body just because there's cells in your body. But I'm assuming there's spirits in most of the time. It doesn't mean that they're like, it's expanded spirits. They might be like, they can tell the difference between red and blue spirits, but they can't have thoughts and feelings. No, I'm just kidding. Obviously, spirits can always think and feel in wicked complicated ways. You're only, what is a bee thinking about? Yeah. Am I really going to say that you're limited by your brain or your physical form and your thoughts and feelings? Is that true? Am I going to say that a bee can't have deep thoughts? It's still a spirit and a mind and a body. Why can't a bee have deep thoughts? can you only have deep thoughts if you have language in order to conceptualize the deep thoughts? Is language the building block of deep thoughts? Can bees have deep thoughts without complicated language? People can have deep feelings, but and what is a deep thought? A thought with a lot of feeling? What am I even saying? I mean, complicated thoughts. New birth is spiritual birth from above, from God. That's what they're saying. Of course, there is all possibilities, but to single things out and say new birth is spiritual birth from above, the concept of above is a made-up concept that we use loosely. I mean, there's this dimness, brightness, expansion, contraction, and distance, closeness, dimness, brightness, and expansion and contraction. So relatively speaking, the ripples in the pond that it totally isn't a flat. It's like three-dimensional. It's orbs. It's space within space Venn diagramming three-dimensionally. Not as above, so below. We just use the term loosely. New birth is spiritual birth from above, from God. New birth is spiritual birth from above, from the God method. It is brought about by receiving. Now they've switched from calling the DLC, and we've switched to DLC 2. Is brought about by receiving Christ as your savior. Okay, cry. So when cut, row, and then I. So you cut, you row, and then I mean yourself. And then surround a transit. You cut, row, I am around, surrounding a transit. You become a Christ figure by like cupping or cutting in, and well, there's an H in there too. Oops. Yeah, who cares about the H? But the R, are you're rowing, putting effort in. To the I, it could mean your I, or it could mean I am, your individuality, surrounding a transit. You're a Christ figure, a charismatic figure, charisma. We're not going to get into every etymology. It is brought about by receiving Christ as your savior. So what you're doing, by being a Christian, is you're trying to take an archetypal character, and it would be like people that really like Elvis. There's a lot of people that love Elvis, all his music. They have all his albums. They know them all by heart, but they don't all become Elvis impersonators. Okay, so receiving Christ as your savior, brought about by receiving Christ as your savior. So receiving Christ as your savior is kind of like being really into Elvis, but not being an Elvis impersonator. Maybe you even think Elvis impersonators are against Elvis, and that they shouldn't do that. You're accepting a Superman or Batman as there are some people that do, as like your superhero. So they're doing it. So they're saying that new birth is spiritual birth from above. So you obviously you can't access it. It comes from above, and you can't reach it. It's on a tree branch you can't reach. It comes from above, from God, from the God method. God method. It comes from a God method related a God method mental God method mental. God method mental. God, it's starting to come together. Brought about by receiving Christ as your Savior. So you're receiving their predefined charismatic figure as your own Superman. And people do. They wear crosses and they say, well, oh, Jesus has my back. I believe in Jesus. I just know, oh, Jesus Christ. So, the people do. It's like a mascot. As many received him, Jesus in brackets, to them gave he power, in brackets authority, to become the sons of God. Okay, so it says, quote, as many as received him, Jesus, to them gave he power, authority to become the sons of God, even to them that believe on his name. Yeah, even to them that believe on his name. Like that's a separate set than the other people that believe on his name. Well, it's John 1:12. To receive him is to believe on him. So they're being specific. Both in the quotation and in the propaganda. They're not saying in, they're saying on. To receive him is to believe on him. So this is a recent pamphlet. Okay. Doesn't have a bibliography, but this is a marked change, and I have been paying zero attention to religious pamphlets ever. But you should have been, so you could tell me whether or not when they say the believe on. Oh no, wait, they go in. To receive him is to believe on him. I mean, what's the distinction? There's an O, and then there's an N, and an N is a specific alignment. To receive him is to believe on him. Believing he died for you and rose again makes you a child of the God method. So basically, this is kind of like a members only jacket thing. Okay, they're saying believing he died for you and rose again makes you a child of the God method. They're saying it's like a members only jacket. It's like when people accept Jesus Christ as their Lord and Savior and realize that they've been forgiven of all their sins up to that point, it feels like it's a magic trick, and it makes them really believe in the concept of this character Jesus Christ being real, like physically real, and not just a storybook character. So they have adults believing in Jesus Christ the same way children believe in Santa Claus. So they believing he died for you and rose again makes you a child of the God method. You receive everlasting life. Well, that's a bold claim, and thus become a completely new creature in Christ Jesus. And that's important to distinguish there. A completely new creature. Okay, so every moment is a shift, and they say all the cells in your body are replaced every 7 years, right? So the messenger says your physical features can change based on what kind of mental work you put in. So the proof will be in the pudding, and it better be tapioca. You receive everlasting life and thus become a completely new creature in Christ Jesus. I like that phrase, everlasting life, because if you spend a lot of time being spiritual, you got a lot of energy. You're always ready to solve the next problem. For now, until something really goes handsome. And thus become a completely new creature. You could become a completely new creature on March of 2022 when you undergo a sabbatical. From your years-long sabbatical, you go on a sabbatical from your sabbatical, and then wake up in some other dimension and become a completely new creature. In this particular case, they're saying it's in Christ Jesus, which is, it's a charismatic figure surrounding the Venus water cycles, which are Venus is, they say the planets, there's the Earth, and then there's the next one, and there's the next one. If you just ignore the planets and then just pay attention to the rings, and then you ignore the rings and just pay attention to the space in between the rings, then Venus would be like however many out that one is, that chunk of area. acts independently, and they're trying to harness the power of that bubble. There's a bubble, and then there's a bubble outside of a bubble, and there's a bubble outside of the bubble, like water and vinegar, only there's different kinds of water and vinegar, so that you have to shake it up in order to get it to look like it's together, but it's never really together. You can shake it up. You can shake up the Italian dressing, but it just looks like it's together. It never is. It You can't dissolve oil and vinegar. You can't dissolve vinegar and oil. So our bubble is separate from the bubble outside of ours, and there's a bubble outside, and somehow they're trying to control the Venus energy using Jesus, which rhymes with Venus and heathen or whatever. All right. You receive everlasting life. That's wonderful. I mean, when you're spiritual, you do get energy, but then you use it up, so you still get tired. So you can do 10 times as much as your average Joe, and then you can get 10 times as tired too. So don't everything in moderation. Equilibrium. This is a change you must have, or else you will perish in eternal separation from the God method. So basically, what they're saying is they're going to keep putting the screws to you until you cave. The God method is pervasive. They won't let you grow a tobacco plant in your backyard or have a lemonade stand in a yard sale all year round. They're going to trust their word over your word. So that was a pamphlet 2, Time for a Change, from the mwtb.org people. These were received at the Thomaston Parade. I'm not even going to go over the third one because it's just so disrespectful to the life of all persons on earth with opposable thumbs. So if you recognize it, then you understand it. They're going in the trash. I don't think that service member that died wanted his likeness to be used in that way. Maybe God didn't want to be used the way that God's being used. Maybe Jesus didn't want to be used the way Jesus is being used. And it doesn't matter if God and Jesus had different names. The spirit of the character that is embodied in the concept of God or the concept of Jesus, they have thoughts and feelings too. They have rights too, as spirits that were in minds and bodies, and that maybe liked that character. And it has been said that perhaps Jesus, if there was a spirit and a mind and a body that was Jesus-like, or Elvis-like for that matter, they can't really move on and be a new character if you keep loving their character so much. So the worst thing you can do is become famous. Probably have some whole food for lunch, huh? This is a kind of apple. It seems yellowish. It's soft. It's not tart. It's sweet, but not too sweet. It tastes like a stereotypical apple. Anyways, I went to that parade, and they had a big old knock over your olive trees bucket loader with a big old American flag draped in the bucket. And the first thing I thought of was that guy on the Departed. Sanity check. Handy check. Don't chew with your mouth full. What? Don't chew with your mouth full. What are you talking about? All right. The Validity tab. New moon.
And as soon as you get out that energy, you won't manifest the same situation that they get ready to manifest. Even that thing got nothing to do with yours. It'll be another person, place, or thing. That the same thing that you probably don't even know happened to that person. Trust me. That's why a lot of times when y'all go on the road, listen, I'm a Virgo South Node, so this is something about it where I look at detail of something first. So when I'm on the road, I even when people be like driving road rashy, like they don't know how to think for themselves and others, I always pay attention to where they got to dent out on their car. So it always reminds me like, oh, they always probably get ready to get an accident in the same spot. They got a driving membrane retardedness, that so they leave them in the same scenarios no matter where they at. So I'd be like, oh, this person is showing me right now why it makes sense they got a dent in their car. You know what I'm saying? Real shit. It makes sense. So a lot of times I stop there and I can smile again on the road instead of taking a whole 10 minutes left on the road, thinking about them, taking it personal, thinking that a person singled me out on the road and just purposely did that to me. Man, it don't be that deep. I'm telling y'all. Think about when y'all got cheated on or something like that, or somebody, goddamn it, you got punched in the face in high school or something like that, and you got in somebody's car. So when you think about that, so if you did a mistake and almost ran somebody over and shit, right? Now put yourself in that person's shoes when your day is smooth and then that party fucked up your day. You'll probably do the same thing that person thinking. You specifically pointed them out. But now put yourself back into the shoes of, man, if something bad happened to you. A family member may have died or something like that. You weren't even thinking that split second and shit. So and then you too upset to really have that facial expression to be like, my bad too. You know what I'm saying? So you gotta give everybody that grace. Let a person actually show you it ain't that. If a person actually show you like once, this one's weird. Twice, three, shame on you. So that second time, if a person does like the same thing, you know it's specifically singling you out. But if this is the first time or whatever like that, you could be left open to prejudging and be thinking, and then now you're getting ready to get led into like small little forms of narcissism or self-entitlement or victimhood shit, where you really in your ego, you really ain't opening your mind enough to know that, man, that person's grandmother probably just died or something like that. That shit ain't got nothing to do with you. And sometimes that goes down to even when we at these food restaurants and shit like that, you trying to get something to eat. You know what I'm saying? You might think the customer or something like, the employer or something like that got attitude or something like that, but shit, they might be going through some shit. Being at that damn job, that's just about enough. You gotta sometimes give people grace. Real shit, like a person been at that damn cashier or something like that 6 hours and walking around the back of the building, some manager telling them go do this and that. Oh shit, once you hear that after the first 10 minutes you there in the morning, shit, 5 hours later, any customer really can get it. You know what I'm saying? At that point, so you gotta give people grace sometimes. Just be peaceful and gotta make it that you end up on that time, not demon time. You on the time that split 5 seconds, that employee in a healthy spiritual space. And since you manifested that, you in a healthy spiritual space when you was at the crib before you got to that store or something like that, you met that spirit when it was at that spiritual space and they manifested that small window of 10 seconds. So when you got there at 10 seconds. 10 seconds later, all the other customers get ready to get it like 10 seconds before you came. So
it's like if you're what you fear is what you find. If you think your boss or manager is mood, you're thinking about it. But if you just think about something else, and in the back of your mind, you're like, well, I know we're cool. So even if they're upset about something else, if they have to interact with me, I know that they'll put on the character of a, and even if they're mean, maybe they'll avoid interacting with me because they can't be cool. Or even if they're mean to me, maybe it's just because they're having a bad day and they'll apologize the next day. Always assume they'll apologize the next day. And then if it consistently happens like 3 times, then maybe you got to keep your mind on what you want to manifest as your situation. But not have a false sense of security either.
like that, you gotta understand. There's always this understanding qualities and give people great person to do that first. To show you that they singling you out. They don't be that deep sometimes. You need to know just as much as you think other spirits in their mind and body ain't doing the same thing. So half of the shit, you gotta start there. So half of the shit you come up in your mind that you think people think about you about, nope. You'll be wrong about 90% of that shit. You're probably right about 10%, and that's the only shit that can be obvious, low-key. So this gets rid of some of y'all fears too. You don't know who like you or dislike you until you open up your motherfucking throat chakra or some shit like that. Then you're not even supposed to care after the fact. So you show qualities of being free. So even the motherfuckers who don't like you have a sense of liking you. You transmuted that to like the constant distance for God to the point that you're showing everybody what they need to do. So the hate and the like is a bias in here. In the 1 to a third dimension in the spiritual world, you did some objective overall godly energy, and no one in their right mind can possibly not like it. So it'll just be once you jump back in reverse down here, it'll just be a hater liking that. And it'll just be people who love you that like to love you. But the equilibrium, you transmuted that like word to the esoteric word before we took the word like, because it was just in one little corner of that whole little city. And the shadow government trying to get rich and get their little Arab story and shit like that. So once you do that and pull it out and pull that down here, it's beyond liking, but liking itself is just a piece of that energy. So
that's almost like saying that trolls are actually how to express it, or the only way they can express it is through opposite energy. I mean, you're keeping their attention and their interests. So I mean, they say no such thing as bad press. This can be destructive, but ultimately they're hooked the same way that subscribers are hooked because they're interested, because their attention's being held. And then there's just some people that, you know, I understand. Like I said, if you go to a stranger in a grocery store and you say, I'm about believing in God, they might try to talk you into it. There's people that just blindly believe that believing in God is archetypal to our sustenance as a society, that they will go on crusades against anybody that says things like Sarah Silverman said on the Daily Show program. She said, God is fake. Debating God's pronouns is like debating whether Bigfoot wears Reeboks.
But when you come with an energy beyond where light even came from, the street even came from, you're blessed. A greater energy that your lesser form spirit, you're able to utilize it in this lesser world to appear to be greater morally than other individuals and shit like that. So even if a motherfucker hates you, you know that like you, and everybody around them that they hate you around, they just a free promoter of yours and shit like that. To the point that they family, friends, and associates would deep down be like, man, you must actually like this person. You know what I'm saying? Because you hate on them every day. You must actually like it. And then at this point, you with God now, because it don't matter the hate, the like, no weapon formed against you shall prosper. You're being used as a motherfucking vessel at that point, waking everybody up. So respect is always harder than to be liked. And here's the thing: when you do it for God, the hell with respect and like, you automatically getting all those qualities because you're using the thing that those things even came from. You know what I'm saying? So a person don't even know why they like you or hate you. They just do. That's it. And you don't need to be diving far and thinking about that and shit like that. Because the moment you start thinking about what you think going on in other people's mind, you lose your mind. Real shit. Because goddamn, you'll jump in somebody's mind and start to realize, goddamn, this is the most retarded motherfucking world I've ever been in my life. Goddamn, alligator slime, bird slam. I'm out of here. That's it. Jesus Christ, water on water. I'm out. That's it. Shit.
Sometimes I wonder why people don't hate me. And sometimes I wonder why people don't love me. Must be doing something opposite.
I also gotta be careful. I'm saying some of y'all goddamn marriages. I also see y'all people they cool with each other in the world. It's just like y'all leave people where they at. God gave you a lot of good imaginary gifts and talents and shit like that. So she don't know what you see in his mind. Stay out of it. Just stay out of it. I said, she'll save yourself. Save your whole life. You'll probably save an extreme situation, all kind of save some money. You'll save a whole lot of money too. Stay out of people's mind. I'll tell you that right now. Y'all be around some of these fucking ass bitches and say you in the bro. You just as soon as you jump in her mind, jump in her pants, everything jump out of your pockets. I said, real shit. Keep playing around. Keep playing around this bitch. They get deep down here this motherfucking game. Real shit. Yeah, not only keep your hands to yourself, keep your mind to yourself. You know what I'm saying? I'm telling you, what you shit. You sit around trying to think about somebody else thinking about this retarded, and you're like, shit. You end up with somebody jail, cancer, or something like that, under FCD or some shit. Y'all better be careful on this motherfucking shit. Like I say, right in their world, they got unicorns there, all kind of shit. Trees growing underneath water and shit. We got goddamn fish guppies flying in the sky and shit, all kind of shit. See alligator creatures and shit, living trees and shit like that. Oh shit, you might not see no humans either. You know what I'm saying? You don't realize that person ain't human. So you know, ways humans in their world either. They just keep your mind to yourself at this point. Stay out of people's mind. Real shit. They don't tell you no second of the day thinking about some retard reprobate was trying to think about, especially if they did something funky to you. You don't take 10 seconds. Trust me, it'll never make sense. You jump even through the first scene in Beach in their mind. You might see some extracurricular fire monsters. So they're like, oh, cool. I'm cool. Let me go ahead and not even go any further. I think with this quote that I appreciate that. Real shit. I'm telling you, I'm true. Oh, man. You know what I'm saying? You might jump in somebody's mind and start thinking somebody about the whole water and shit. Real shit. Real shit. They didn't murder everybody, nobody else in that world but them and sea creatures and animals and shit. So like, yeah, I'm getting away from this world. Like, ain't nothing normal but this narc. No, stop, get the fuck out of here. Real shit. Ain't nothing in this world but different slices of sea creatures and a damn narc. I'm out. You stay out of people's brains. No, real shit. You say your life. But yeah, get crazy down this motherfucker. The government got all in witchcraft and shit, so you don't know who you're around. All agents and spices and sea creatures. You gotta be careful of this shit. You don't know who we dealing with. You know what I'm saying? Last time you see Pope. Like right there to let you know you don't know who we dealing with and shit like that. So you can get your spirituality together. That's the main important thing on earth. Get your mind regulated and your soul fit. So you don't know what you dealing with. You don't know nothing about no reptilian and they make up those words and then you see the Pope. You don't know nothing about those gardeners, snake faces, none of that shit. So like you need to know we in the world for all kind of different shit. You don't know what you dealing with. Be careful. Stay out of people's brains.
How could you even get anybody into spirituality? There's people regularly meditate near here. If I showed up there and just sat and peacefully thought to myself, they'd probably tell me I was meditating wrong. Or they'd want to know what I was meditating about. Or what books I read. Because they'd want to know if they read the same books. Or if they want to read those books. Books that they read. And that's what it would devolve into. Other people's visual media. Other people's intellectual property. Because everybody at the meditation get together is just looking to connect with other people so they can go back to eating, fucking, and sleeping, and feel like they're on their path. No one's actually Einsteining it or Freuding it, drawing in the sand with a stick or something. And even if you ask somebody to set aside a half an hour a week to just meditate in the same room as you in their own way and not even collaborate, just to be spiritual. I don't know, that's weird. Are you hitting on me? You want to be my business partner? They'd have to make it into something. Core beliefs lead to core values. My hand is sticky, but not sticky like a little bit of sugar. That apple made me hungry.
Most darkness, snake face, none of that shit. So like, you need to know we in a world full of all kind of different. He can stay out people's brains. Not what I said. There's retrograde energy in Saturn too. It's making us situations, dreams, imaginations, and how we made money off our creative attributes too. And we're looking at the ones that work and the ones that didn't work. And we're trying to look at circumstance now to see what kind of qualities we can use and what kind of qualities we're still using that don't work. And we're trying to get far away from it. So we're losing another straight jacket right now a little bit with Saturn and Pisces. But at the same time, it's trining the sun and the new moon that's getting ready to come up. So Cancer is going to give us some more comfortable awarenesses and more feel good things to do instead of moves and negative situations to make us feel like, oh, I don't want to do that. We might even have a cold ass creative dream that, last week or last month, like people may have looked at it like it was retarded or something like that, but Cancer may give us some quality right now to be like, wait, maybe that could work. Maybe you was right. You know what I'm saying? Because it's aligning, the stars aligning. That's what the allegory is. So it's having a 120-degree angle trine.
180-degree angle, a trine. 180 degrees, 66, 60, a trine, 3 on. Man, I gotta get that thing out. I don't have the thing on the phone, do I? What is it called? Time Passages? The Time Passages app has a picture of the current chart, but it won't let me download it. I'd like to download it and save it and then put it on each of my syllabuses each day. But now I'll just have to pretend that I can't do that because I can't be not lazy enough to just go to find some other website that shows the current chart in that form. And I was saying, well, does that ever pentagram? He was saying something about a trine. I mean, all these red, green, and blue lines mean stuff. What was this reason to pause for anyway? Oh yeah, that's right. Because basically, if you don't have what is referred to by the messenger as back pockety energy, then if you're not constantly trying to see how many plates you can spin on the back burner, if you don't have a few things in the tote in the drawer ready to go, plans to make plans if the opportunity then there might come a time when things align in a trine and you didn't take the time, so you can't do the you can't climb the vine, so to speak. But furthermore, if you did do the back pocket energy, you may find that that's right behind you or right to your right, that you thought, maybe this will come in handy someday. Maybe it'll come in handy right away, and you just had no idea that mysterious ways and faith, belief, and imagination could lead to the right circumstances that you had no idea would exist.
It's aligning, the stars aligning. That's what the allegory is. So it's
the stars aligning.
A 120-degree angle trine. So
120-degree angle. I misspoke about the 360s. Can you have a 180-degree trine? I don't know. I'm not an astrologer. 120-degree divided by 3 would be like something else. 40 degrees and 40 Yeah, so can you have a trine of different degrees? These are questions I will ask the air and not bother to go look up, because I've spent a lot of time in my life vehemently Googling why my computer won't go into hibernation and what is inhibiting hibernation and what commands I can put in the command line to make it not inhibit hibernation so that my computer will properly hibernate. So eventually I just like, if I remember your name, I remember it. And if I don't, you're going to have to tell it to me again, or I'm going to get by without it. So we'll learn as we go, which means that we'll learn what we know because we go. And if we don't learn it, then we'll learn it later.
Use that trying for yourself. If you plant bad seeds, you're going to have to get to go to jail and shit. You have to get the fucking shit up and lose them. So you got to be careful when you do that.
No.
But it's all octave of these things is going to the promised land, not off a cliff on a little octave. Also, then it's going to be sextiling Mars, Uranus. So
and that's another issue. If you're not constantly doing the back pockety energy so that you have stupid shit to do at the right time, then you won't do that stupid shit. And then it might come to a time where there's another alignment where you loaded even more into doing something, but at this point it's become stupider, it's become out of style, or maybe it turns out that it was a really bad idea. And if you had just exerted your postulations in mixed company before, they could have shut you down early on, reach for the skylar, and end up hitting rock bottom later on. It's important to smoke them if you got them, basically. Have the back pocket energy, and make sure if you see an opportunity, you at least, like, if you find someone that's interested in a subject that you're interested in, you have an opportunity to have a conversation with them about it. Don't just be like, wow, that guy was talking about something that I was interested in. I would like to interject and say, hey, I like that thing too. I'm not saying you should intrude on somebody else's conversations, but if they invite you, you should be ready to be invited to those conversations, metaphorically speaking. And if you don't, then it might just so happen that instead of having a conversation with Jim and getting a new rim, you have a conversation with John and you get a new dong. And maybe you didn't need a new dong, you needed a new rim.
Mars and Uranus, they both in Taurus. So everything's being slowed down when it comes to stability, security, support, safety, shelter, material, maternal, even money. You know what I'm saying? That's being slowed down. So if
it's being slowed down, it's being slowed down for everybody. And that's the thing, grass is always greener on the other side. So thinking something I've been paying attention to more recently is I'm like, hey, wait a minute, if I'm experiencing klutzy energy, then there's at least a subset of society that's also experiencing klutzy energy. So I should be less concerned about my toe and more concerned about whether or not I'm going to be hearing sirens because somebody stubbed their toe on a hot oven or something.
In a situation where you make a little bit of money, you're more in the thought of being more rational, being more practical, doing things that make more sense, not just crashing out like you're in a certain situation where you think it and you're trying to create a more comfort zone in it, and that you can get Taurus represents fixated modality, along with Scorpio, Aquarius, and Leo. So the Taurus is going to be on fire like qualities, air going to be fixated on intellect or communication type qualities, and what's the other one? Yeah, Scorpio's going to be fixated on emotions and feelings and things of that nature, qualities and stuff like that. So, this would make Scorpios be extra excited or maintain grudges. This would make Leos be extra excited to get attention or feel like they probably get hurt. This would Tauruses feel like they're extremely comfortable or they get extremely lazy and shit like that, and things of that nature. And this would make Aquariuses feel like they're extremely intellectual or just extremely retarded to everybody and just being rebellious for the sake of being rebellious, or being changing or being opposing for the sake of being opposing. And it's not even unique. And you're playing devil's advocate on a position of actual follower side, not even a separate side. So a lot of times, all of those fixated signs, air, fire, water, and earth, be in a situation of fixating themselves on something. And if it's on a lower octave, it's seen as negative. But if it's on a higher octave, they can be perceived as the anchors of the world, where we all have to look at the fixed signs as an example on how to maintain something so it can reach its highest potential. And cardinal signs can know you don't need to start everything all the time. And when something ain't finished to its high potential, and mutable signs know you don't need to add something or switch or go from something or create an add-on every time. Sometimes things are good as it is. If it ain't broke, don't fix it and let it reach its highest potential. You know what I'm saying? And this is why a lot of Masons worship, not worship, but they in symbolism, the anchor set sign represents that. And Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, King James, Mason Bible.
It's time. Oh, man. I'll save it for later. I say I'll save it for later because In the Maze Park came on. There's got to be another song that's longer. That's only I like In the Maze Park.
The sun is in a position of anchor in the season. The fixed signs is the middle of each season.
What now? What's with the anchor? I want to know. I like anchors.
potential. You know what I'm saying? And this is why a lot of Masons worship, not worship, but they in symbolism, the anchor sign.
You gotta understand, it's not worship. Like, what if you have a house full of those figurines that they give you when you get rose red tea? What if you have a canning funnel that you pretend that you're Kermit the Frog using an antique canning funnel that's like literally $10 to $15 on eBay? You can't make everything purple. You can't make everything be made out of recyclable material. But the company you keep includes your stuff too. Like, don't leave me high, don't leave Maine dry. Like, don't leave me hanging, brothers. Don't leave me hanging, brothers, hanging in your metaphorical crapshoot of a moral system.
Represents that. And Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, King James, Mason,
What am I missing here?
switch or go some or the add on every time. Sometimes things are good as it is. If they broke, don't fix it and let it reach its highest potential.
Wait a minute.
On something. And if it's on a lower octave, it's seen as negative. But if it's on a higher octave, they can be perceived as the anchors of the world, where we all have to look at.
Sometimes, well, this is what I'm saying about the God method, is back in the day, what has currently, the current incarnation of the God method could be like version 7.0, like the architect said in the Matrix. The original God method could have been a guy named Fred, or it could have been a girl named Jane who had a husband. Let him take all the credit, but Jane really did all the stuff, and that's how we got Jainism or whatever. Root for roots, Jainism. It could have, but somebody used that Callahan name and then made it seem just as good, but it wasn't as good. And then someone else took that Callahan name and turned White Stag, the prestigious brand, into White Stag, the cheap piece of shit that Walmart sells. But they kept saying that God meant God, but God had stopped meaning God. Like if the word bitch meant female dog, that would be one thing. But the word bitch means somebody that complains a lot, and it's not going back. So you could be famous or you could be infamous. But you could have a good idea and everyone could like it, but then somebody could trick you into implementing it improperly, and then you could get lost in the sauce, and then everybody can hate you for your pet rock or slap bracelet because you let somebody else do that whole partnership thing there where you become a partner with somebody and then they take your Dave Cole agency out from under you. Dave Cole agency you. They say, hey, I see you got a nice car insurance racket going there. Why don't you partner with me? And then after you partner with them, you become an employee, a subsidiary of the strong agency, and then they fire you. And then you have to create a new Dave Cole agency when you could have just stayed Dave Cole to begin with. But if you get lost in the sauce, you can make symbols that work really great for you, and then they can be used against you. You can make great bodies of work, great bodies of literature that can help everybody, that help carry on the legacy of the God method, or the method that caused peace and prosperity in the version 1.0 manuscript. That they can take that totem or that symbol or that ankh or that shape, color, and they can associate it with something else. They can turn bitch into bitch, and then you just don't. When you hear somebody saying bitch, you don't immediately think of dog. But there was a time when people would say bitch, and you would immediately think of dog. When you hear skyscraper, you see skyscraper. When you hear red ball, you see red ball. You call the sun because you were told to call the sun the sun.
at the fixed signs as an example on how to maintain something so it can reach its highest potential. And cardinal signs can know you don't need to start everything all the time. And when something ain't finished to its high potential, and mutable signs know you don't need to add something or switch or go from something or create an add-on every time. Sometimes things are good as it is. If it ain't broke, don't fix it and let it reach its highest potential. You know what I'm saying? Worship, not worship, but they, in symbolism, the anchor sign represents that. And Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, King James, Mason Bible. As above, the sun is in a position of anchor in the season. The fixed sign is the middle of each season.
Okay. So there's 3 anchors. And it's the middle of the... If there's 3 seasons, I don't know. I told you, there's 3 seasons. There's the hot season, there's the cold season, and then there's the 2 halves of the transitionary season. You can call them the fall and spring if you want, but they're 2 sides of the same, just as cold season and hot season are opposing to each other. Gradually getting colder is the other side of the coin of gradually getting warmer. But why does it need to be a separate season? It's just spring and fall are just 2 halves of the same season. So there's 3 seasons. There's 2 semi-fixed seasons, the cold season and the hot season, and then there's 2 semi-transitionary season, one where the tub is filling up and one where it's empty. You got a full moon, a new moon, a waning, and a waxing. How do you get 4 seasons out of that? The December 21st is the new moon, June 21st is the full moon, and then it wanes and it waxes. To call the middle part 2 different seasons would be like calling one half moon something different than the other half moon. To call the waxing half moon something different than the waning half moon inherently like it was a different object. Like the waning half moon and the waxing half moon represent the reflection of the sun is a reflection of our atmosphere, and the moon is a reflection of our sun, maybe. Okay, so from the perspective of the 4 seasons, there would be 4 anchors. Oh, yeah, any fixedness? Fixed. So Taurus, Leo, Scorpio, Aquarius. Taurus, Leo, Scorpio, Aquarius, the fixed seasons. Are they at the center? Are they at the centers? I think so. Because I don't know. Aquarius would be in the middle of what? We can talk about fixed. There were anchors, I think, because the equinoxes. No. How do you define fixed? During the transitional seasons, it's constantly changing. Just like we were talking about with December 21st, it's constantly changing. It's just to the naked eye. How do you get this concept of fixed? There is no concept of fixed. Just because it appears that it stays the same dimness for 3 days between December 21st and December 25th does not make it fixed. Even if it's getting gradually colder or gradually warmer during the transitional seasons, if you get to the middle, I mean, it's still constantly changing. Just because you get to the middle of a mansion and you kind of lose yourself in the idea of being in the mansion doesn't make you any less aware that there's an outside of the mansion. Being in the middle of the transitionary seasons just means that the temperature's been changing for a while, so you're accustomed to the fact that the temperature's been changing. There's nothing fixed about it at all. Fixed. What are you saying fixed?
Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, King James, Mason Bible. As above, the sun is in a position of anchor in the season. The fixed sign is the middle of each season, the middle 30 days. the 90-degree spectrum of each season, right?
The middle 30 days of the 90-degree spectrum of each season. And this is why astrology needs to be remade, because it's so subjective. I mean, they try to make it complicated and they try to simplify it, and then they try to complicate it and then they try to simplify it. You know, they got astrology and then they got the Bible. They try to make it complicated and they try to simplify it, and I'm trying to make sense of it. There ain't no fixed anything. There ain't no anchor in anything. I mean, it gets really cold and then it gets really hot, and then you've got two transitional phases in the point and the hottest point. There ain't no anchor. Just because on December 21st it's been really cold for a while, and it's going to continue to be really cold, and it's the apex of coldness. It's not an anchor. Maybe I'm just being semantical. Well, I'm just trying to get around the equinoxes, because obviously the coldest day is the coldest day and the hottest day is the hottest day. On the middle of each transitional phase, the equinoxes would be so the anchors for the equinoxes because on will typically be a certain coldness, and on the hottest day it will typically be a certain hotness, and then on the equinoxes it will typically be a certain temperate temperature. So the temperature is the anchor. Okay, I guess we can have 4 anchors. But I still say there's only 3 seasons, and there's 2 halves to the transitional season, and there's a cold season and a warm season. There's only 3 seasons, but there's 2 halves to one season, so it's just semantics.
And as below created a Jewish Masonic discipline, but you're supposed to create your own discipline. Any animal, bug, and human do. But their version, aka their names and their practices, is the Masonic. But you can go to that same position and create your own energy, but just know what we all got access to, because we all going to experience the same thing. Just don't get lost in trying to capitalize off of this shit like that. But you can anchor your dreams and your goals and stuff like that, or create a discipline of anchoring. So the discipline of anchoring just encapsulate the qualities and characters of what? Patience, persevering, being grounded, and stabilizing yourself. Now, when you do that mentally, it bends into your physical practices. What's on the mind, witchcraft, what you do with the body, ritual and spell. So everybody got their own opportunity to create their own ritual and spell around these things. So some people may ground with the body with certain crystals and gems, and some people may take their shoes and socks off, some people may not. Some people may do mantras and stuff like that. When it comes to the patience, people may add that mental quality to whatever they're directing their creative gifts towards: music, business, entertainment, education, religion, and politics. Without that patient quality, it's not going to happen. You see what I'm saying? These are mental mechanisms that when you transmute it from the sky and then act on it, you do it your own way. And however you do it, here's the creation of rivers. Sometimes you have to do it through them, middleman energy. And if you don't get this book of thought, you're not going to manifest. If you don't do it, like you're supposed to teach people how to get in that space to do.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about with the meditation circle. If I went to the meditation circle, I'd be the probie, new guy, and I'd have to prove myself. I'd have to prove that I read one of the books that they read, or that I was following the methods that they proved. I couldn't just go into a pre-existing meditation group and be like, well, I think you guys should all do it. But at the same time, sometimes people are so hungry for change that if you came in and you're organized enough, you might be like, hey, you want to try chanting today? Or we could just go hum, or you could make something up off the top of your head and just do something spiritual. Be like, hey, maybe we should sing a song. Maybe some of the people would get weirded out after like 2 seconds. Maybe everybody would go along. Maybe there's 6 people. Maybe there's 10 people. People could try. But at the same time, if your spirituality is sporadic and random, maybe you'd just be better off quietly supporting the other people in the meditation circle and doing whatever they think. Just watch and be mindful and be ready to talk, because nobody is going to be able to have meaningful, coherent spirituality in their lives until they get their minds right. So there's really no point in trying to teach people how to meditate or teach people how to being spiritual if they can't think right first, if they have mind illness first. So the only thing you can do to help your fellow person with opposable thumbs is to talk to them and let your wisdom rub off on them. Let your mannerisms and character rub off on them, which gets tiresome. Because then you get to walk off with a bunch of your charisma, and you get to go home feeling like they're going to be a better person because they spoke to you. If you're doing it for the attention, if you're doing it for the validation, it might be disappointing. It might not feel rewarding.
these things for themselves, not teach people to do this. You have to do it this way. And then that person only way of manifesting is from telling y'all this manipulative way of that don't have nothing to do with the circumstances. This got Billy Carl's Winslow Carson type shit. So you got to keep that in mind. And then when grifting, that's when a person is taking the ability for you to be at the water, and then they say you only could come by cups from me anytime to this water. Anytime you come to this knowledge or consciousness or whatever like that, you only can learn it through me. This cup or whatever, the book of thought or whatever the case may be. Instead of saying, hey, when you come to this water, hey y'all, here's how you make a cup. Hey, when you learn astrology, here's how they teach y'all how they look at it, how you supposed to look at it. That's what I tell you. Instead of somebody telling you, hey, you're wrong, you should only be a Vedic and sidereal and then go get this book and stuff like that. That's grifter. When I tell you, hey, for them to call something exalted, it was a group of men looking at the sun in its highest position, and it was getting hot at that time. So before we called it spring, before we called it exalted, it was man observing that transition as above. They did some as below energy. Hey, maybe we could be upright, and then there we create the word Christ. Exalt. So now you know the space a person in to make astrology, other than being lost, learning astrology, and then try to copy a version, and then you don't got the ground basis of it. You're not based in it. You see what I'm saying? So you have to understand the seed that's being planted before you start plucking the fruit from it, and then go create a GMO seed that don't even grow right. Thank you so much for the relationship. I appreciate that from the bottom of my heart. Real shit. Real spiritual game. You know what I'm saying? Oh yeah, I'm just mixing it tonight. We're doing the organ illness tonight. I didn't even go as deep as I really wanted to with the STD, but tonight we're doing organ illness. So that's the cancers, the diabetes, and stuff like that, and show y'all what practices they do behind closed doors with that. And that one is kind of with animal hormones too, but in mixture with a whole bunch of other shit as far as dead bacteria, yeast, to utilize as fungus to preserve food that's getting ready to die, and also use it as other malpractices that they see that could kind of make y'all fatigue in areas that you're unaware of. But eventually, throughout the years, you'll be finding yourself going back and forth to the hospital for things that they already got the name for, already got the medication, but not the cure for. So you got diabetes, you got arthritis and shit that you got to live with to the death and shit, and you wouldn't even have it in the first place without these malpractices. You see what I'm saying? Thanks so much for the relation, Zach Huff, I appreciate 1993. I appreciate that from Mark. So shout out to the you said slow group That's it. But yeah, so that's what we're going to tonight in this motherfucking shit. But at the same time, just finishing cancer energies and stuff. And we're going to be experiencing, we're also going to be experiencing a square between North Node. So you may be having to learn your spiritual path right now and learn how to get over that little petty shit that you're into so you can get in your spiritual path. And your spiritual path got a lot to do with your individuality, your passions, your motivations, and your desires. And if you're not actually expressing these things, whether you're getting validation or not, then you're going to meet the negative hand of the North Node, get put into a South end thinking something that you want to do and get put in a complacent situation of non-expanding, of non-expansion. So you got to be careful of that too, because you can get stuck and docile and get so comfortable, and then your little docile situation that allows you to not expand. Thanks so much for Cash App, Why Illusion. I picture that from my heart. The situation you would create for yourself to not expand, you would have created so many things in there, you would have things to justify it. So you'll be looking at things like, okay, even if I was to separate from this or start doing things different, I may lose my circumstance and my situation I'm in currently. And then you start making it seem like this is why it's the right thing for you to do, which is ultimately some South Node energy or staying complacent or in a previous caterpillar or current caterpillar, and you refuse to become a butterfly and shine with all your colors shine lights and shit. You know what I'm saying? And sigils and cursive energies. You're not able to do that because you're afraid of something or something like that. But the only reason you're in the situation you're in and you see other people persevere because they wasn't afraid to expand. So that's the only way you're gonna get in a situation that you want. There is no such thing as being comfortable and I may get into it the safest way possible. That don't make sense. You know what I'm saying? Because you're looking at a whole bunch of examples of people who put in the dirty work just to even be in that position you want to be in or some similar position and take their good qualities and not take the qualities that you wasn't around for them to be in that situation. And it's gonna be a lot of qualities and situations that you probably can't handle or something like that or not aware of. And if you were to see those, you probably would resuggest it if that's what you want to do, or resuggest it with kind of courage and your way of going about something, other than just looking at it from a distance and trying to do it in the most safest way that things don't work for you. Where the person is in that position because they did a whole bunch of unsafe things to get in a safe position, well, people to even look at it to give it attention. So you have to understand it from that aspect too. Ouch. Sorry, y'all. Yeah, I need like a shoulder pancreas rub, kneecap. You know what I'm saying? A cartwheel. All you flexible females out there that do the yoga poses and stuff like that. I need a yoga pose on my back. I'm saying you do something for me, I do something for you. Yoga pose on my back. I flip a few tarot cards on that ass. I'm saying this, that, about it. This something for me, I do something for you. God go do something for both of us. We'll both be rich. Oh shit. Oh shit. Fix the towel, y'all. You got pretty tight. You gotta roll a towel or something like that and put it right on it. Oh, there you go. Oh shit. There you go. But yeah, you know what I'm saying? But at the same time, with cancer, we all gonna be in our moods and we're gonna be highly uncomfortable. And we're gonna be in some fight or flight mode or highly moody if we don't find a comfort zone. You know what I'm saying? So you can be walking through a park, but if it's like a lot of people that's too loud or something like that, and you try to have some peace, you're gonna be more upset than you usually be because the cancer energy gonna make you feel like, damn, I can't find no peace, I can't find no privacy. You're gonna start diving into thoughts and feelings more than that. And it's gonna bend down, become blood adrenaline in your movement, and you may go upside somebody's head. So you gotta be careful too. Don't end up in jail tonight. You know what I'm saying? 5 seconds away can lay you in jail for or 18 months in a halfway house. So you gotta be careful. You know what I'm saying? Real shit. You don't want goddamn 5 seconds to turn into 5 years. So if you want to chill out right now and let this new moon go smoothly, and if you start to react a new way to something, but the new way how you're reacting is starting off as negative, check yourself. You know you're getting affected by the current, and it's playing out through that person, place, or thing at the moment that don't know better. They don't watch your area. So you know at the moment you gotta just like you gotta drive for yourself as others, and put drive for yourself and others on the road. Your spaceship is your mind. But shit, everybody else's mind is flunked out. So you gotta fly think for yourself and others too. You know what I'm saying at that point. So real shit. But yeah, I love all y'all from the bottom of my heart. Y'all stay spiritually protected. I just want to come in real quick. Chop that up. I'm gonna do a flight tarot card reading on this page too for the new moon and shit. And tonight we're breaking down how physical illnesses came in the world and it didn't come from no animal or no fucking bacteria in nature that evolved, and now humans got the ability to have cancer. That doesn't make no sense. Or diabetes or lupus or that doesn't make no sense. Hey, we gotta talk about it. We gotta code the words a little bit. We can't actually use the words medical in this context because they're Dr. Sadie, somebody. I'm not trying to say that you're trying to steer people away from. And then why even do that? Why they so gun hold on shit like that where we don't see none of this shit working anyway? What else you think we don't question? You know what I'm saying? Like it's common sense. Why are you stopping our ability to question? It ain't like we ain't don't see the power or being able to be at the round table to discuss gas prices. So why y'all paying so much attention to YouTube and shit? And that's when you know, take away what they're doing and look at what's actually going on. They really just showing you the power. Start using it.
I thought we had more streams. I feel like I'm missing one, and I was right about one being marked as watched and me not watching it. But we're just clearing out the ones that say I haven't. One that I totally had written down that I did watch it. I'm using it Vivaldi's yellow bar to indicate that I'm sharing a screen, which is obnoxious, distracting, and obtuse. Vivaldi, I'm going to switch web browsers for no fault of my own. But because if I switch web browsers, it could mess everything up. But at least I don't have to deal with this yellow bar when I'm screen sharing. That means more to me than anything. That means the most to me. It says it started streaming 10 minutes ago. The tab that I have open says started streaming 10 minutes ago. I mean, that's impossible. Oh, wait. Oh, this is my stream. Oh, I suppose if I refresh. What happened to the. Oh, it was the one. Started streaming 4 hours ago. That makes more sense. All right. 10 hours ago. That's. You know that thing where you have to put the line after the thing you write on the check? Because if you don't, someone could write in some extra zeros or something. That's not fair. All right, well, this aired 10 hours ago, and it's currently 1:41. So let's just assume that we'll wait a couple of days or a couple of months until they get around to knowing how many days ago or what date it aired. The tooltip view says 10 hours ago, and the stream description says 10 hours ago. So we're just going to assume that we don't know what date it aired, because one time I guessed and I was wrong. And Google can't be bothered, Alphabet can't be bothered to have absolute timestamps or to use their tooltip view to give any other information than is already provided by the text in the description, which is a missed opportunity. And Microsoft Windows is a cunt because I have to hold my pointer over the clock to know that it's Friday when I should be able to just have that be included in the information that's already there. So we got to add this to the syllabus. Oh no, there's cookie on my keyboard. Who knows if it was from today? Two oh two two three dash. I don't know because Google won't tell me. All right, so we'll just put the link to this video that we're starting in the syllabus, and then put it in the video description. All right, we got the link for the second video and the synopsis connection bits. We're all penciled in. Looks like we got a wheel of fortune. Remember to X out of the chat and show the transcript or put it in theater mode so that you don't have to look at all the thumbnails of irrelevant videos that you don't want to know about and you don't want to think about. Bill Collins, the studio, astrology with some guy that wants to be associated with the word cult. Austin Powers, international man of mystery. This is why the left only focuses on race. Jon Stewart debunks GOP's city crime narrative. Jon Stewart debunks GOP's city crime narrative. I think we talked about that. That's when he said that he's that's funny that they would say that, is because that's when he said that the Republicans are solely responsible for all projectile launcher concerns. And then the heading is Jon Stewart debunks GOP's city crime. Oh no, maybe that was something else. But there was a thing where they were trying to say that all the projectile launchers came from outside of the state, and we were saying that, well, if you're saying that you can't even control to that point, then I guess the federal God movement would have to step in. The federal God movement, the federal God method might have to get involved. So basically, they just created a crisis on purpose and then associated it with projectile launchers all coming from South Carolina, and then said, well, you need to step in, federales, and get that big cat out of our pants. So I mean, they're trying the whole concern with the projectile launcher control in New York was used as a little patsy to usher in more federal oversight. And the persons in New York that decried the situation and fed the information to the federales, they did so as a part of a theater, and then they're just going to use all of these factors of them getting it wasn't Louisiana, but wherever they got a bunch of projectile launchers from a state in the southern region heading towards Florida, and they all came up to New York, and they said all of these projectile launchers originated from out of state. This is just an excuse to give the federal God method more power. And then people can argue and bitch and debate about whether or not they should have this much power or that much power or any power at all. And meanwhile, no problems are getting solved. They're just talking about a bunch of chiefs and no Indians, and it's fucking stupid. And they're just childish neckbeard cavemen that should kick each other in the balls until they bleed to death from it, from internal bleeding, because then we don't have to hear about it on the news. Why can't the neckbeard cavemen just all in unison kick each other in the balls, Rochambeau each other until they die from internal bleeding, and then we can just find their huddled masses and say, let's not do that again. Let's not allow that to be done again. All the Masons to become the people on Storm of the Century that didn't make it. Say the line, Bart. Fuck is this shit? How many times I gotta press the play button? Oh, it's the stream. It's not the page. No, it was the page. Okay, so it's not gonna let me press the play button. No. Hit the refresh button, maybe. Will it let me refresh fade? Will it let me refresh the page? No, it's not letting me refresh the page. Now I understand if my lamp goes off because the plug is loose. That's okay. But why can't I refresh a YouTube page? It says it's trying to refresh it. Let's try another web page and see what happens. Oh, now all of a sudden it springs into action when I go to realize that I can refresh a page on another website just fine. But for some reason, YouTube's having trouble refreshing the page. I wonder if it's just something going on with YouTube. Huh? That's funny. Anyway, so we're just gonna X that out, and we're just gonna give up on spirituality altogether because YouTube exerted the right pressure at the right time to make sure that we just give up on watching that video and forget about it because there must have been something there that was really important. What is that? The Black Tape Project? No, they just keep coming up with different names to put soft something on YouTube and call it something else. They've been doing the whole bait thumbnails for decades. There, now this one says that I haven't. Which one was we on? 20223, because this one says that I didn't. That says 2 days ago. Why isn't this one up there? Oh, I got a red. He's got a red shirt on. Maybe that's the one that I 10140. Yeah, 10139. Yeah, so I was all caught up on the arch. And then on the. Can we get this black tape out of here? It's disgusting. Well, there's a 20223. And then there's one after that that was 3 minutes ago. Nice. Okay, now it's loaded the page. And it's got Ghostbusters 20223 from 15 hours ago. That looks like the one we were on. But the stupid cunts at Alphabet, aka Google, which froze up my video when I was in the middle of it. Did they save my place? Nope. They lost my place. They're stupid fucking cunts. And it was right when I was in the middle of telling all the Masons that they should kick each other in the balls until they die from internal bleeding from it so that we can get on with it. Let's see
I don't
here.
see any Chromecasts or cast-enabled TVs linked to your account.
What did you say, Google?
Devices in the Google Home app.
What did you say? Could you repeat that? Could you repeat that? Could you repeat that?
Sure, I don't see any Chromecasts or cast-enabled TVs linked to your account. You can add devices in the Google Home app.
All right, so apparently we weren't very far into this at all. We hadn't started it. No wonder they didn't lose my place, because I hadn't started it yet. I don't care. The point is that I went to play it, and it froze up. And then I had to wait a couple of minutes and then X it out and go find it again because I couldn't even refresh the page. I had to X the tab out because it just sporadically, magically wouldn't play when I went to play it. Which it's doing again now. Yeah, I'm pressing the play button. It's not working. Wow. Wow. What is their they're revving up my laptop to not play the damn thing. What do they not want me to see on this video? Okay, the one that just aired, that just got done, the stream that just aired 3 minutes ago, that just got done. Will that one play when I press play? It's giving spinning wheel. And then it's going to 1 minute and 3 seconds. That's the one that just played. 20223 just unfroze itself. It's literally like there's a stupid fucking Mason sitting behind a desk that's like pulling all the strings. How are they so stupid? How is this entertaining to anybody? It was very clear. Elon Musk said the biggest mistake that the Masons ever made was giving away their stone cutting services for free. Then the other guy said that his Mason buddy told him, don't invest in stock or property, both of which can be taken from you. Instead, invest in knowledge so you can get back what's been taken from you. AKA, when your current vessel expires or becomes non-viable, you still get to keep all of your wisdom. You may not know you have it when you're born again in a new body, but you'll still have it. So it doesn't matter if it's something that you don't know, you do know. What matters is there's still all kinds of stuff that you don't know, And the Neckbeard Caveman and the Masons are threatening our sustenance, threatening our survival as spirits, because they're keeping us caught up in what we do know, and we're not working on what we don't know. And they keep you excited by talking about what we do don't know, as if we do know it. And then they're talking about things. Look, we're not working on what we don't know, because they have us distracted with what we do know, and with what they say we do know that we don't know. How can you know that you don't know something? That's the thing. I mean, like, heaven is settled science. There are things that they say we do know that we don't know, and you don't know that they're right about that. So only they are asserting that they don't know. But you can't know to not know something. Well, there's four groups. There's things you know, there's things you know you don't know, there's things you don't know that you know, and then there's things that you don't know that you don't know. Okay. So there are things that you don't know that you know, like Jesus can't walk on water, and there was no Virgin Mary giving birth to anybody, even if they had to use a turkey baster. Nobody's giving birth without having an inseminated egg. I have to do the price of tea in China. Oh, it's going back to not playing again. It's not even screen sharing. I'm not even screen sharing, and it won't even play the damn video. We're on 203. No, that's the one that just aired. I'm pressing the play button. It's not doing anything. I'm refreshing the page. It's not doing anything. But yeah, I can go right over here on the one that just aired. Refresh the page. I mean, it's one thing if it loads slow because I'm downloading a game. It's quite another if it literally just gets hangs forever. It refreshed the stream that just aired, which it now says is 32 seconds long, because there's another step that needs to be taken, huh? What is going on? It's not letting me use my own internets. It's not letting me use my own internets. Is Vivaldi an Edge-based browser? Is any web page ever going to load? Compatible with your browser. Yeah, well, make the button not be grayed out. Mm-hmm. It says I can't install it without Microsoft Edge. Duh. That's why I go directly to uBlock Origin, because they can figure it out. But instead, when I click on the uBlock Origin site, it has to pretend it's performing another Bing search. And then when I get to uBlock Origin, it just has a Chrome link, because I'm in a Chrome-based browser, which proceeds to take me to the Chrome web store. Yeah, Yes, add the extension. And then after you've added it, come up with some secondary information that you could have asked me when I added it in the first place, you stupid cuck. I'm waiting. I'm waiting, While I'm waiting, I'm looking at the search bar for Bing and switching it to Ecosia. How does that make you feel? Oh, then it finished up real quick. It got its information. Well, now that uBlock Origin is installed, the video that just finished airing a little while ago, 2 hours ago apparently, 20314, all of a sudden the ad for Go Fresh went away, and it doesn't say that it's 3 minutes long. Now I'm gonna this page is still trying to refresh, so I'm gonna hit the stop button. The page that I'm trying to read for the 20223 is still proceeding to freeze up, so I'm gonna try to exit out. It's not Xing out. So this open panel Q&A on astrology, astronomy, religion, metaphysics, science, or smoke debate, it's not letting me X the tab out. It's not letting me refresh the page. It's not letting me play it. But yeah, this one plays fine. Yeah, the one that it's not letting me X the tab. Oh, now it just all of a sudden it finally came back. So now I'm gonna reopen close tab, which wasn't an option in some other thing. Could this be ad related? Could it be? Yep. After I install uBlock Origin, all of a sudden it's not froze up anymore. So the entire issue was Alphabet, aka Google, kicking themselves in the balls by showing me on stream. Well, I mean that this video is working perfectly fine now. And the only issue before was that they were trying to superimpose an advertisement over it using updated technology to try to bypass. I didn't even have any ad blocker. As soon as I installed uBlock Origin, the issue with playing this YouTube video, which I wasn't having with the other YouTube video, the issue disappeared as soon as I refreshed the page. And the advertisement for Hello Fresh with the white background and the little piece of dog food and the little piece of broccoli immediately disappeared after I installed uBlock Origin. Oh, is it going back to freezing again? It's going back to freezing again after I loaded the transcript. Maybe it's just going to take a couple of minutes after I loaded the transcript. No, I'm pressing the play button and nothing's happening. I'm going back to see if the other video from 2 hours ago is refreshing and playing just fine. And the open panel Q&A on astrology, astronomy, religion, metaphysics, science, and/or smoke debate from I don't know when it was from because it says 15 hours ago, and Google Alphabet doesn't do absolute timestamps. So this one's frozen up. It won't play. It won't click. Won't do anything. It's just froze up. Wow. The brazen incompetence. I don't know what to do. This is the next video on the list. And here I am fucking around because Alphabet can't make a proper YouTube Studio app for Windows to the point where I have to use it inside of a web browser. And wow. At some point, this needs to do something. All right, I'll try to X out the tab again, which it immediately disappears, which is very mysterious. So I'll go back to YouTube again, and then I'll go back to the fucking video again. Since Android, Alphabet, Google is incompetent piece of shit, it's 20223. I'm clicking on it. It's playing. I'm Xing out of the chat. It's still playing, but it's sketching out. It's playing fine. It's playing just fine. Okay. Now I'm gonna click the show transcript button. It's still playing. Transcript's loading. Wow, we might actually have a video. Yeah, this requires way too many tabs. Okay, sun is in scarab, moon is in scarab. The sun is in scarab 14 degrees, the moon is in scarab 12 degrees. So pretty soon today, the moon and the sun are both be in 14 degrees. Where the hell is the video that I'm watching? I'm pretty sure the video that I'm watching is stroking out. It's freezing up. It's blurry. It's playing the audio, but the tab has frozen up for the video that I was just complaining about earlier. Um, Open panel Q&A on astrology, astronomy, religion, metaphysics, science, or smoke debate. It's literally stroking out. It's got a blurry screen, and all video playback has stopped. Now, yep, it was playing, and now it's froze up completely. Just this video. So I'm going to X out the tab again. The tab disappears. I'm going to refresh the page for the most recent video on the Dolo page. It refreshes fine. It says aired 2 hours ago. I press play. Works fine. I'm going to open up a new tab. Go back to YouTube. YouTube is taking 3.5 hours to load. Now that I'm on YouTube, looking at the Black Tape Project, disgusting horrors. Go back to the Dolo page. YouTube load fine, Dolo page load fine. We want the 20223 with the Ghostbusters. Clicking on it. Remember, I had the transcript enabled, so this time we'll try playing it without the transcript. So we've been having issues with the transcript freezing things up for a long time. So let's just go ahead and we'll put this in theater mode and get the screen sharing enabled so that you can participate in this bigotry, this soft bigotry that Alphabet is engaging in right now. When they can take a specific tab, and fuck with it for their own amusement.
No matter where I'm at. Firstborn, Uriel, chakra, and this is supposed to be invisible. But the first thing that get manifested is the face of God, and then all the other things start to emanate from that, and it's crossing place before it became Libra Scorpio, before it became Libra.
And remember, this time around, we're trying to play the video without enabling the captions. Without enabling the transcript. But let's enable the captions. Which one's which? Okay. We tried the transcript. It kept freezing up the video, so now we're going to try just the captions.
Sagittarius. So they got to keep that in mind. My video is more esoteric than anything in the universe, like for real, like, you know what I'm saying? Take all my songs and lyrics as a rapping star. If a spirit was inside of a star floating around in space, what would it think? What would it say? What would it sound like? Pretty much,
These 10 more. You never have enough of this light purple.
Going above the horizon. So I'm going in spring and summer. Going in spring and summer right here. So check this out. I'm going through the Stargate, and I'm the Lord of the West going into the goddamn above the horizon. Yeah, hear the lyrics too. The lyrics is telling you. It's telling you.
I never did what I'm saying, but I want you to what kind of world I'm better. They're trying to figure it out. It's all the amount of God alive until the picture is out. Where's my name rush? And that's a terrible out here, you just can't rush. Take a time to fly, especially in your side.
But check this out. Those are the only 3 ascended stars you will ever see. You know what I'm saying? That's what made them come to the eastern continents. They was following the sun when it was at the point being in Cancer, then the point being in Leo, then the point being in Virgo, and then they like followed back to the Western Hemisphere for the birth of the New World and shit. But they really came over here. They really was seeing this. That's what they seen. They seen this. 1, 2, 3. It don't go no further than that. It don't go no further than that.
Air.
That's me and God building the heart. So we got this neck, the throat chakra. So this the throat right here. The steps getting ready to get to the chest cavity. Getting ready to get to Abraham's bosom and stuff like that. But right now we just building up the throat chakra. So we went above the horizon. We went from the west, the evening, right? Then we about to build daytime. So we went above the horizon, right? The temple immediately always hearing me rapping stuff and dancing. Now I'm seeing this, the throat, and the neck. But this is the solar plexus. The solar plexus. So from the neck to the solar plexus, what is the soul? I'm God solar plexus. Uriel. And Terry's. Oh, Canaanite God, no flower plant. I said springtime sigil system. This replaced any tarot card that represented the Canaanite.
Now, we talk about the word God a lot on the show, and it's important to note that Muriel has taken the time to clarify that he uses the term God loosely because generally he's talking about when he doesn't say all possibilities every time. He's just doing so to speed things along. But all possibilities is all possibilities, and the word God is in reference to a character created by men. But most people understand when you say that you're referring to something similar to all possibilities and not to a Santa Claus that is going to give you a spanking if you read the wrong magazine in church. So using the term God loosely, because most people understand that all possibilities is all possibilities, even if they don't understand it, and that some people might understand that the word God refers to other things that are less possible. But using the term God loosely to refer to all possibilities doesn't mean that we're endorsing the term God, and it doesn't mean that other people that I can't speak for aren't endorsing the word God. And as I said before, after the word God is the bitch turns into bitch, we might want to use it again for the same purpose, or we might want to use a whole different word for a whole host of other reasons. But for now, we're just using the term God as a bridge word. A bridge word.
Sun God, just replace it with this picture right here, the screenshot right here. Other than that. Oh, Masonic crystal of gems, there's some springtime. Y'all said springtime worship right here, spring king and God symbolism. Other than that. Shout out to the Pope. Yeah, he looked like your Lord of the Rings, yeah. Men and women are not life forms, but y'all call yourselves women. Male females are not life forms, but y'all call yourselves women and men. The man pillar right here on the left, the women pillar on the right, Kabbalah tree of life, and these are not male and females. Those are life forms. The whole spring and summer. You just created the whole spring and summer right here. Look, we went from creating the Aries, the beginning, then the throat chakra Taurus, then the Gemini right here, Sodom and Gomorrah, Castor, Polex, Jakim, Boaz, left pillar, Kabbalah tree, right pillar, Gemini. Cancel it. Watch this. Watch this. What's your about to do? Goddamn summertime. What's the horizon? What you're about to watch? What the horizon? Don't put everything cancel. Everything. Oh, cancel Leo Virgo. No, equilibrium symbolism. Angel talking to a plant is basically talking to all humanity. All y'all skin and blood got some substance a plant got. Y'all everything in nature you got in you. The universe inside of you. Look, now get ready to go back home. Get ready to go lay down that warm glass of milk in the middle of the woods. Go back home. It's fall time. You're living. Create a life, bitch. Some of you bitches need to do this. Masonic witchcraft. We need to go into more detail.
I don't think it drives well. Purple, red,
Go lay down the warm glass of milk.
and means red. Sanctum, sanctities, purple.
I would talk about that milk. You always thought I was actually talking about a cup of milk. It never really about milk. It never really was about a warm glass of chocolate milk or coconut milk. Y'all said almond milk. Y'all said eggnog milk. Toothpick white milk. Y'all said they got cinnamon milk. Y'all said caramel milk. Well, I ain't got nothing to do with no actual cup of milk. Y'all said go lay down somewhere the same way you gave birth to yourself, same way you died. Milk and honey. That's it. Oh, what 22?
I'm still going.
So let's get into the next shit. Now let's see all the witchcrafts and rituals that they got for witchcraft already. Just how y'all look. Y'all said already. Like a Captain Commando hat jawline. Oh, Russian military man hat jawline.
Mm,
That's how like I might have been some alright. You know what I'm saying? I was some alright. Oh, so it's
mm.
Started to release a lot of this data, quite a few discoveries, and already released a few like
I want to discover that camera. Why we can't never discover that camera? You know what I'm saying? I want this camera.
I'll
The
do
hell
two
with this satellite
songs.
in question, James Southwell.
Charles.
I was listening to one song
so far,
afterwards.
basically from the edge of the
Oh no,
Where's
not
this supposed
him
to be?
again.
And how there's why is they all be talking about the same thing at the same time? All the titles I clicked on that was in my recommendations got similar topics, just like last time. We never talk about black holes. So that's how you notice all the goddamn psyop.
and locations very, very far away from us at extremely high registers. And this is essentially what the jigsaw is actually really good at. It's able to easily discover these really distant objects.
So we keep discovering more distant objects. When we gonna be close to the last ones the last satellite took? So we're gonna be close to them ones. I'm saying, like, we keep finding distant poster other pictures, but for some reason we got the camera to record the satellite that's taking these pictures and those with good HD, 14, 20, 20p, all this new type of clear blue ray shit.
And when stars and galaxies were still just forming. But one of the more
No such thing as stars and galaxies forming.
discoveries, and I guess one of the more controversial ones was officially announced and officially published.
What the fuck is that supposed to be behind him? So is he supposed to be the representation of some new Jesus Christ shit? And then they always on some shit. I'm the only person allowed to make album covers and pictures like that and shit like that. Not no smack monkey like you and shit like that. Old celery stick jawline face.
And if you summarize this picture here.
Now look at it. Now why we couldn't get no picture from the camera that's recording the satellite in question taking these pictures too? It got the stars clear and so that is all CGI. Who's editing? We want to talk to who's editing. We don't necessarily want to sit here and listen to reprobate mousetrap mouth. Mousetrap mouth. What's the hell?
Videos in the description below. But
See, what I'm insulted by is when they have those fur and prawns, and they purposely make things look like they're VHS tape. You know, like a Nine Inch Nails video with the fucks up a little bit because your toddler played with the VHS tape or something. They're putting all that pixelatedness behind them, knowing that it's going to legitimize what they're saying because they're like, look, it's so difficult to get the information that they got that they were willing to take a hit on quality and display an image that shows little pixels because they're that desperate to get the information out to us, even though it's not all pretty. So when people do stuff like put that background behind him that shows that pixelated stuff that looks like it's from an Atari 2600, and you think, wow, that really legitimizes their shtick because look at that shitty picture. Obviously, they wouldn't put that up there unless it was real deal because it looks like shit. So that's just them making it look real.
in a nutshell, it was a discovery of at least 6 different galaxies.
How the fuck is that a discovery? It's a CGI picture and they said let's make it more discovery of any fucking thing. Look at the black part over here. The chopped up girls. Fuck that stupid.
I got an app that can do that. I could turn that into a pixelated picture.
How the fuck did y'all know that? When radiometric dating on Earth material don't even work. How the fuck y'all naming shit that don't exist and telling it was here 3,000 billion years ago? All of this is Masonic witchcraft.
And these unusual 6 candidates.
The symbols themselves is the Masonic witchcraft. Not even what he's talking about and pointing to it and saying the rhetoric he's saying. This means other shit in Masonry.
And also solar mass. For at least one of them, the solar mass was estimated to be 10 to the power of 10 or even a little bit higher. And that means that there were 100 billion solar
This don't exist. They never seen this in reality. This is a CGI picture of a hypothetical.
masses in these early galaxies. Our galaxy, notably, is only believed to contain 60 billion solar masses. It took approximately 13 billion years to develop.
It's made up math. Made up math.
And so something here was not adding up. And almost right away, we had quite a lot of controversial claims that maybe the universe was actually much older, or maybe the Big Bang theory was completely wrong, or maybe these were galaxies. And we'll actually address quite a lot of these claims.
They're not nothing at all.
To give you a short version of all of this, but then none of this violated the Big Bang or the most cosmological
We don't care about the level of Masonic.
missions.
I believe that guy on the screen is an example of when they take somebody like that guy from Criminal Minds that had the eidetic memory, or they take an autodidact, or they take someone that's a natural learner, and they find the Anakin at the young age so that they can go into their Jedi training or whatever. I mean, this guy, little 34-year-old peach fuzz guy over here, must have spent a lot of time getting smart enough to talk about stuff. Imagine what if he was just, imagine what Kurt Cobain could have been if they had gotten to him before he wasted his life being a rock star, or more importantly, didn't waste his life not being a rock star.
What the fuck?
Because, you know, it's better that you fuck up doing your gift and talent than that you do good doing somebody else's gift and talent. Because when you die, remember the Masons' words, don't invest in stock or property. When you die, you better be ready to take whatever you learned, whatever righty-tighty, lefty-loosey you have, and apply that to your next life. And if you learned a bunch of stuff that only makes you good at being a Christian, then you're only going to want to come back to be a Christian. Don't you get it? If you only learn how to work at Home Depot, when you die, you're only going to know how to come back and work at Home Depot. So you're literally going to go fucking make 2 people fuck in the Home Depot bathroom and become their baby. It's just so stupid. And if you're like, Home Depot sucked, and on your deathbed, you're like, I vow to like something other than Home Depot if I ever get a chance, then you might knock somebody up in Home Depot, but make them quit Home Depot or something. But if you just embrace somebody else's face, when you die, you'll be ready to embrace it again with your next incarnation.
What's that? Next. I don't see nothing else. I don't see nothing else from him. Next. Smack Monkey. Oh, let's get into it. No, now they copying. Look, y'all, they copying me off everything to know about clouds. Now they want to talk about the stars no more. Get the buck. They want to talk about clouds now. They want to come back to Earth now and copy. Let's hear how they want to start who don't know about me.
I don't think there was a lot to talk about. Maybe that's why we haven't done it. But have you looked from both sides now?
Okay, let's not forget that clouds are these wonderful things that aren't things, because if you're riding in a plane and you come up upon a cloud, you can go right through it. So a cloud is really just a collection of other things that are not things. You know, I mean, if it's a collection of water droplets, then that means you as a plane driving through the cloud would displace all the water droplets, you know, like a car plowing through a farmer's market, all right? But that's not what happens. It's really just a dense area, and there's water droplets everywhere, even in the air right here. Otherwise, you'd see it all sheening off the side of the plane, or maybe it does. I don't know. I'm not a rocket scientist.
You'll never see that in the sky. Whoever just edited that logo right here, but it's the same shit we just seen the last picture dude was talking.
All right, so I'm about to finish my artwork. So you can have a look at it before it's completely done. And this is the poor man's stuff. I didn't do two-tone on two of the words. I only did one tone. But there's a difference between having trouble making ends meet and a system that's designed to make sure you don't make ends meet. So, end sanctioned scarcity. What a pain in the ass every single go back into screen sharing.
Clouds are just up there. Once I found out the clouds were basically water droplets, you know, just basically vapor, you know, they became just really uninteresting to me. Okay, let me get your intro back. Okay. Pocket of air. And it has some humidity level in it. Okay,
temperature.
50% humid. That humidity that is recorded is actually a relative.
Stop using my words now. Stop, please.
It is 50% relative to how much it could carry at that temperature.
We're losing.
As the blob of air gets heated and rises,
losing us.
The temperature drops. Colder air can hold less humidity than warmer air. So
okay, let's see here. An ice cube expands, all right? They claim that when water freezes, it takes up more space, but that's stupid. Everybody's fucking stupid. And you know, like I'm saying, sometimes you don't know you don't know. Sometimes you don't know you do know, okay? So sometimes I just start a sentence and I don't know what I'm about to say, okay? You fucking idiots, okay? Water does not expand when it freezes. There's bits of air in between it taking up that fucking. Water is water. Spirit is spirit, okay? Just because you freeze an ice cube and it takes up more space in the cup, or just because you freeze a water bottle and it makes the plastic bend, maybe that proves that water expands. I don't know. I'm not a rocket scientist. But I mean, it's not like it turns into twice the size. Sometimes if you wear a pair of pants during the day, they'll be roomier at the end of the day than they were at the beginning of the day. And then when you wash them, they might tighten back up again. And then when you wear them again, they might loosen up again. Does that prove anything?
Oh my God, stop. How is he rich? How is he rich? How? It take oh my Lord Jesus Christ, have mercy on my soul. The fucking commercial came on. Yeah, skip this guy. Listen to what he just said. Listen. We about to make some sense out of this goddamn shit. Listen to what he just said. What the fuck is going on? Play, bitch.
Can hold less humidity.
Listen. He separated humidity from what makes something human.
Right. The temperature drops.
Temperatures make what's human. He's getting ready to lose us the moment he separates the temperature lesson and then adding humidity and comparing it to the temperature dropping. Where for something to be human is because there's two temperatures. Duh.
Colder air can hold less humidity than warmer.
Stop. How?
Colder air can hold less humidity than warmer air. What the fuck is humidity? Colder water can hold less humidity than warmer water. Like, what do you mean? Humidity is moisture. Water is moisture. What are you saying? Hold less water when it's colder than when it's warmer? Moisture is made out of water. when water is hotter, it's more likely for moisture from the water to separate from the moisture. And when it's colder, it's more likely for moisture from the thinner air to
more than warm air. It takes one atmosphere, groups of air, temperature to be slightly different. Now, if you want to compare and contrast the two atmospheres, then that's when we get into actual temperature, what's hot and what's colder. But that's relative because you might be a person that like hotter geographical location than another person, and another person might like when it's more mid or cold and things of that nature. So it's like subjective and relative, what's warm and what's cold on a general scale. So that shouldn't be even added to the equation when we're trying to do this hypothetical. So for him to say cold air can hold humidity more than warm air is a dichotomy. It doesn't make sense. It's a false dichotomy, what I meant to say. Cold air and warm air is not opposites, and they're separate things that contain humid air. For something to be a little less cold, less warm than something else, in between when they interact, makes what we call the mid.
I mean, I was saying that if it's cold air, it's going to condense moisture out of the air, and if it's warm air, then it's going to have a net loss of moisture from the cold water. I mean, if water is hot, then there's more friction involved, and if water is cold, then there's less friction involved. So that implies that maybe there's less friction over in the Saturn cycle. There's less friction out there. That implies that there's less friction in the Saturn cycle, and the Venus cycle, and the Mars cycle, and there's more friction down here. And friction and fusion has something to do with the sun.
Middle temperature. So separate the word middle temperature from both of those events and just call it being humid. Something that was a little less warmer than the other atmospheres next to, when they interact, it produces what we call as humid. Duh. So if something is a little bit more colder than the other side of the atmosphere, here's where they collide and it creates humid. It ain't that hot. It ain't that cold. And if it stays humid too much without no form of transition, it won't be no evaporation or condensing qualities. So extreme energies of cloud in nature. We call it hurricanes and tornadoes, bitch. What is he fucking?
So by that logic, in Antarctica time, there's less humidity, and in desert time, there's less humidity. There'd be more humidity at the equinoxes. So by this logic, fall and spring would be great times that would be rife for change, humidity, because there would be a lot of potential to exchange moisture from different densities, because it would be hot and cold and hot and cold and hot and cold, because there's only two things that are constant. It's going to get really cold and really hot, and it's going to get really dark and really light. So, I mean, when the sun goes up and down, you're having varying levels of cold and warm every day of the year. But when you get to the winter season, it doesn't make as much of a difference. And when you get to the summer season, it doesn't make as much of a difference. But when you get towards the equinoxes, the fact that the temperature fluctuates with each 24-hour cycle can cause more humidity, more transference, both up and down, as above and as below, as within, as without, because when water is cold, it's more likely to catch, and when water is warmer, it's more likely to release. Maybe I'm just thinking out loud.
And talking about Lord Jesus Christ already departed.
So the relative.
I didn't realize I had to have a license to drive people insane. All right, I'm allowed to just get on the mic and spit it, and whether you like to admit it, I don't have to be right, but I want to be right. I don't want to be right about everything I say. I just want to find some conclusions.
Humidity goes up.
So now humidity is in the Masonic Western indoctrination concepts now. Let's make a God out of everything. So now we're about to speak about humidity, like we speak about time, like we speak about these anthropomorphized concepts of the sun travel for God, and how they speak for energy, dark matter. Now human is something on its own. Human is no longer something that gets created from different temperaments interacting. Human is something on its own, and each temperament, whether it's cold or hot or warm, got different percentage levels of how they can hold humidity. That don't even make sense. Jesus Christ. Wow. How's he rich? It don't make sense.
Ascending, 80, 90. Bada bing. You reach 100%, right? And
Bitch, the only reason it's ascending because it's less dense in quality. So it's not heavy enough to fall. So it's less dense. Duh. So when water turns into a vapor, the quality of gas, it's light. Just like a bubble in a bathtub, it's light. So it goes to the top of the bathtub. How is they over-exaggerating the dumbest shit in life? You just like over-exaggerating the dumbest shit ever.
it's up there, not down here. And now I know how that's born.
No, you don't. You're more confused. You're more confused.
And you got, like, let's say 70% humidity. All right. The sun sets. Temperature drops. Here it is. That's the cool. Right here. Right here. Okay. It's 200%.
You lost us. Yeah, you lost us. You lost us.
Where do we make cloud? Where the air is. I mean, thank you, John.
Clouds is produced the same way I just explained it. Humidity. The same way you got a cold glass of water on a summer day and the outside of your glass start to sweat or whatever they call that. When that's the same way clouds is produced on a lighter scale. Why is he confusing people? At this point, we got to start comparing and contrasting these people in these profession seats to content creators online. We have to, because everybody have access to the internet to do their own research. So any type of rhetoric that they used to be able to do when they was running our grandmother to sleep, which is black and gray television screens and newspapers, right? When a person is limited to access and library books and things of that nature, right? They're able to create an allegory where they're able to use puppets like him and previously Carl Sagan and other people to make it appear to be that you could only feel safe receiving information from them. Now that we have online, it doesn't matter if there's content creators spewing things that people may consider conspiracy theories. The people that was even being indoctrinated to believe, limited hangout websites and the government making them think that what conspiracy theories is, these people have access. The common soccer mom, the common little league baseball football team, let's jump on the back of the truck 15 miles per hour and go to get dollar ice cream cones for the little league football team. These individuals have access to information now. So they're even able to see what was once upon a time a person could point out to be like a conspiracy theorist, and able to do their own research for themselves. So at some point, it's so deep and so much time has passed, more content creators are speaking more of the things that you can do your own research on that makes sense than what they're spewing that once upon a time they was the gatekeepers of. So they can't even really do no rhetoric through their puppets like how you're trying to do with Terrence Howard and stuff like that.
And let's not forget that each and every one of you that has a $700 DSLR could be taking high resolution close-up photographs of the moon every day and posting them online and encouraging your associates and family members to do the same with their $700 DSLR cameras and comparing the surface of the moon based on what geographical location you're at, comparing the images of the face of the moon based on the time of day and the date and the month, and making sure that you're making note of any similarities or differences in the face of the moon on any given moment or day with your high resolution $700 DSLRs that you're using to take photographs of your shitty meatloaf.
Rock your common soccer mom to sleep and rock us to sleep due to the fact that we all got access to information for ourselves. So we'll listen to a content creator do the research and still be able to see how the content creator make more sense than these people up here. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, of course. We'll be right here. Yeah. We have a new word for that kind of clown. Do really? Yes. What? Fog. Yeah.
This is wild. Come on, man.
When it's foggy, it's always a little cold. Yes. Notice that? Yes. Yeah. If the cloud formation is... Man,
I just broke it down. God's scientific method with your cup. Having an ice cold glass of water on a sunny day and go outside. That's it. Everything he get ready to do is over exaggerate people. It's stupid. Next. You know what I'm saying? The multiverse may exist. They still using the water. It don't exist. The multiverse don't exist. If anything multiplied, it has to be in the realm of unification. So it just takes us back to the universe. So they just getting y'all on all kind of separation.
Today, I'm guiding
The multiverse. If there were multiverses, they might be part of the same universe, thereby negating the concept of multiverse. But they like to talk about multiverse because we want to feel like there's a place that's not here that we could go to. And there is mentally or metaphysically, maybe. Not with the forms we're in. That's why we have so much trouble going to the International Space Station.
So if our universe is one of many, this is what you need to understand. That's the failure of the human brain. Why would you call what you are a universe then? If it's united with a whole bunch of multiverses, that will be considered the universe that are the multiverse.
Yeah, we'd have to just sit down with scientists and be like, well, look, we know there's other verses out there, so I guess we're just going to have to call our local one verse A, and then we'll call the other ones to be determined. Verses. It's a three-dimensional surface of a pond with gajillions and gajillions of ripples in it, Venn diagram interacting in a three-dimensional way, expanding and contracting for various reasons. The interference patterns that are caused by our Venn diagram bubbles expanding and contracting and interacting with the borders of each other's causes the illusion of physicality, like a Tool video or something. Don't they say when you push on the table is pushing back at the same rate that you're pushing? Don't they say that matter is 90% empty space? What do you think they're talking about?
Multiverses is in, and you have to give Jewish out of a different name. So that lets you know their starting point is just all Masonic symbolism that's praising something else other than sitting around coming up with stuff that actually makes sense before you come up with your rhetoric.
The mind-blowing reasons the multiverse could be real. The universe expanded faster than the speed.
So what did the Big Bang expand inside of? What was that? So we're in somebody's mind first, and then they came up with the Big Bang. So we're in somebody's head first, and in their mind and their aspect about what they think about the universe, this is what they think, the Big Bang.
Now, yesterday I said that if all police officers had a heart attack and died all over the earth, and there was nobody to train a new police officer, and all of the manuals to train new police officers miraculously burst into flames, we'd all have to figure out how to train police officers from scratch, and we might go about it completely differently. Okay, so these people, scientists, astrophysicists, they base a lot of things on presumptions, and one of those presumptions is a Big Bang theory, which could have been something that they did with a 5-gallon bucket, a flashlight, and some gravel at night with a $700 DSLR. But if we just threw out all the information and said, let's just go back to the drawing board and go with what we know, I'm sure I could figure out where they went wrong. I'm not ready to solve pi yet. I don't think the Earth deserves it.
So this somebody's mind.
Scientists believe this rapid expansion could have created bubble universes.
So now we got scientists trying to discover somebody's idea in their mind, not something we're figuring out in nature first, and somebody coming up with an idea based off of Masonic practice, a Jewish practice first. Then let's see if we can find that in nature, which is why it's
That's even worse. That's even worse when they're like, forget figuring out what the universe is. Let's just figure out whether or not there's a really smart guy that left breadcrumbs for us, and then we'll just all blow smoke up each other's asses, thinking that maybe someday we'll script that has the missing 216.
2,000 years worth of words and arguments.
Laws of physics. Yeah,
Y'all keep trying to argue from people's brains. Stay out of people's minds.
Schrodinger's cat, right? In quantum multiple states at once.
In somebody's brain.
Some physicists think this could mean multiple realities exist
That came up with somebody's multiple ideas.
simultaneously. Basically, there could be infinite versions of you, each living a slightly different life.
So you can even add on to that and be like, oh, this is a mental orgasm, and this I can do this, I can do. They got y'all in the same type of how they create Christianity and shit. It's stupid shit that ain't got nothing to do with you being born out your mama's ass in real time.
Now, let's get into it. This theory suggests that everything in the universe is made up of tiny vibrating strings. If true, it implies there could
It's funny when your mother fucked your father, tiny strings involved.
be 11 dimensions, not just the three we're familiar with.
It's funny, no 11 dimensions was involved. This somebody's dick size. That's it.
More dimensions being
Didn't that motherfucker just say tiny vibrating spheres?
Now, let's get into it. This theory suggests that everything in the universe is made up of tiny vibrating strings.
Oh, tiny vibrating strings. Stupid theory.
If true, it implies there could
It's funny when your mother fucked your father, there was no tiny strings involved.
be 11 dimensions, not just the three we're familiar with.
That's why they say no strings attached, right?
It's funny, no 11 dimensions was involved. This somebody's dick size. That's it.
More dimensions being more possibilities for parallel universes.
Funny how nothing else was possible, but you being a human, alligator being an alligator, and a cloud being a cloud.
And here's a fun one. Ever remember something that didn't happen the way you thought?
Yeah, the shit y'all talking about.
People believe these glitches are evidence that our universe is colliding with others.
Funny, you never seen our world collide with another world as long as you lived, and as long as 2,000 years Mesopotamians lived. They failed to leave that out, but in the new age,
It really scares me when people misremember facts because I know whether they convince themselves about a false memory, or whether they're lying for some reason that I don't understand, or whether or not I misremembered things. You ever get that moment where you consider whether or not I'm crazy, because I'm pretty sure I have a good recollection of events. And I don't remember speaking out loud a homophobic slur while I was on the phone with my girlfriend inside of Walmart. But Andrew Byer is a liar who lied on his affidavit with his mother's name on it, a Walmart employee that caused me to be assaulted by a police officer through no fault of my own other than standing peacefully at a public bus stop and waiting for the bus after having a very tense interaction with two aggressive male employees. So if the police officer asked me for my name and I refused the religious test, after which he assaulted me, and then subsequently I was treated like a person that sits out on their porch and sips their coffee with their towel wrapped around their head next to their Toyota Corolla by EMTs and Penn Bay Medical Center main health emergency room hospital staff who can all burn in hell.
somehow this happened sometime in the universe.
Well, it sounds like sci-fi. It's a
Yeah,
fascinating.
it is sci-fi. Good choice of words. They always gotta put the good choice of words in there, though. I'm trying to give them credit. That's how I know they know what they're doing. Because they throw the stuff in there for the right ears to hear and the eyes to see. I had to reverse it for them, but it's really, it'll take ears to see, eyes to hear.
Our universe
So you district attorney can smile and say, we're going to side with the professional. We're going to just go with the official narrative of the police officer's interaction and completely disregard your testimony unless you go to trial and plead your case with a lawyer and spend thousands of dollars. Or they could have just sat down, heard my side of the story, and said, you know what, we need to look into this further because if we're wrong, you could sue us. But instead they said, ha, 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 you don't have any money, so you can't sue us. So we're just going to, let the statute of limitations run out on me being assaulted by a police officer for failing a religious test on March 8th. After I refused to recite my full Christian name when asked by a law enforcement officer that recited a Maine statute that stated that my right to remain silent was waived if I was suspected of a crime, the crime of taking a photograph inside of a Walmart supercenter grocery area. The district attorney said that my testimony didn't mean anything and that it was the policy of the courts and the district attorney and the God movement to side with other God movement adherents, such as the Tin Man, the tall police officer that assaulted me and caused me to not be able to yawn for 2 weeks due to my injuries, that he inflicted in the execution of his sworn duties to assault anybody that refuses to recite their full Christian name when asked by a police officer if he's authorized to compel an individual to use their vocal cords for any thing that he sees fit. I had the right to remain silent on March 18th, and that right was not respected by a Thomaston police officer. Thomaston, Maine, the place where liberty comes to die.
Seems perfectly tuned for life, which is super unlikely. Some scientists argue that if there are infinite universes,
You ever see that's the end of life as we know it, produced by NASA?
it's not surprising that one of them, ours, is just right for life. So, multiverse be real?
No.
While we don't have concrete proof yet, these theories give us plenty to think
Let me make it simple. Multiverse.
While we don't have concrete proof yet, that's another way of saying they don't have a fucking clue, but they want you to be all like enamored and about the possibilities so that you continue to go to school and do your job and be like, well, you know, they said the other day they might figure out the universe.
Multiple peoples and their ideas. When y'all all come together, y'all united. That's it. Universe is all the things together. So multiverse is everything within the universe. That's it.
Who knows? Maybe one day we'll find out for sure.
Not with that weak ass starting point. Next, I already discovered it. Now, where's my Nobel Peace Prize? Stop getting Terrence Howard on these interviews.
The James Webb Space Telescope is upset.
Oh, another shit. Another weirdo shit. This don't exist. No one ever seen the sky like that. Unless you was around a whole bunch of satellites and you was at a certain geographical location that's close to where NASA started throwing all these satellites up at.
In the apple cart, and all of a sudden, we realize that we may have to rewrite all the textbooks about the beginning of the universe.
You're yelling. You damn right.
Michio Kaku has just announced that James Webb
See anything he announced and James Webb announced it, y'all might have to throw that away too.
has found what's at the end of the observable universe.
Now, how the fuck the universe got to end? That's like saying the atmosphere got to end. That don't make no motherfucking sense. So, what is the universe inside of then? Lord
Let's
Jesus
get
Christ.
deeper into this astronomical bombshell.
I don't think we need to get deeper into that because that's kind of retarded. Why is they rich for dumb ass mental illness concepts? Stop wasting our tax dollars on mental illness.
The revolutionary James Webb Telescope
Why is it revolutionary? It ain't got no cure. There's people still walking around with cancer.
brightens the
Hey,
cosmos.
goddamn STDs.
Its limit. It explores a vast playground of stars, galaxies, and enigmatic
That we'd never see with the naked eye. Y'all never catch with no satellite that y'all put up there.
years. Imagine gazing into the timeless repository
Good choice of word, imagine. I'm tired of imagining Masonic symbolisms though. Please, can y'all get to some real science?
where ancient galaxies whisper the tales of
How is this science? It's not science. This computer CGI and the technology that we create, and that's the science. Not this.
The James Webb Telescope has
The
identified
James Webb Telescope did not see Earth like this, did not see this. This is computer made.
6 galaxies that exist half a billion years after the Big Bang.
Listen, for something this is computer made. For a camera to actually be in the atmosphere of all these things, you know how much radiation, how many flares and shit? You could barely record a good clarity if it's storming and raining that day and it's cloudy and foggy like Neil deGrasse was just explaining. What make you think something in space gonna get clear shots like this? This is bullshit.
JWST is an uninspired invention by NASA that captures these mysterious riddles of the universe.
It didn't capture that. How? It didn't capture this. This don't even exist.
They summon us, and we respond to their call.
What the fuck is this?
Join us on this.
Lord Jesus. Oh my God.
Telescope.
They
Oh my
summon
God.
us?
So there's yellow in space. There's yellow, purple, and stuff in space. Okay.
They
Let's
summon
explore the light
us?
beyond our imagination.
So Charlotte's Web in space. Okay, all right.
Stay tuned as we explore the end of the observable
Oh,
universe
stay tuned for that.
in space and time.
I'm cool on y'all rhetoric. All of this is made up. Let's get on the Pan-African's ass. And then I'm about to open a panel for smoke or whatever like that, or friendly questioning. Egyptian mythology, keyword myth. I'm saying keyword myth. They tell you what it is. Ain't nobody lied and plagiarized nothing. Y'all comprehensions is so low because y'all lost in my grandmother.
Well, my English teacher used the phrase the Christian myth in class in my high school. And one of the students gave him shit for using the phrase the Christian myth because they were so offended. How dare you? You can talk about any other religion, but Isaac Hayes was like, you leave my religion out of it. My religion's sacred, and Isaac Hayes quit. There was a student in my English or whatever writing class, and well, obviously they were discussing mythology, and that English teacher said the Christian myth, and one of the students was like, "How dare you!" Like all upset that he called it the Christian myth, but they were okay with talking about all the other spiritual religious systems being myths, just not the audacity of questioning the Abrahamic religion's version of spirituality.
Used to create a language, but she was shaking her ass in the back of America never from Mount Zetatech, no superheroes and shit. You know what I'm saying? Look, they didn't lie to you. They're telling you Egyptian mythology. They didn't say Egyptian science. They didn't say Egyptian history. They say Egyptian mythology. So all Egyptian history is based off mythology, and the actual history is just what they do in your monkey ass in today's time to get a job. Learn comprehension, bitch. The origin of the world is a myth. So this is a myth, a man's concept.
Myth. It's waves of a reason why, or a why, a fork in the road, a cross, and the chair letter. It's crossroads and myth. My theory, my this is how it goes.
See, in the beginning, it was nothing. Now we got to have one spirit that created something, and it's their original cloud thought, and it's in some darkness though.
Great chaotic ocean.
Yeah, I mean, if the spirit is no thing, then when we start over, it may be kind of like nothing. But the Masons want you to believe that when we start over, we, all of us, spirit, that one guy gets to be the bird at the center front of the V all the time, and that bird never takes and goes to the back and lets another person take the front row. And that's a lie. All possibilities is all possibilities, okay? That means there are birds in that V. Okay, that doesn't mean that there's one bird at the front of the V that's just always bearing the brunt of the wind. It's a concerted effort by many spirits that take turns being the front of the V. And the Masons want you to believe that there was a single origin coffee bean that from which all other coffee beans were roasted.
And then
So this is something we all got access to, but now it's getting
Didn't call on the poet. Didn't count on a poet.
ready to be subjected by. So this is someone's a subjective point of view about what they thought they did. But we all got abilities to do this.
in the beginning there was nothing. The universe consisted of a great chaotic ocean. The Ben emerged amid this primal chaos. Ben was a huge pyramidal mound. There was a Ben.
So Ben is an allegory of a horizon.
I need to stop learning. Ben.
And when the sun reaches top peak.
This, when it blossomed,
Ben. Don't be using my Lord's name in vain. He said Ben. Ben's a spiritual term.
This will be a drawing of the sun, and he's holding the eye raw towards the east. So it's an allegory of the sun rising on the east, and it's a young child at this moment.
Sun rising on the east. The Christmas tree, heaven, Martha, Sammy star. East star. The stars on the east. East star. People worshiping spring.
life came with him. Ra by himself generated the first.
So him. So this is telling you, in Egyptian time, the sun was called he, and the moon was called her. Before we
Yeah. The sun was called he. The moon was called her. Man means thought. Women means feeling in the Bible. The sun represented things that were apparent, outward, external, and the moon represented things that were internal. Because guess what? The sun comes out during the day. Guess what people do during the day? They go out. Guess what? Moon comes out at night. Guess what people do during the night? They go indoors. They create shelter systems. They seek warmth. They go to sleep. So they were just associating two dots in the sky with going inside or I'm coming.
started to create characters and give them to male and females.
Generations of gods. Shu, the god of the air. And
So when they speak of God, this is why
So anytime they make gods of any religion, they're doing it through the lens of, well, is this an external god or an internal god? Is Zeus an external god or an internal god? Well, it's a guy. Must be an external god. Well, he has a penis. Must be an external god. So all the female gods are internal gods. So naturally, they made the Bible, man shouldn't preach out of the emotion. Women shouldn't be priests. They misinterpreted that. But when they burned the witches and made the Bible, what they were doing was they were masculinizing spirituality so they could write all the female deities out of people's religions or disenfranchise them. They created a glass ceiling for female deities. They cleaned the slate of all spirituality on earth so that all Zeuses and all Ra's all had dicks and none of them had vaginas. They ethnically cleansed spirituality earthwide and made all deities be external deities, and they got rid of all the internal deities. Every now and then you hear about Mother Earth or Gaia or whatever, but you don't ever hear about any gods. You don't hear about any deities except for the male deities, which only represent half of the spectrum, the externalness. So obviously, what you need to understand is the neckbeard caveman, the professionals, they found out a long time ago that, like the Bible says, they wish that you shouldn't preach out of your emotion because that's how you get results. And as we said earlier, they trick you into feeling a certain way, and then they provide the information or thought that causes you to act. But they have to know how to spur the feeling. And if you know how to spurn your own feeling, then you can rule the world. That's why they wrote all the female deities out of spirituality, because that way we've been constantly associating with thought, with the crown chakra, and with getting stuck in when a man lieth down with another man, that is an abomination, refers to having your cake and eat it too. You can't be at Disneyland and Disney World at the same time. I'm just wondering whether or not I'm testing the bounds of censorship and free speech, or whether I'm not, simply because I don't have an audience. I certainly have great content. I'm rooting for me.
Why they speak of it as he, as a masculine term, because it's something we can externally experience. And they're pointing to the symbolism that represent the anthropomorphized concept of what they're pointing to. The sun, bitch.
Tefnut, the goddess of rain, were born.
You're being a cat, Wally. Look, I gotta go. I haven't been seeing snowballs much often lately, so we're gonna work on that. And I still need to make the shorts for World 3 of Super Mario Brothers 3, and I still can't make the shorts of the Monday video with the liquid metal guy because I played a classical song during the stream. So we switched to a different model where I only share a browser tab, and then I just have to, I don't know. Anyway, Alphabet and Google is incompetent. Windows and Microsoft are incompetent. We've gone over today the fact that I wouldn't have had to reinstall Windows if it wasn't for YouTube Studio being incompetent. And Burger King wouldn't have grass growing out of the roof if McDonald's and Burger King could have just worked together. And then that would be better for both of them. It would be better for their plumbing systems, and it would be better for the Maverick Street Route 1 intersection of Rockland, Maine, which hosts a view of the Rockland breakwater. To the right, you can see a decrepit old Burger King that sits in ruins, and to the left, you'll see the only freshly paved parking lot in the city of Rockland, because the city of Rockland's council is more concerned about getting their cronies a snack shack than putting a crosswalk at the Thomaston Walmart intersection, or fixing the potholes that aren't on Maple Street because they're moving the town office there. What is this 20314? Is this the one from today, 2 hours ago? I'll put dropping anchor in the chat in case you need to get pumped for your next endeavor. I'll leave that for later. Again, the sun is in Scarab at 14 degrees and the moon is in Scarab at 12 degrees. So if you're superstitious, pay attention to when they're both in 14 degrees and then make it mean something to you. 7, 14, 49. What was it? 49. We found out today that the Pentecost is 49 days after Easter, and Easter is sort of similar to spring, but not. Should we do a sanity check? Is this not a sanity check? What in the world is this? It didn't say anything. Say something. Is this some other video? It says it's from today. 16-bit edition. It's still just screen sharing. Okay, so I'm going to time. It's been a pleasure doing business with you. Keep thinking and feeling. So many tabs. So many necessary tabs. Yeah, I got one more video and then I'll be current, and then we can go into the backlog or we can do other stuff. Syllabus on Saturday and Sunday, and then back to streaming on Monday, presuming I don't get a haircut and get a real job. I'll certainly keep myself busy with spiritual related matters, or you know, for the greatness of all persons on earth with opposable thumbs. So block tyranny, block usury, block evil, block greed, harness the wonderful, harness the awesome, harness the kind, harness the caring, fight back against the spring worshippers. But remember, we don't want to make it wintertime all the time. We don't want to bounce back and forth between blue and red. We want to have equilibrium. That's why we wear the green bandana, because we want to make sure that we can take advantage of the vernal equinox, or take advantage of the humidity and the equinoxes just as much as the hot season and the cold season, and stop playing favorites. Here at the Neutral Nation, we care about all persons with opposable thumbs foremost, and all spirits and minds and bodies first, which includes spiders and kitty cats. Stay safe, but stay dangerous.